All right, all right. They finally let me out. They finally let me out. I'm trying. Let me start on. I've been trying to start since whatever. How many minutes? They won't let me guide, then they let me talk. But I'm here now. Shout out to everybody once again. It's 9:17 in the Pacific Northwest. Beautiful day outside. But I'm gonna be in here and everything. We're gonna chop it up. We're gonna talk about last night's games. And And we're going to be talking about tonight's games as well. This is Old Head Podcast. Shouts out to everybody in the Lions Den basketball community. We're just going to go ahead and just get this thing going here. And there's only one game tonight, and that's going to be the Golden State Warriors and the Minnesota Timberwolves. I will talk about that later, but I got to get to last night's games. And before I get into it, I find it very interesting that y'all still don't want to give OKC their props and everything like that. But I find it also very interesting that y'all don't even want to talk about it. Y'all just gave them just one. It was just only a hot take, But when Jokic won and Denver won the first game and everything like that, y'all was it was like a shock to the world kind of thing. But I'm just gonna go ahead and just get to this game first. OKC just came out and just smacked them, just beat them down. Record wise for points and a half. In the modern day era, they did not look like they wanted to play ball at all last night. It's like, to me, like they were just satisfied with getting 1-1. But I still pick an OKC in this series. I just think it's their time. I know everybody wants Jokic to win. And to me, he shouldn't even been in the MVP last year. Shea Gildas should have 2 in a row, but they're trying everything in the world, to take it away from him. But I like how they played together as a team last night, and the second unit was hitting shots, playing defense, playing in the passing lanes, getting a lot of deflections, being physical with Jokic. Now let him get comfortable. Now the series shift to Denver. And I still got OKC. Like I said, I still got them winning this series. I don't know how long it's going to take, but if they lose, they lose. If they don't, they don't. But when you're wrong, people love when you're wrong. So, we're going to go ahead and break down this box score right here. All right, for OKC, Jalen Williams, wait a minute. Shea Gildas, he played 30 minutes and 11 seconds. He was 11-13. It was his best game I've seen him play in these playoffs. He was 1-2 for 3. He made all 11 of his foul shots. He had 4 rebounds, 2 offensive rebounds, 8 assists. He only had 2 turnovers. He had 34 points, and he was a plus 51, a plus and minus. Now we're going to go to Jalen Williams. He had 17 points. He was a plus 23. He played 26 minutes and 28 seconds, 6 of 11, 0 of 3 from 3, 5 of 6 from the foul line. He had 4 rebounds, 1 offensive rebound, 7 assists. He had 2 blocks. He only had 1 turnover. Then you had Chet Holmgren. He was 3 of 8, 2 of 3 from the 3. Made all 7 of his foul shots. He had 11 rebounds, 1 offensive rebound, 2 assists, 2 steals, 2 blocks. Then we got Isaiah Hartenstein, 6 of 7 from the field, 2 free throws made, 8 rebounds, 2 offensive rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal, 1 block. He was a plus 19. Chet Holmgren was a plus 34. And then Isaiah Joe, He made all 5 of his foul shots. I mean, all 5 of his field goals. 4 of them was from he's on fire. He had 1 rebound, 2 assists, 1 steal. He only had 1 turnover. And then they had OKC had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. They had 8 players with at least 10 points, basically in double figures. Because Aaron Wiggins was 4 of 8, 2 of 4 from 3. He had 5 rebounds, 2 offensive rebounds, 1 steal. He only had 10. Yeah, he only had 2 turnovers. Then AJ Mitchell, he was 4 of 7, 2 of 2 from 3, 1 steal, 1 block. He only played 13 minutes and 17 seconds. Aaron Wiggins played 14 minutes and 54 seconds. OKC shot 56.2%, 50 for 89. They was 16 of 36 from 3, 44.4. They was 33 of 36, 91.7 from the foul line. They had 8 offensive rebounds, 36 defensive rebounds, 44 total. They had 31 assists. That means they were sharing the basketball. They had 12 steals. They had 8 blocks, and they only had 9 turnovers. And plus minus together is 43 as a team. Now we're gonna go to the Denver Nuggets. They was led by Russell Westbrook. He was 5 of 11, 1 of 4 from 3, 8 of 10 for the foul line. He had 1 rebound, 5 assists. He did have 4 turnovers. But this game to me wasn't on him. I know a lot of people like the Bass Rush whenever, every team got the new age. They like to blame somebody for the scapegoat. Everybody got to have a scapegoat. So that's what they do to players now. So anyway, and then let me see. He was a negative 30. Jokic was a negative 36. He was 6 of 16, 2 of 4 from 3, 3 of 5 from the foul line. He had 8 rebounds, 3 offensive rebounds, 6 assists. He didn't even get a double-double or triple-double. Mr. Triple-double guy. That's all I be hearing. He's unstoppable. He has 6 turnovers. But they sweep that. They don't even want to expound on it. This is why but I'm going to expound on it. OKC kicked their behinds, man. They kicked their butts straight up. that was a beatdown. But the Nuggets shot, they was 33 of 87, 37.9%. They was 15 of 37 for 3, 40.5%. They was 25 of 32, 78.1 from the foul line. They had 13 offensive rebounds, they had 25 defensive rebounds, total 38. They only had 18 assists, 4 steals, 6 blocks, and they had 20 turnovers. Now we're going to go to the wet the bed moment. I did pick Boston to beat the Knicks just off head, but a lot of people think the series is over and everything like that. When it's said and done, it's said and done. But one thing I would like to say is that the playoffs is crazy to me because now it feels like to me like it feels like 90s basketball mixed in with early 2000s, but you can actually play defense. You really don't. Now to me, this is what separates who you are as a hooper in the league. Because now you see how these players don't like how the games is called, but this is how it was. But the difference is back then they played like that in the regular season. And in the playoffs, it just amps up. So that's the difference. But anyway, the Knicks came back from another 20-point lead. And it's going to New York. You know, New York is crazy, but you know, it's just I'm not. Hey, don't nobody ever could tell me that Jason Tatum is, don't. I don't want to hear no more about. I never got into it but don't nobody sit there and say this man is Kobe. It's Kobe being Bryant, man. That just need to be stopped. That conversation don't even need to be held anymore. And I don't even know why it was a discussion for some people. Like I said, I don't have people come over here telling me that, but I see things, and I'll be like, I just don't say anything. You know, I just let things just marinate. Hey, you didn't show up. You wet in the bed. Very bad. And I find it very interesting this morning too. As the commercial was going on, I seen your commercial as Mr. Clutch for Superman. And I was just like, well, I was sitting there saying in my mind, are they trolling right now? Because we didn't have a clutch moment last night. We had a turnover. It's amazing to me. They said the East is weak, right? But the Eastern Conference got this 2-0. And the Western Conference, they both splits. In the East, both semifinals to me are very similar. You know what I mean? But the Knicks though, and then Indiana coming back to winning it, and it's gonna be crazy in Indiana too. It's gonna be crazy out there too. But anyway, it's gonna be crazy in New York too. But let's get to the okay. They was led last night by Josh Hart out of Villanova, former Laker. He was 9 of 15, 3 of 6 from 3-point range. He made both his foul shots. He had 6 rebounds, 3 offensive rebounds, 3 assists, 2 steals, 2 turnovers. He was a -7. And then Karl-Anthony Towns was 9 of 16, 34 minutes, 49 seconds. Josh Hart played 42 minutes and 50 seconds. He was 9 of 16, 0 of 1 from the 3. He made all 3 his foul shots. He had 17 rebounds, 3 offensive rebounds, 1 assist, 1 block, 4 turnovers. He had 20. He was a -2. Jalen Brunson was 6 of 19. He played 37 minutes and 30 seconds, 2 of 9 for 3, 3 of 4 from the line, 3 rebounds, 7 assists, 0 steals, 1 block. He only had 2 turnovers. Mikal Bridges, Iron Man of the NBA right now, has not yet missed a game. He played 51 minutes in game 1. You know, he played a lot of minutes, and I got to look back and see if he played another 40 plus. 42 minutes, 49 seconds, 6 of 18, 2 of 8 from 3, 7 rebounds, 5 assists, 3 steals, 2 blocks, 14 points. He had 2 turnovers, and he was a -6. And then we're going to go to Andrew Anunoby. He struggled last night. 38 minutes, 14 minutes, 2 of 9, 1 of 4 from 3, 5 rebounds, 1 offensive rebound, 1 assist, 4 steals, 1 block. He had 3 turnovers. He only had 5 points. He was a -11. But anyway, as a team, The Knicks shot 43%, 37-86. They was 9-31 for 3-point range. They're 29% for three. They're 8-10 for the line, 80%. They had 10 offensive rebounds, 36 defensive rebounds, total of 46. They had 19 assists, 11 steals, 5 blocks. They did have 15 turnovers. Now we're going to go to the Celtics. Jaylen Brown was 8 of 23, 41 minutes, 23 seconds played, 2 of 7 for 3, 2 of 4 from the foul line, 6 rebounds. 4 of them was offensive rebounds, 1 assist, 2 steals, 6 turnovers. He was a +3. Jason Tatum was 5 of 19, 1 of 5 for 3, both foul shots made, 14 rebounds, 1 offensive rebound, 5 assists, 3 steals, 1 block. He had 3 turnovers. He had 13. He was a +3. Then you had Derek White. He was 6 of 17. He played 40 minutes. He shot 35.3% from the field. Jason Tatum shot 26.3% from the field. Jaylen Brown shot 34.8% from the field. He was 3-11 from 3, all 5 foul shots made. He had 9 rebounds, 3 offensive rebounds, 5 assists. He had 2 blocks. He had 20. And then we're going to go to Drew Holiday. He played 34 minutes and 4 seconds. He was 4 of 6 from the field, 0 of 2 from 3, 2 of 3 from the free throw line, 66.7%. 3 rebounds, 2 offensive rebounds, 5 assists, 1 steal. He had 4 turnovers. He had 10 points, and he was a -1. Anyway, the Celtics was 34. They was 34-94 from the field, 36.2. They was 10 of 40 from the from 3, which is 25%. They ain't gonna cut the mustard on the hot dog. 12 of 15 from the free throw line, 80%. They had 16 offensive rebounds. They was +6 on the offensive rebounds. Even though they lost. They had 51 rebounds. They was +5 on that, but they lost that. Assists. Knicks won that. Won assists as a team. Far as steals, Knicks won that. Blocks. That way they was even. Turnovers. They lost a turnover in there because they had 16. But anyway, just by watching this team and me and my boy was having a conversation about this. You know, he was like the MA effect, right? And I know some people think that MA they played the same way, but yeah, they did. But at the same time, MA made adjustments though. He would have called timeout. He would have got on their behinds. You know what I'm saying? It's just different. I think they're in trouble. Al Horford, he's moving us. Al Horford ain't out. You know, shout out to Al Horford though. You know, he can hoop and everything like that. But Celtics got they got the 6th man of the year. There's no excuses, man, whatsoever. They need to be going their way. You know, they need to be getting that smoke, but they gave them the smoke because they're the champions. But I feel like every team gets the smoke when you lose. When you lose, you call around the board. But we live in an era now where they hold only certain they hold all players except one person to the highest degree. But anyway, Celtics in trouble, man. Celtics are in trouble. Now, tomorrow's games is Cleveland and the Pacers, and then OKC will be playing Denver, and both games is going to be on ESPN. Let me see who's out. Salute to everybody, man. Salute Samuel. Salute Real OT. Sharik. Salute. Salute Matt. Salute E-Dog. Salute Samuel Dumas. My boy Matt Moses and Nomi Bridges locking up Tatum, bro. Yeah, they are. Tony Piper was good. Salute, Matt. I think Boston is done. Hey, all the fake superstars getting exposed this year. I got the Knicks in the 5. Or hey, I never get into, you know, I'm the type of person, I always been like this. I never judge a player as they go. Normally, like normally when a player actually, this is just me talking. When a player career is over with, then I can be able to assess how this player is. I'm not with today's, you know, how they talking, how they think basketball is supposed to be, and talking points and all this little crazy stuff that they do. But to me, it just gets back to everything I've been saying. Superstars in this era is really overblown. You got players that are superstars and don't even perform like they are superstars when it comes to most. That's what with me. That's what makes a difference between old school players and new school players. Yeah, we had players back then that, they still gave it all that they got. Yeah, some got exposed, but they even getting way more exposed now, because now you getting to see that physicality, that 90s and the early 2000s stuff that I grew up on watching. Seeing the transition from the 80s and seeing it in the 90s and then seeing it in the 2000s. Basketball was really peaking at that time. I know y'all new fanboys out here that really don't think so, but it really was. Then we get to this era, and it just got worse and worse and worse and worse. This is why I don't put these players that's playing in today's era in compared to any other era. It's too disrespectful on this point. And in my opinion, it's too laughable at this point. It's very laughable at this point. Big game tonight between Minnesota at home against Golden State. Stephen Walter Curry is gonna be out, they say, for about a week or something like that. Hey, they gotta get it done. Minnesota gotta respond, man. They gotta respond. I know in the Warriors, this is why they got Jimmy Butler. They play off Jimmy. I'm not all into that talk. You know what I'm saying? Just because you did it somewhere once before. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I just ain't never understand why Steve Kerr is like, they actually got good players on their team. He just don't pull them out unless he have to. Now he has to do that now. You know what I mean? Yeah, so it's gonna be interesting. I don't switch up my pick. I still think Minnesota's gonna win the series. But this playoffs is really good, man. It is. It's better than last year. That's for sure. Y'all can just hate all you want to. It is. It is. It felt good not hearing on sports on First Take this morning to talk about who. You know what I mean? But somebody still have to reference him in the comment. But other than that, we ain't had to hear all that. That's been a first in a while. But anyway, I'm gonna drop the link though, man. We can chop it up, see what's going on with everybody, see how everybody's feeling. know how y'all feeling out here because, oh yeah, it's open season right now. And I've been thinking about this too, you know. It's just more to get to my point that I've been saying for a while since I've been on YouTube. It's the youngest game now. It really is. To me, it's a young man's game now. You know, yeah, you got the you know, yeah, yeah, you still got, you know, the older players that still left. But we've been trying to tell y'all for a long time, man. These young boys, they want their respect. They've been coming for a while. I just find it very interesting. They just don't want to talk about OKC, but I'm gonna talk about them. I don't. We've been talking about these players, Ant-Man and Anthony Edwards, and we've been talking about SGA. There's no smoke when Denver when they get their behinds kicked. They had like the series was over on videos I seen on YouTube. OKC put that bet out on boys last night. They're going to witness protection. And the thing that's concerning with me with the Celtics and the Knicks is that Jalen Brunson has yet to play well. He has yet to play well. Yet to play well so far. And, you know, when he gets going, hey, it's not looking good for Boston right now. That's all I got to say. It's not looking good. They don't have nobody that can stop Karl-Anthony Towns either. I know everybody was saying Porzingis, but Porzingis been a hurt player his whole career. He should kill. You know. Oh man, you got the Knicks going to the finals? It's a Spike Lee joint. Yep. It's gonna be interesting. I dropped the link, man. Y'all come on in. I'm off today. So don't care what y'all do. Hit the like button. Yes, sir.
Greetings, my brother.
Greetings, man. Hey, I find it very interesting, man. They quiet as a church mouse, man. They don't want to talk about that beatdown that OKC did them boys. Them boys was cricket on first take today. They was quiet. They only did one take on them. I'm like, this is all what y'all doing? You're just giving them just one take? Just one take?
Talk about that OKC game.
Oh,
Yeah,
it,
they should be up 2-0. I mean, that first game, that was terrible coaching there by that OKC coach.
and then not only that,
But
though, too,
they
though.
they they just too deep, man. OKC too deep, and they transition. Denver transition was Denver play like they were good with that game one.
But
They played like they
yeah,
were good, man.
but games like that though, bro. But games like that, bro. I seen teams just okay. Yeah, you won the championship. That's 2 years ago. I get all that. They won a chip. Like I don't discredit nobody that won the chip. But when you all lackadaisical like that, and you think you can just turn it up at home, man. Okay, you don't want to, especially a team that's coming. I know everybody's not respecting OKC. You know the media doesn't. You know what I'm saying? So I really just think from top to bottom, what they did yesterday, if they play like that, how they capable of playing, man, ain't no way. Oh, and, hey, and I'm just gonna put a fun fact out there too. Most teams that play in game sevens against a team that have West, they always have advantage. You know why? Could they just got done playing? Look at all that rest OKC has. Not making no excuses, but it's been I've seen it happen in the past in NBA series where a team win games one. And
That
just
happened
because
with
you win
every
game
game,
one,
man.
just because you
That
win
happened with
game
all the
one, don't
game in the
mean you don't
series.
win the series. Right.
Nah. But the only chance Nuggets got is if these games are close. That's the only chance. That's the only chance they got in this game. And the fact that it's only Shea and Williams who can really kind of shot create for themselves on a high level. Yeah, I'm outside here, chill. I don't know if you're hearing me
Mm-hmm.
on my background noise muffing up.
Oh, you good? Nah, man. Hey, it's beautiful outside.
Yeah, but
I ain't
Yeah,
even that.
OKC they only
Yeah,
got like
that
two
was a beat
legit like
down.
shot creators like that. But they lengthy, they play defense and they deep, man. Like when Lou Dort getting sub out and he's being replaced by Alex Caruso. I mean, that's not letting up, man. They ain't let up no time on
They had
that
eight
defense.
players in double figures last night. They had 8 players in double figures. Eight.
Yeah, that was a beatdown.
They scored the
That was a
most
thorough
points in.
beatdown.
They scored the most points in the modern day era in the playoffs. In the modern day era, any era last night was a beatdown. But again, if I know everybody, most people is picking Jokic and them, but I don't see Jokic and them beating OKC this year. I don't see it. I don't see it.
Man, it's
I
that gonna
always
be
said
hard.
this.
That gonna be hard to beat that OKC team. That
They just
like
they
yeah,
just they not giving them
they
their
only
respect,
could
bro.
win one way, man. They can only win in one way, and they kind of clogged the lane when Joker had the ball last night, sending a blind side, a double from his blind side, while another guy
Hmm.
come trap from above, and they weren't making shots. I don't know what
No
happened to
triple
Michael
doubles.
Porter
No triple
Jr.
doubles.
Man,
He
all of
didn't
a
get no
sudden he's gone
trouble.
in a slump,
Nothing.
man.
But most
Yeah, he was
role
slow.
players,
He was slow
most
too.
role
Them
players
passes
play
there.
better at
Oh,
home.
you know what? Now, OKC was just too fast. Yeah, it's only Westbrook that looked like he came to play last night, bro. Honestly,
Right. Yeah, Westbrook did. I mean, he started out hot. You know what I mean? And then he simmer off. But to me, I have to agree with you. He's like the only player to me that looked like he wanted to play. You know what I mean? That's just how Russell Westbrook is, though. So, but
that
let's
is
talk
true.
about
That is
Let's
true.
talk about these Knicks. Let's talk about the Knicks and the Celtics, man. How you? Hey, I said
Oof,
it before I said it. They better not compare Jason Tatum ever to
man,
Kobe Bryant ever again, ever.
yeah, man. That's a perfect example of, man, kids out there, like, get a spot on the court that you're comfortable with where you can hit your shot. A la Kawhi Leonard, free throw line, and like Jason Tatum, what was he doing? What was he trying to do? That is somebody who do not know what they have a plan on what they're gonna do if, in the waning seconds of the game to make a play for your team. He runs straight into that double gap block. I don't even know what he was trying to do there. Like
and
like
and then
man,
the
that's
play
find
before
a
then,
spot on the court, bro. Like get a shot, find a
that play before then, when
yeah,
he
what you
went to
said.
the lane, that play before then when they took the lead by 1 point, he traveled. I'm like, man, but then again, at the same time, I look back, I was like, man, this dude took 3 steps. But then again, I'm saying, but you Jason Tatum. Hey, I said this earlier in the show
Yeah,
not too long ago. I found it very interesting, right? They would talk about the Celtics, right? They just did a segment on the Celtics, and then next thing I know, guess what? The first commercial I seen, they showed Jason Tatum being Superman, telling me he's clutch, and I was like, man, he didn't have a clutch moment last night, did he? Didn't have nothing.
oh no.
Man, I said to
That's
myself, they
messed up.
trolling this
That's
man.
savage
I
right
said,
there, man.
I
Yeah,
said that's he. Hey, you had Mitchell
yeah.
Robinson on you, and
That's the
you couldn't get a shot
definition of
off
a
on Mitchell
throw.
Robinson. And not even that,
And I
bro.
think
Look,
they,
you still had a
man, I think they
timeout.
legit
They
got a
still had a
mismatch.
timeout. They still had
Yeah,
a
that was just
timeout, concrete.
terrible coaching. I don't know. The play was one on one with yeah, they still had a timeout. Well, yeah, why Mesula didn't call a timeout when he see Jason Tatum was going nowhere? Like, because there was like 12 seconds in the game. That was a lot of time. It
Hmm.
was more than a lot of time to get off a proper shot to make a play. But man, like that's where Kobe Bryant stop at the elbow, take his jump shot, pump fake. What like you got to have a play, you got to have a go-to move, you got to have something you go to that you're comfortable with, that you practice 1,000 times, that you good and you satisfied with missing and you okay with it. But that guy, like I don't
And
even
then you
know
get
if
to the
he
press
was he
conference.
was doing step backs. I was looking for a step back because that's his move. That's what he was doing all night. But Michael
This
Bridges
is
say
my
no,
thing
boy.
too. You get to the press conference and everything. It's no accountability. It's no nothing, bro. It's like back then. The players back then they took accountability, man. They took
Yeah.
seriously accountability. They actually was
They legit
these
in
players
trouble,
now
bro.
don't get these players now they don't get caught. They don't get hardcore questions like the players in the past did. Nowhere near
Yeah,
that level.
these
They don't.
they don't get asked the questions, bro. They don't get
You
asked
know.
they don't get asked a serious question for real. But man, besides all of that, they have an issue in the front court too, bro. Like they Mitchell Robinson and Cat is killing them, bro. They got no answers. So they know, man, playoffs, bro. Playoffs is such a different breed. And
Hey, I want Russ.
I'm
I
waiting
want
for
Russ to
that
get him a ring
adjustment
too.
from Mazula. Al Horford just too
Hey,
old, man. Al Horford can't hang with them dudes. Like he just right now he's just showing, man. So they getting beat up. Porzingis too. Like he getting bump off easy. Like they went to Hack Robinson to get him off the court. So
mhm.
you know they're
Hey,
in
but that
trouble.
was
I'm
smart.
not saying
I'm
like they
glad you
foul
said that.
Robinson.
I'm glad you said that. But then again, I can remember that time in the game. Everybody, because you remember they was about to sub him out, right? But Tibbs
Mm.
kept them in the game, kid, for one more play, and then what they done behinds did. They hack him. They hacker Robinson. Boom. What happened? They in the penalty. Then here comes Ananobi. You see what I'm saying? So now
Right, right.
that was Tibbs did a great. He actually did. Yeah, that was a great. That was one of his great plays. And that shout out to Mikael Bridges. I know he didn't shoot well, but that man's an Iron Man, man. Not only that, he plays defense too. I know the Phoenix Suns wishing
Yeah,
they
that was a
still have
great
him, but
play.
then
That was great
again,
awareness.
And then again, you
Uh,
got some Phoenix fans saying he's a choke artist, but whatever. But he ain't choking now. They still
if
they
Michael Bridges
playing.
is on my team, Michael Bridges is on my team. I'm not expecting him to be the one to like take us home. Like come on,
Hey,
man.
but
That's
this
what
is
they
the thing
expected from
though.
this from Michael
I,
Bridges
f-
to be the one to be coming in the clutch. Come on.
I feel what you're saying. I feel
He
what you
has the
say, Nate
ability to,
Shepard.
but if you got player like Jalen Brunson,
hmm I feel
if they
what you're
got player
saying,
like
Nate.
Jalen Brunson on your team, he don't need to be.
But Boston, let's just look back. Ever since Jason Tatum and the boys been together, you know what I mean? There has been times where they have wet the bed, man. Like
True,
we don't
true.
forget about that. You know what I'm saying? You
Yeah.
remember they was down
You
3-0 to Jimmy Butler and them, and then they forced a game seven and they still lost. You know what I'm saying?
won 8 games.
That's how
They were the number one
Jokic
seed.
ended up playing Miami.
Or Trey
Huh?
Young.
What you say? With Trey Young.
That series when they were the 8 seed. And they take
That was I knew the Heat. I gotta go back and look at no no, let me go let me put a basketball reference right quick.
this route. Like that's what they do. I thought they were more mature by now to like it's like and tenure, and they haven't shown that they can do that. Like I don't think they. I guess this is them, man. This is Boston. They will let you back in the series in the game. That's what they do.
Celtics was a 2 seed that year. The Heat was an 8 seed.
Right.
Just I knew they and I didn't know if there was one or two at the time. That's why I had to look back and just fact check it. Yeah,
Yeah.
there was a 2 seed that year.
I know for the Hawks series, they do it. They do it. Boston, they, I guess, man, I guess Jason Tatum is, man, hmm, that's one of those that's plays where you go down. It's gonna go down right. Man, that was not a good play in the clutch yet. Jason Tatum. I mean, you got all his records over Larry Bird with points and stuff and thing, but like it's plays like those, man. It's things like that.
It's
It's
levels to this.
games like these, man. Yeah, but it's levels to this, man. It's games like those, like Larry and dropping a game like that. You could have him more points more than him in the playoffs, average more 30 points, like, but it's stuff like this, man. You gotta find your spot on the court and man, Jalen, why the ball wasn't in the finals MVP? The rated final rated MVP. Jalen Brown was the one who was getting to the rim, actually, and finishing.
And he was the only person who was trying to switch it up, but still, he did shot. He shot 2 of 7 from three. You know, and Jason Tatum was 1 of 5 from three. But you remember what Joe Mazzulla said in the first half? I mean, then after the first game that they wasn't gonna stop, doing what. And I've been said this about Boston Celtics. Y'all are not the Warriors, man. Y'all are not the Warriors, man. Y'all are not the Golden
Um,
State Warriors. Y'all are not. Y'all are not. And keep on continuing and keep on thinking that
man,
you are like that because you just getting exposed each and every time. But by me saying that is just again, you are not. And then there's another thing too. A lot of people forget about the Warriors, right? They had other great players. They had Maurice Spates. They had David West, mid range can actually score it down, and they had David Lee. You know what I'm saying? Like they actually had players that that back to the basket and they could shoot the mid range jumper and they also had a gift of shooting a three ball. They don't have that no more.
And they do a lot of motion, a lot of back cuts, a lot of
They don't
guys
have the
guys going to the rim a lot. That motion offense, like yeah, the trees is not just jacking up trees. It's getting wide open and make sure the guys who you want to making the shot is the one who's actually making the shots. Like
man. I can't believe they
Iguodala
choking
wasn't
this. I
taking a
can't.
ton of tree, man,
I can't believe they
but
get comparison like that.
him double donging and saying that we gonna keep doing like bro, like playoffs is all about adjustment, bro. Like you can't, you can't double down on what you're doing, bro. If it ain't working, like playoffs is about adjustment. You gotta adjust. They're killing you with the big. Either you go small or but Mitchell Robinson is killing them on the glass. Cat is killing them with offensive rebound. Like they're not matching up well back there. Cornet, his name, like yeah, that backup center.
Yeah,
The
Cornette
whole
is the
zone, but
reason
I don't
why
know.
Kobe showed love and respect. All those Kobe comparisons. Hey, I don't get into them Kobe discussions. 'Cause I find it very interesting though too. This is what I always say though, right? This is how I know ESPN. They very wishy washy with play with you know what I mean. I find it very interesting when they always want to mention Kobe and all their things and everything like that. You know what I'm saying? So why you want to talk about that? You know what I'm saying now? Now why y'all want
So
to bring him up? He Jason Tatum is not no Kobe Bryant, man. Let's just stop this, man. Even though he might, and shout out to him. This ain't no disrespect to Jason Tatum, but at the same time, there's levels to this, man. There's levels to this, and then another thing
shit for
too.
that. Like how
Yeah,
like
another thing. I
how
got just
can
gotta say
people
this
just come and
too.
say, okay, I'm Kobe Bryant and everybody good with it?
You know what I find very interesting? I was listening to my boys live on TikTok, one of my partners, man, and this is what they do now, right? I was explaining a point to a young brother, right? And I was like, y'all don't tear down no other player for playing with whoever but two people. Y'all tear down Michael Jordan and say that Michael Jordan had a super team. Y'all want to tear down Kobe Bryant, well, he played with Shaq. Okay, but he went to three more finals after Shaq. It doesn't matter. How it does not matter. The man won 5 championships out of 7 years in the 2000s, and that man is not the greatest in his generation. What are y'all talking about? It doesn't make any kind of sense whatsoever. And people still have Shaq. And that's why I don't get it. And I
Give
told the
back for
brother, I was like,
someone else.
and I told the young man, I was like, dude, you talking to a guy that don't even rank players, man. But you can't sit here and tell me in the 2000s,
Greetings, heck, bro.
No,
you know what I'm
It's like
saying?
Ant. It's
mm,
like the Ant Man comparisons to Jordan. Yeah, right. That Ant Man. I don't know. Ant Man. Like yeah, watching that Warriors game. I'm more a fan that Ant Man. Like yeah, he was. I don't know if it's the maturity, but time. But yeah, you see it with Shea. You see it with Shea. Perfect example. Like
yeah, this
Shea would
the
have
game.
like found his spot and know how to get out. Sorry. I'm breaking up here.
Yeah, but just say what only one. The comparison.
Oh, you coming in break? You breaking up, brother?
Hello,
Cy
you hear me?
Young, you breaking up.
Hear me? Hello.
Yeah, you
You
good.
going
Go
in
ahead.
and out. Oh,
Yeah. Hello, you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, I can hear
right,
you.
right, yeah.
Yeah, you hear me? Yeah. Like I said, it's only one game. That just it. comparisons, I mean, that came from the stupid media, the idiotic
Hmm.
podcasters that don't even know their knowledge. They like just compare, right? They always compare like to Apple. I mean, they don't understand like it's only could be one player. It's only could be one Kobe. It's only could be one Jordan. I mean, we got to stop comparing these players to the players that we looked up to, that we watch. You know, they let them do what they do, let them develop, because they would be nothing like how we watch in the '90s and 2000 players. They would never be like them.
True,
So
true. Yeah, that's a really good point. Because when you compare him to Kobe, I'm looking for Kobe things. Like I'm looking for Kobe X thing. And when I don't see it, like yeah, that's a good point.
um, people, I just laugh at it when people say that. Oh, he played. Tatum's another Kobe. I'm like, just because. I'm like, why? Just because he trained with him, like just because he trained with him and Kobe told him to do stuff. Y'all compare him? Like, come on, no. I mean, he's
Oh, you
not.
train with him?
Yeah, he trained with Kobe. Trained him. Kobe had gave him some. If you watch the videos of Kobe, Kobe had gave him the development what he needed to, and Tatum learned from it. And guess what? He became a champion. A lot of these players came from
Right. That's
Kobe's system.
because
Because
Kobe saw something in him, or that was just Kobe, like
no,
being handing
he,
like
Kobe
handing
Kobe's
out
a
a hand, like helping.
Kobe's like a
Oh,
teacher. He's the type of teacher that he will test you to see like he's like a karate teacher, like you see Karate Kid. He would
Mr.
test you.
Miyagi, Mr. Miyagi.
Man,
Yeah,
they got another Karate Kid going on, man. Get up out of here.
yeah. No, but he
Another one.
yeah.
Oh
Yo.
man.
Yeah, but he Kobe's the type of dude, he will study you. He will study to see do you got it. And then if he see you messed up, he's gonna correct you about it. And then and if you're not really willing to respond, to develop that what he's doing, give it to you. He's gonna let you know about it. Why he said those things to Harden. He said he looked at Harden like, dude, that's you ain't gonna win no championship if you play like that. Look what
Yeah, I heard that. Heard that. Cool. Who was other players? He he did like that.
to Giannis. He told Giannis went up to him. Giannis was like, "Yo, what I need to do," and then Kobe,
Okay.
Kobe was like, "Yo, win the MVP." Boom, got that. He said, "Okay, now win the championship." Boom, got that. You look at with Jason Tatum. Like I said, he talked about Jason Tatum's play style. Boom, Jason Tatum watched it, learned from it, became a champion. So everybody fall under his system, and look how their careers had blossomed.
Right, right. Because I never heard anything about that Giannis, and so
Yeah,
why when Giannis don't get that
yeah,
like
Giannis.
reverence towards Kobe too, where they call the others?
Went to Kobe like, what I got to do this and do that. Kobe was like, win an MVP first. Okay, you got that. Okay, win a championship. Boom, there you go, right there. So that's why everybody
Yeah,
always.
that's key right there from Giannis, man. A lot of young players not even asking. Like the fact that he went and asked,
So Kobe, yes.
yeah, that's key. That's key right there.
Mhm. Everybody learned from Paige, like not just for men basketball, but for women basketball. You look at Paige Buckers, Paige from you see she went to she went for him. She went for him, and now look what happened. She became a national player, #1 draft pick. So, um, it's not just the men's side; it's also women's side. It's both sides that came under his.
So it's basketball in
Yeah,
general.
yeah. It's
Kobe
not.
Kobe impact basketball in general, man.
Yeah, it's not just. Yeah, but it's not just.
Female or male, like
Bas-
worldwide,
not just
international, locally.
Yeah, it's not just basketball. It's learning outside of basketball. You have to learn. You have to learn about that. That's what I learned. I learned that's what people start learning about Kobe. It's about not only just the work ethic. It's about the discipline. Like, are you disciplined enough to do those things? To do those things to accomplish point? Because that's how you look at Kobe. Kobe had a mission. His mission was to pass MJ. because that was his mission.
And a simple
If
man, that
Kobe,
simple
if,
word, discipline, bro.
if
That is
Jordan,
such.
like I said, if Jordan works out at 5, if Jordan works out at 7, Kobe work out at 6. If Jordan took like an 80 shots, Kobe would took 100 shots. Like if Jordan
And
scored
that's what
30,
you need to do.
yeah, you
That,
got
that
to.
that's what's up. Cause when
Mm-hmm,
50, Jordan would give him 70. That's how you push yourself.
mm-hmm.
So
You
that Kobe, yeah, Kobe, man,
got, so
no
when
one
like
ever really.
once he finally passed MJ for the scoring title, that was it. That was it. That's all he needed. All this. That's all he needed was pass them. So but but comparisons it's just ridiculous if people can compare it. I just laugh at it. You know.
Just a way, yeah, just a way to pass a 20-minute segment, 25-minute segment on TV.
mm,
They didn't even want to give OKC their props this morning. They just did one. They just did a hot take, and that was it. They talked more about the Boston. Yeah, they're supposed to talk about the champions, but still, y'all could have did y'all due diligence to talk about
Yeah, that was a
OKC more.
man. That was a historic
But on,
beatdown, bro. Historic.
but the only thing they want to talk about is Sam Preston getting the championship. Okay, you can say that about all these. You can tell about franchises that been here before OKC. You got some teams in the NBA still ain't never won a championship. That was here before OKC.
right. I mean the
The
Knicks.
Magic ain't won one yet.
Yeah. I mean the Knicks thing. It's cool. It's cool and all, but well, I understand they went 0-2, but the Thunders. I mean, the Thunders did what they did. I mean, they're a young team. You know, they're a very young, hungry team that nobody's not paying attention of. And nobody's because so, it don't matter if they're in a state or in a city that people barely watch. It doesn't matter. You gotta look at these talents. You gotta look at these talents that's really killing the game. You gotta look at um Chet Holmgren, SGA, Jalen Williams, Dort, Alex Caruso, another big man, Williams. It's like nobody's looking
Isaiah Joe.
Nobody's looking
They
at.
got him through free agency. Another thing too, y'all. Isaiah Joe been on a couple of teams before he got on OKC squad too. For y'all
Yeah,
that don't know.
definitely. Nobody's looking at this young, talented team because
And
they're
Isaiah Joe, his shot regressed a little. Otherwise, like they be probably beating teams by more.
He was hitting them last night.
I mean,
Yeah.
but I'm saying like no, they're playing like not Harstein, Harstein, like those type of guys, like those type of players, like they remind me so much of watching back in the days when we didn't have that. We only have like one star player. We have a lot of talent developing around our player. You know, like they kind of remind me, like I said, with the Warriors, like the '90s Warriors, when it was only people with Mitch Richmond and Chris Mullin, Tim Hardaway, but they have a good background. They have Tom Thibodeau, Sawaris, they had Sawaris. They had so many good development teams, and that's what the Thunders kind of remind me of. A lot of people, I'm like, they just they're not giving because of the market bull crap. Like, I don't want to hear nothing about the market. Like, show them, give the Thunders that platform.
This is what I was going to say. This is the same thing that used to happen to San Antonio in the 80s and 90s.
Mm-hmm.
They said the same thing about San Antonio until they got a good enough team to win a championship.
Mm-hmm.
Once the team is good enough, you can't deny them. You can use all that small market, big market stuff. Chicago was a small market before Michael Jordan came to Chicago. So
Those are facts.
Like once you get a good enough team to win a championship, all that small market stuff goes out the window. But my bad.
OKC.
That part real quick.
Salute
Yeah,
to you.
OKC.
Salute. What up, dog?
Greetings. OKC is on that run that Boston was on, like when they was on the up and coming up, that young team that just stuck out, and now they're just reaping the benefit. I hope they just stick to it. Maybe not this year, but they're definitely gonna get further than they got last year. But there is a process to these to winning a chip too. You gotta you gotta go through it physically, mentally. So I don't know if they're there yet. Last year they got kicked out early. Normally, you should. They are better. So by history and what history say, like maybe they got one more year, but it's wide open. It's wide open this year.
Well, for me,
How y'all
I
feel
mean,
about the games last night? I'm gonna let Moss go, then I'm gonna let Vaughn go. Talk about the
okay.
games last night.
Well, the games last night, man. I kind of knew OKC would come back and kind of play with more energy, more effort,
Yep.
and put their foot down. They shot the ball well. Denver looked like a team that won game one. They're content. They got home court moving forward. And so, you saw once the game was out of reach early, I think Denver just packed it in. And so that was to be expected. So that didn't shock me. The Boston game, very disappointed in Jason and Jaylen Brown. Very disappointed. They just keep blowing leads and they keep losing the games the same way. Boston's offense is so predictable and there's no creativity to that offense whatsoever. All they want to do is just shoot threes. And there's no plays being ran really. It's just try to get into the paint, draw and kick. And then let's call a spade, man. Right? As great as Jason and Jalen are, I don't look at them as number ones. Like they're number twos on a very good
Me
team.
either.
And look at Jason's last possession. What are you doing? How low is your IQ? You gonna dribble into three people and then try to pass it to Jaylen Brown? You do know that, the Knicks are a decent defensive team. Like, where's the mid-range jump shot? Like, you had a center, I forgot his name on the Knicks, but he had him one-on-one. Like, get into
Robinson.
your pack. Yeah, thank you, sir. Like, if you're Tatum, bro, like, get into your package, into your cadence, and get a decent shot off. Now, make or miss, it is what it is. But I'm more mad about he drove the ball into the lane, into the teeth of the defense to do what? Like, you have a big on you. Like, get into your package and, if anything, get him off balance with like a basic in and out dribble and get your shit off. Like, what are you doing? And so for me, Boston is getting everything that they deserve. And and then you don't blitz Jalen Brunson. You don't trap him. Like you just continue to let this man play one-on-one in winning time, and like you have nobody on the team that can guard him. And so where's your pride at, right? Like where's the coaching IQ at? So there's that. And so for me, I've been disappointed with some of these so-called star players. They haven't really been stars. And so,
Facts.
it's just guys ain't working on their game, T Price, in the offseason, man. And listen, and it doesn't show a lot during the season, but in games like in the postseason where they're nip and tuck and it's teetering back and forth, like we gonna see what you made of. We gonna see if you've been
And also, bro, they play defense. You know what this? I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you good, T
This
Price.
I like how the defense is played, and I was making an illustration yesterday. I was like, imagine if the league actually then allow this all year round, then you gonna see who can really do what.
Right. A lot of teams are kind of nonchalant, like they're just lackadaisical during the 82 game season. In the postseason, the defense is still bad, but some teams are going to make you go to your plan B, C, D, and E. And it's apparent Boston ain't got no plan B, C, D, or E. Like these guys, Jason Tatum is too gifted, too talented to not be a better all-around scorer. Let me close with this last point because I think this needs to be said too. After Cleveland Cavaliers lost game one and you're down 0-1, if you're DeAndre Hunter, Evan Mobley, and Darius Garland, who, by the way, didn't play in game two, if I'm Donovan Mitchell, bro, I lose all respect. I lose all respect for those three guys, bro, honestly. Evan, I love your game, bro. Like, he's a great player defensively. But if you can't fight through a sprained ankle, bro, and if it ain't a size of a tennis or a size of a soccer ball, Go get some treatment, bro. And listen, like you got to play through that. DeAndre Hunter, a so-called dislocated thumb or whatever it is, bro. Okay, cool, bro. Kobe Bryant popped his dislocated finger back in place and kept playing. He played with a torn ligament on his shooting hand. Wrap that thing up.
Dislocated tongue. Oh my god,
And let
that's
me get to
ridiculous.
Darius Garland, bro, before I mute myself. You're mixing games, bro, over a goddamn toe. Are you kidding me? Like, go get a Tortorol shot. Go get a lidocaine B shot. A lidocaine B shot. Wrap your toe up, bro, and go play basketball. Like, your team's down 0-1. So if you're Darius Garland, once you got word that DeAndre and Evan can't go, you're still gonna miss the goddamn game over a goddamn toe. Come on, listen, bro. I don't respect this era. These dudes are soft. They act like it's okay. Like there's another game. Listen, bro. Every game, every possession counts, and there's no guarantee that the Cleveland Cavaliers are going to get back here next season, or it's going to have this because injuries happen, things just happen. Like you got to take advantage of what's happening right now, and for Darius Garland to sit out 2 games without because of a toe, like what are we doing, bro? It's just this league is going to shit.
Go ahead, Bond.
I was gonna say, Boss hit everything on the nail, bro. Like, and especially Darius Garland over a toe, bro. You can't play over a toe. Come on, man. No, I everything Moss just said was what I was basically gonna say in a nutshell, especially about Boston. Everything, like what's wrong with Boston is they stopped doing the shit that got them the lead. Like, why would you stop it if it's what got you the lead? You were going to the basket, you were getting fouled, going to the free throw line, getting dunks and layups, and then all of a sudden, you start settling for jump shots. Whether it's 3 or long 2s, you start settling, and that's basically how they lost both games. It is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And to piggyback
How
on
you feel about the
still got
other
a lot to
series?
prove. Like go ahead.
I want you to go ahead and I didn't mean to interrupt. I want you to talk about. I want Ma's other opinion too about the other series. We're gonna talk about all the series that's left right now, but we go ahead and finish. You were saying we're gonna go to Elise.
Yeah, I mean, as far as Tatum and Brown, I don't get it. Y'all been in the league long enough. Like
That part.
winning games should be like tying your shoes in the morning. You should know the process of how to win a game. The one thing I respected about Boston when they won it last year is because they didn't need Tatum and Brown to have big games. Everybody could contribute. Now they're depending too much on Tatum and Brown. And we know they're not built like that. That's it. That's all I got to say.
What you feel about OKC series and the Nuggets?
OKC and the Nuggets. Yeah, OKC kind of disappointed me with game 1 because it's kind of the same thing I was saying about Boston. They played that first half, and then everything they did in the first half, they stopped doing in the second half. Settling for last second shots as a time clock was fine, and then the fouling at the end of the game. So to give up 3s, and you ended up giving up a 3 anyway to lose it.
That make no sense.
No, just play straight up until 0, or until it's necessary, until it's close to 0 at least less than 10 seconds on the clock.
How you feel about the Warriors and the T-Wolves?
Yeah, the T-Wolves too, bro. Like, they don't have a shot blocker.
Mm-hmm.
They don't. Now, I'm not mad the Warriors won the game, but just the way the T-Wolves played kind of
Right.
disappointing. I ain't mad the Warriors won. I'm just disappointed at the way that the Timberwolves played the game. Like, they don't have a shot blocker. Why are y'all not taking it to? Why are you actually settling for 3s? You have the size, you have the interior size, and you have the ability from the wing to get to the basket anytime you want. but you
Hey,
settle for
Price,
threes.
before Leasy goes, can I give my real quick response to that series, Golden State and Minnesota?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
Okay, because I know Leasy won't get in here. I agree. Golden State doesn't have a shot blocker per se, but bro, their defense is a little bit more grittier, a little bit more
Right.
stingier than people give them credit for. They
Oh.
do a great job at helping and recovering, and they keep their man in front of them very well. And let's call a spade, bro. I mean, other than Ant Edwards, I mean, yeah, Julius can play downhill, trying to get to the basket, but he's not doing that consistently versus Draymond,
Right.
you know. And so, I mean, they're just listen. I mean, the Golden State Warriors movement was always going to be a problem for the T-Wolves because you got to stay attached. You can't make no mistakes. And let me give Buddy Hield some credit. You know, I don't care about him making or mixing shots because it's the NBA. That's going to happen. But just go watch Buddy Hield off the ball and what he's doing, bro. Like, he's fit right in. And that's a testament to Steph Curry because I can only assume that he's in there with Steph, watching Steph, learning from Steph. And it's a testament to Steph Curry as well. And I'm going to give Steph his flowers, bro, because to me, he's the best player of this generation.
Yeah.
His impact on his teammates, Steph Curry doesn't take away from his teammates, right? His presence, and Curry has a huge presence on a basketball court, but it doesn't take away from his players. His teammates can still be themselves. Here's my last point. I know Curry's going to be out for probably 2 or 3 games, which on the surface it looks bad, but if Golden State can just get one more game in these next 3 games, I feel good about it because get it to a game 6, which I think Golden State can win at home, and then game 7, I'm taking Steph versus Minnesota on the road. And so, and then too, there's a big gap between games, I think 5 and 6 from next week, Wednesday, because there's a WNBA game that got scheduled. So from Wednesday to, so I think it's from Wednesday to Sunday between games. And so Steph's going to get a pretty good break here. And so if Jimmy can just get one game, right, just get one game in the next 3, then I feel good about it, bro. But the Warriors,
That's official, Mars. That sorry to cut you off. That timeline for
got it,
Steph
bro.
Curry. That's official.
yeah.
The
Yeah,
3
that's
game.
official.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's a grade 1 hamstring, so I mean that's like
A week. Yeah.
1 to 2.
Saturday.
You wanna
Okay.
He can fuck
I
around,
totally
wake up-
agree with that. 3
wake
games.
up
We just need
tomorrow
one
and
out
be
of
ready to
those.
go.
Yeah, just win one of these next 3 games,
Right.
and you might get down 3-2. It is what it is, but you're banking on game 6 back at home, and then game 7 it's a toss up. So,
Yep.
or maybe he comes back game 5, and he just kind of just gets in the rhythm, you know. So listen,
Right.
see.
And we
But
see
I
we
got-
know Steph Curry when he
Yeah.
get injured in the playoffs and he come back. Like we know it's a different demon coming back against Portland,
Yeah.
against Nuggets. Like we know it's a demon coming back when you get rest in the playoffs.
And just real quick before Alicia goes, the reason why the Warriors have to be cautious with this is because, you know what I'm saying? Listen, the media gonna lie and say that LeBron James is the most conditioned athlete. Like they're both-faced liars. I think Steph Curry has been the most conditioned athlete in the last 10, 15 years. I mean, just look how he moves on the court and runs, and he doesn't get tired. So let me just say that. But this is a hammy. This is a hamstring. This is Curry's first time even having this type of injury. And because he runs a lot off the, I think one game, I think he ran like 2.3 miles in game 7 versus the Rockets off the ball. And so that just tells you how much he's moving around the court. So they got to gauge just the right way, T. Price. They can't rush him back. But
Yeah, they can.
that's all I
Absolutely.
got, though, bro.
Right.
Go ahead, Leezy. He might be at work or something.
What's
Go
good
ahead,
with
bro.
my people, man? How y'all doing?
What's good? What's
Good,
good?
good,
You
bro.
got the
Good
floor.
Jesus, brother.
Talk about all the series.
Salute Team Frizzle Vaughn. I ain't seen Vaughn in a minute. What's good, bro?
Chilling. Just talk about these games, enjoying the games. They for all it's worth, they've been entertaining as fuck, bro.
Yeah, I'm a piggyback off of what Vaughn was saying. Like they've been entertaining because that's what the NBA's main job is to do, is entertain. But let's just be honest, a lot of these games should just be blowouts, though. But that's not good for the viewership. That's not good for the public eye. You get what I'm saying? There's no way you blow consecutive 20-point leads at home. Like the same way you got the 20-point lead just keep doing that. Like you feel what I'm saying? It just don't make no sense why all of a sudden you stop doing what built the lead up and start chucking up threes. That's a bad brand of basketball. And you can blame it on the Warriors and whatever they've been doing the last decade and a half. But at the end of the day, every team don't have Steph Curry. That's why Steph Curry is Steph Curry. You can't
Right.
emulate and do what he does. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So they gonna have to I just want to see a good game where both teams play hard, and whatever the score is at the end of the game, I'll live with that. But I don't want to watch one team play hard for one quarter, then another team play hard for another quarter, and then this team forget how to play basketball. That's not entertaining for me to watch because I know the game. If you're playing hard every possession for the whole 48 minutes, and that's every player that gets in the ball game, you'll get an entertaining game. But if you're going out there having sloppy turnovers, taking dumb, bad shots when you're a veteran in the league and you know better, and you're not giving any effort, then guess what? You're going to get these games where it's really tricking you. You feel what I'm saying? You think you're watching an entertaining game, but I'm like, this team is not even playing how they're supposed to play. That Minnesota game, I'm happy, but bro, something inside me say, bro, they rigging this shit for the Warriors to win. And that's why I say, bro, all of these sports, the one thing that I know for sure, it's rigged up for your team to win. Whoever team wins, there's a fan base of that team. You just be happy that your team won because sports isn't the same when we was watching it back in the 80s, the 70s, the 90s, and the early 2000s where like teams really wanted, like, you know what I'm saying? They was fighting, scratching, and clawing to win. Now it's just like, oh, I'm going to let you win because it's in the cards for you to win. You know what I'm saying? That's why I was like, Joker, Giannis. Giannis ain't been back to the finals since he won that one. And I said at that time that he wasn't going to win another finals. Now, if you pair him with a Luka or a super team, then of course they're going to win. Like, I mean, because you really cheating the game at this point. You know what I'm saying? But to go through the grind of winning, bro, that's really challenging. And it's not a lot of players that can go through the grind and come out on the other side. But I think that Boston should win 2 games in New York and bring it back to Boston. I think Cleveland can get one of the 2 in Indiana, depending on their health situation. If they can get a healthy Darius Garland, DeAndre Hunter, and Evan Mobley back, then they got a shot to possibly win both of those games. But Indiana has been a really good home team all year, especially in the playoffs the last couple of seasons. And then with the OKC, I just feel like OKC is the far superior team in the whole league. I just think they don't have any weaknesses. Like, you know what I'm saying? And then as far as the Warriors in Minnesota, I just think that Minnesota clearly has an advantage in the paint, which a lot of teams have the advantage against the Warriors. I just felt like Anthony Edwards kind of settled a little bit too much. He was unstoppable driving to the rim, but his last 2 games, he's like 0 for 11 against the Lakers in the closeout game. And then what was he the other night? 1 for 9 or something like that. That's like, come on, dude. That means you're chucking up too many threes. If you want to be a great player in this league, you have to have a mixture of your game. You can't just rely on one part and think that you're going to be the best player and get to the championship like that. You got to put the pressure on defense in their weaker spots. Like, that's why I'll be like, do these players watch film, bro? Like, I'm pretty sure you have to know player tendencies in the NBA. You be around them. You play with them in AAU. You play with them in college. Now you're playing with them in the pros. It ain't too much better players can really get, to be honest. Like, there isn't no new secret moves out there. Like, you feel what I'm saying? And that's why I don't understand why these players don't compete. I measure a player off their greatness by if you take one thing away from them, then they can hit you with something else. And guess what? If you take that away from them, they'll figure out how to hit you with something else. These players don't like taking away nothing. I ain't never seen nobody get mad or physical with Kawhi Leonard. Have you even seen how he reacts to physicality or somebody talking trash to him? It's like, come on, this game is mental too. I can rest assured you, if it was Dennis Rodman on the court, he'll get in Kawhi Leonard's head. And I'm just bringing up Kawhi Leonard because this is the league now. Everything is so mild mannered. Nobody wants to get into no altercations or come to like where we finna throw blows and all of that. But that's what sports is, bro. I done made some of my best partners on the hoop court in the trenches throwing hands because of a game. And we locked in for life now. But if competition don't bring that out of you, then shit, you in the wrong business, bro, in my opinion. But that's all I got. I don't know if the Warriors use Jonathan Kuminga, if it's a steady dose of Jonathan Kuminga, Jimmy Butler, and everybody else follow around that, then the Warriors can win this game tonight. But if they think that they can rely on Pat Spencer, Quinn Pose, Podziemski, come on, bro. That lineup ain't finna win you no chip.
Yeah.
I need Jimmy Butler 35. I need Kuminga 25. I need Draymond Green 15. Pops can give me 10. Buddy Hill can give me 10. And the Warriors can win the game. That's how I feel.
Yeah, that Pat Spencer shit was pissing me off.
I mean, how you let that nigga hit a hook shot, dude? Like, what the fuck?
Like at a certain point where Minnesota started cooking them when he was on the court, I was like, "Come on, Steve Kerr, you got
right.
Like, what are you doing?"
Right.
It's clear,
And that's what I'm saying. But then they'll praise Steve Kerr and say, Steve Kerr made a wonderful adjustment. That's all they've been talking about is Pat Spencer on our local radio channel out here, bro. I'm like, y'all really think Pat Spencer is going to make a difference? Come on, bro. Stop.
But you know how Steve Kerr gets down, though, bro.
But
he used
I
players.
think he just used them. I think he left them out there a little bit too long, and it gave
Right.
Minnesota
that part
some life with him on the court that long.
Now, he is a good player, but I sat there, I was sitting and watching the game. Like, he in there too long. He getting exposed.
Yep.
Hey,
But
I know you know this. Only because I know that you know this. T. Price, where did Pat Spencer go to college, bro? I know where his brother went. Connecticut. Where did Pat Spencer go?
Man, I can't. I mean, I just had it on tip of my head, man, because I was looking him up.
Oh no, my bad. I think he went to Notre Dame. Did he go to Notre Dame or no? Because he a baseball player too. You know, he a baseball player.
Yeah,
he was supposed to go to the MLB, like Pat Connaughton. Him and Pat Connaughton like the same to me. Yeah, I don't know where Pat. Somebody fact check that.
Yeah, baseball player too.
He was a baseball player. Lacrosse.
Man, I'm just tired of. Oh yeah, I thought so because I'm tired of Fitzgerald. Just every time I watch a Warrior game, talking about this guy, Lacrosse Heisman.
Let me think in my brain. I'm in the kitchen. He played in the Big Ten. I think he went to Northwestern, if I ain't mistaken.
Yeah, Northwestern. That's where he went to.
Yeah, is that where he went? It was Northwestern.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Good. He played lacrosse there. Yep.
Lacrosse. Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
So dude never played, but he didn't play basketball at Northwestern?
Yeah, he played for 1 year. After his lacrosse was over. After he was done with lacrosse, he went back and played basketball.
Okay, cool. Fun facts.
But in game one, I don't know if you guys I'd like to hear you guys feedback on your thoughts on this. For what I saw in game one from the Timberwolves, in terms of like they bench. To me, I don't think they got creators coming off the bench. So you have to have a creator when you're playing the Warriors with their defense. And I agree with Miles that the motion offense seems to put Minnesota in a bit of a indecisive mode. So and that's Warriors game. So they're gonna have to figure that out.
And Conker, let me ask you this: who you think got better creators coming off their bench, the Warriors or Minnesota?
Well, yeah, that's the thing I was getting at. I don't think Warriors. We don't really need shot creators because our offense is motion. Guy just get to a spot and lay up or catch or pass it off. But it gets annoying too when you see guys in the paint passing out on the 3-point line. That's where that offense kind of tick me off sometimes. Like it's but that is required.
Bro. Like
what you say, man?
Tank off the bench is huge for Minnesota.
And I like Dante DiVincenzo. He was huge for the Warriors.
Yeah, hell yeah, he was, bro. Yeah, absolutely. So you posed a good question,
And the
right?
Knicks. Shit, I don't know why he don't stick on teams. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah. For me, listen, bro, it's a make or miss league. You know what I'm saying? Some of those same shots Minnesota hit in the previous series, they just make shots. If
Right.
I expect the role players to play better at home, I think we all do. And so, I mean, this wasn't like a high scoring game one. I mean, but Minnesota's offense just like it didn't catch fire until the fourth when Ant Man got more aggressive. So listen, we'll see, bro. Listen, I mean, Naj Reid, Dante, Alexander Walker,
They
and
can do what they want to on the Warriors defense, bro.
facts. Yeah, that's a fact.
But I
Oh
don't know
yeah, for
why they
sure.
just
Definitely.
didn't,
Probably
but
went
That's
they
a
Definitely.
have the
good point.
Y'all know
capability to
this?
do it though.
Call spade a
Is
spade.
Y'all know
Ant-Man
this?
nursing something?
Ace did it.
Is Ant-Man nursing something? To me, he see like when he's landing. To me, he
When a player loses, bro,
No, that's
I don't go
just
straight to injuries, bro. Nah, he
No.
just didn't get it
Right.
done.
He's
yeah,
like
that's just
Dwayne
no,
what
no,
Wade,
no,
bro. He like
because
hitting the ground.
sometimes he
earlier, like
settles
the
for
first
jump
quarter,
shot
he
too
was
much.
missing. He was missing like the layups, like easy bunnies at the rims in the first
A lot of
quarter.
guys.
That's how you know that. I don't know what he was doing, bro, but you know Ant Man is dunking everything in that rim. For him to miss a layup and then have the follow right there at the rim and miss that too, I was like, bro, dude is selling the game. It's the
Yeah,
only
it
thing
was
I can
strange
think
watching
of,
him in
bro.
the first quarter, like missing those bunnies, like right there.
Yeah.
Right
But
there. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
he made them in the fourth quarter. He start converting on them.
But it was too late. He didn't already sold the game in the first half. It was too
See,
late.
he
Yeah.
sold the game.
He was like
Yeah,
one
Hey,
Man,
play.
hey, this is how
you
I
heard me
see it, y'all.
commentating it.
That
yeah, I
first
hear
quarter,
you.
that first quarter was very interesting because
Yeah,
I heard Elysi. I heard Elysi because there was one part. If you look at that game, that first they shot better percentage from the 2-point range. And y'all
Right.
remember they didn't even make the 3-point shot. I was sitting there watching the game in my mind. I was like, why y'all just attack the basket? Because y'all getting a better percentage. They sitting there shooting, jacking up three, and Julius Randle, man, he looked like the Julius Randle of old, bro.
yeah. Fading away,
Hey,
man. You got pods on you
Sitting
and he
there
fading away.
jacking up
Come
threes
on,
for when
Julius.
you
Come on,
clearly have
Randall.
the
A lot
advantage
in
in
that
the
game,
paint.
that first game.
You got pads on him on the free throw line, bro. Fading
that's why
away.
Julius
it gets to my
Randle
point that
has
I always say
pads
though.
guarding him, bro, and Buddy Hield in the motherfucking paint, and you passing the ball. Come on, bro, that makes no sense.
No common sense.
Yeah, but those are the things that, like Mars was saying, I don't think we're seeing that tonight. Like, he's not passing that out tonight. He's going through chest to bodies
Well, he
tonight.
obviously know what kind of
Said these players
Minnesota
are
team
bigger,
gonna show up.
stronger,
You know what I'm
faster, and
saying?
all that other
So,
stuff, right? They say these dudes are.
right.
I started the show off like this, y'all. I said the word superstar. Mons, we've been talking about this for years, though. The word superstar is too big in this era. It's too overblown.
Yeah,
A
it
lot
is.
of
Yeah,
these
it
players
is.
are not. A lot of these players are not superstars.
No, they're
But then
not.
again, and let me ask y'all this question though too. We got real fellas on here, right? My boy was doing a shout out to my boy, man. He said don't shout out his tits. He said just find him on some humbug. So I am not gonna do that. But anyway, he had an interesting discussion, right? And this is what they like to do now, right? So this dude was like, well, Kobe played with Shaq. So and he and his rings don't count. And then my boy was like, how his rings don't count? So let me get this straight. So Magic Johnson played with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And and Kareem enhanced his legacy and does that nobody talk about Magic? Why is the two best players Magic that where I hear people use this comparison? They'll say MJ and Scottie Pippen are a super team. Then they say Shaq and Kobe is a super team. And then you bring up the point, and people say, well, Shaq is still ranked ahead of Kobe all the time. I'm like, how? How is a man is not ranked is ahead of Kobe? How he dominated 2000 when Kobe had 5 rings? He went to the finals 3 more times without. Shaq only went 1 time afterwards. Just 1. He don't have
And
the
that was
defensive
only because of
accolades
Dwayne
either.
Wade. So.
And he don't have the defensive accolades either of a Kobe Bryant. So what are we talking about here? Is that not hate or that real personal? Why come Kobe Bryant and MJ got to get discredited because who they play with? Y'all don't do that with no other player but them two. But again, y'all just showing y'all pure hate and y'all don't even know the true acknowledgement. And again, you wasn't there living in those times, man. Y'all wasn't there.
Yeah, they wouldn't know and understand, bro. They wouldn't know.
My
That's
boy
why
was
it's hard to
saying
have
it was so hard
conversations with
fight.
a lot of people, bro. So
Then they'd be like, well, look, Jay Reed, man. Michael Jordan never had a career. Jay Reed, man, from '09 to you can pick any year. Michael Jordan, they never taught me that. I'm like, and then my brother was like, I call him my brother. He was like, hey, man, it's like, look at Kobe, look at LeBron. They never had a season like MJ. Look at his rookie year alone. LeBron, anything that LeBron did his whole career was nothing like MJ rookie year.
Well, I mean, also
all
too,
the
keep
stats.
fellas. I mean,
Go ahead.
a lot of these people, Leezy, are easily gullible and they're easy to lie to. They don't do their own homework, bro. Ain't no way in hell you can tell me about a goddamn Michael Jordan and say he played against this and he didn't have this or he didn't do that. I mean, it's irresponsible of me to even comment on that unless I've done the
Right.
research or if I've seen
Right.
it. And so nowadays, bro, like I don't even listen, bro. I was getting my hair cut last week, and some dude, maybe like in his mid-20s, bro, was talking about everything LeBron did and like these new players, and he just dismissed MJ, bro. And you know what? I started getting to like my mode, bro, and I was like, you know what, man, you got it, bro. Like, look, nowadays, bro, like I don't even entertain that shit, man, because the
Yeah,
level.
because if you entertain it, bro, they'll shoot you over LeBron, bro. That's how these fans are, bro. Like real talk, bro.
Yeah,
It sounds crazy as hell, don't it? I'm just saying, some of these motherfuckers. I done read stories in a news article, bro, where a motherfucker had a Michael Jordan LeBron debate, and one friend killed the other friend over
What?
the debate. Bro,
yeah,
I swear on everything I love.
yeah.
I'm
So,
taking it too far. No,
yeah.
That's
I
why I just
totally,
removed
I
myself because I
totally
don't want
agree
to
with
have to hurt
that.
nobody over
Yeah,
no stupid debate, bro.
totally
the
agree
fights
with
out
that,
here.
man. Like
I see the fights out
the,
here when they said Kobe. One of my friends, I told you about a story. One of my friends' son, he came in with his Kobe gear on, and they was hooping, and then dude was looking at him was like, "Who's your who's your?" He said, "Who's your GOAT?" He said, "I don't have a GOAT." You know what I mean? But my favorite player is Kobe Bryant. And then he was like, and then the boy was like, "Man, LeBron is better." And I looked at him. I was like, "Man, y'all ain't gonna fight today, bro. Y'all gonna cut this stuff out, bro. Y'all, I was there in the hoop court, man. I was like, I got up at that seat real fast. I was like, man, you don't want to fight this young man. 'Cause I guarantee this dude wearing this Kobe Bean Bryant jersey, he's gonna beat the living snot out of you. But knowing you're just a typical rich kid, huh? Your mama gonna bail you out. Then you're gonna try to press charges on him because you're gonna get your behind kicked. Not today, man. Keep that stuff moving." But there was another time I couldn't be able to stop the fight, and he actually did get into a fight with the same dude and beat the living snot out of him.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
know how these trolls are. They don't quit. They don't stop. Oh, we
That's a
got
fact.
company. We got Underrated Darkness, the OGs of the OGs on YouTube, man. The Grinder, he got his New York stuff on. Hey, I saw Ill Will. In the comments last night, man. Tigger tried to get him to come up. Shout out to Ill Will, man. Ill Will was in the
Okay.
comments. Where Wilt's at? Wilt's, man, you missing on the milk card, man. You was in here yesterday, man.
Yeah, I just got off my live to do the Knicks, talk about the Knicks game, and I try to have people to come up, but ain't nobody come through. So I seen you. I said, let me get up here, chop it up with the brothers and stuff. But I just want to let you know, keep up the fine work, brother. You know how we do it and everything. I appreciate everything what you do, and much prayers to everybody in the chat, and your families, and much people, and the ones on the panel. In your family, much prayers to y'all. But I would say this though, that's how I respect y'all. I respect each and every one of y'all on the panel and everything. Y'all keep on growing. Keep on growing because there's a lot of victory. But that La Loser, man, I gotta say that. I gotta say La Loser. I don't care about him. I don't like him. I don't like the over 100 lost men in playoffs. I don't like him, and it's bad when you don't like a person. I don't like him.
Hey, they didn't mention today on First Take, y'all. That was the first. That shocked me.
Why?
I asked you about. They did not do a take on Jay Reed today.
Why she come out and say, "Yeah, I'm thinking about retiring," and blah, blah. She don't come out and try to control.
Only one that mentioned his name was Kendrick Perkins when he was talking about I played with so many all-stars. He started naming all-stars, then he started naming Kyrie and Bron, so you know how that go.
No,
They just set this name one time up, but they didn't have no takes about it. Thank God. But one thing I did get upset with, they didn't give OKC. I'm talking about these YouTube people too. When OKC lost that first game, I was doing all them Jokic videos, man. Where y'all videos at now, man? Y'all quiet, missing on your part.
For some reason, bro, SGA is hated, bro. Like Kobe was hated, bro. Like real time, I'm starting to realize they don't talk about SGA because you know why? SGA was a Kobe guy. The Kobe guys get no love. Jason Tatum gets no love. You know what I'm saying? They don't talk about people who fuck with Kobe like that. Kyrie Irving don't get no love. He the reason why the Mavericks even went to the finals. They say, oh, look at this, look at that. Luka straight scrub, bro. Kyrie was out there playing defense, offense. Luka was just playing one side of the ball. Now his ass can't get back because he don't have nobody else. His other co-star don't play no defense either. So
what do you think about Jason Tatum?
And Jason Tatum, in my mind, is the top 5 player in the league. But when he starts shooting them threes, he turned into the weakest player in the league because he has the advantage every night. He's 6'10", bro. Handle, can shoot, size, quickness. Don't make sense.
Point, you 6'10", have a skill like that, and me, old head, if you was, we always talk about this NBA is weak because I'm talking about the mindset now.
Right, that part.
But the mindset,
that mental.
You are 6'10", you don't want to pose. And so, I'm gonna tell you what the Knicks did last night. They said, you want to hit, you can hit it. Go ahead. But we're gonna grab that. You're gonna grab that rebound and go down there. If it's not there, we're gonna back it out. If y'all noticed that, if y'all watched the game, I didn't watch the game because I was like, I wasn't feeling. But I was watching clips of it. The Knicks was going in more than going Boston, and Boston had the hype.
Yeah.
I tell people to understand and think about it. And then when they was most of the time, a lot of people don't know when the Knicks was scoring a point, they was working on half court sets. It was not all about full court.
Hey man, we got somebody new now, homies. Right. Shout out to him, man. But we can educate you, bro. My boy E-Dog, he's 24, and he's been rocking with us this week. So he ain't on no disrespectful stuff. You want to learn and stuff like that. He posed a question. He said, and watch how many answers you get, right? He said in the 90s, right? He said, what he say? There are teams out there that chuck up a bunch of threes and don't have shooters like that. So he said, what team in the 90s was known for shooters and three-point shooting? I know we can go on and on, but go ahead.
The Phoenix
Suns.
Suns.
I take a shot at it. What?
Yeah, Phoenix Suns. That's one. Chicago Bulls was another
Houston
team.
Rockets.
You talking about teams that chuck up threes back in the day?
No, that had 3-point shooters. That 3-point shooting. Supersonics. That's another one.
Pacers.
Golden State Warriors.
Dallas Mavericks.
Dallas Mavericks. Yep.
Sacramento. Yeah. To be honest, I'm gonna keep it 100 with you. A lot of teams have 3-point shooters in the league, bro, but they didn't rely on that though.
But they didn't.
Let's give him names.
Every team is have it.
What we call a team? Let's give him names too. Dallas Mavericks. Who is the shooter?
Because in that era, you had big men that were talented.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Derek Harper.
That could get a basket anytime they wanted.
Rondo Blackman.
Yeah, the game in the 90s was
shit. They had players that could shoot threes back in the day.
Blackman. Was it Blackman? Was it Blackman?
They even had Sam
Rolando
Perkins.
Blackman.
Yep.
Yeah, he was.
Harper, Sam Perkins.
Big Smooth. Go ahead.
In the 90s, the game was inside, then
San
out.
Antonio Spurs had some shooters.
Yeah, San Antonio has some shooters. I mean, that what we're saying to you, fam.
Yeah.
Every team back then, they all had. We say this. I say this over all the time.
Oh yeah, you imagine
every team back in the day had shooters.
Yeah, you imagine
Every
those
team
teams.
has-
Imagine the Pacers with Reggie Miller and
Detlef
Chuck
Shrimp.
Person. Y'all remember
Detlef.
Chuck Person?
Chuck Person.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wesley
Detlef
Person.
Shrimp.
Mhm.
Wesley
Mullen.
Person.
Yeah.
But see,
Austin Crozier. They had players that shoot threes back in them days.
Imagine that Pacers team shooting threes like that, like now.
back in the
Like,
90s.
bro, it would be over.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
saying,
that's what I'm saying. Every basketball has always had shooters grace this game, bro. It's all about the style of play.
Yeah,
Now
that
shooting
is true.
threes is so like it's so promoted, and that's why these youngins come into the league and they don't really have no complete game. Like they can either jump out the gym or shoot threes,
Or
but they
shoot,
don't have
yeah.
no other in
No in
between
between,
Well,
anything.
big thing fingernail.
Exactly.
yeah, but see, in the 90s, right? Understand? I want y'all to understand what I'm saying. And back in the 90s, they played defense, and also all 5 positions was important.
Yes,
Mhm.
absolutely.
All 5 was important.
Every position served a purpose while you was on the court.
See, this one I'm saying, but this NBA, they always want to have guards or small forward oriented like that. We had power. We had small forwards was like all of them played an important role. And even in those teams and those plays back then, you gotta play 2 sides of the ball. There's a must
Yep.
that 2 sides. That's
Yeah,
not talked about.
it came to a point when like it was expected and it was like normal that you play defense, like it was a given. It came to that point, when it was
You don't play
expected and it was
defense,
just a
you
given.
sit on the bench.
Yeah, but basically E-Dog is like
Yeah, you don't play
3-point
defense, you
was
might
as
have a
wasn't
problem
as
in the
like
locker room after the game.
prolific or want, like I saw Bulls down in a game and Steve Kerr come hit 2 quick threes and then went back to the bench. Like 3-point specialist was used for like if we you need a bucket and such. But there were guys who look for that shot, like Reggie Miller would look for his three if he's
And
hot
you
in
know
a game.
what? When you wasn't playing no D, if you don't want to shoot, you want to play. You know what the coach did?
You're on the bench.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's what you. That's what you do.
But you got to
'Cause
look
you're the
at
one-
you gotta
you're
look
the
at
one
the
who giving up
OGs
points.
back in the day though, who was teaching this game though. Look at these coaches compared to the coaches back in the day. They were teachers of men off the court and on the court.
Also
You
they
feel what
know,
I'm saying?
and also both of them know both phases of the game, the offense and the defense.
And when the coach can't reach the player, the veteran reaches him. You ain't got no vets no more.
Yeah, no more vets. They took Carmelo away from the game because they didn't want Carmelo to impact winning. That's why.
So the game was always passed down, whether or not, like from player to player, from coach to player, it was always passed down, and the respect was always held. Like All-Star game,
Your
we play
veterans are
All-Star, it's a
players who
passion,
flop
right?
now. Those are your veterans, players who flop
Yeah, you put
and tote guns and out here trying to rob people and shit.
Massive,
Them your
Maserati.
veterans. Come on, bro.
You know what this NBA is? Yeah, do you know what this NBA is, y'all? It's full of Gerber baby food and Similac. They love the bottle. They don't love the bottle. They don't want the cup.
Yeah, they want to be pushing that
too many
stroller.
babies, bro.
Yeah,
Why ain't too
you're
many
right.
babies on the court?
They can walk, but they still want to be pushing that stroller, man. You better get your ass up and walk, bro. Like,
Better. They don't
That
even
jump might be a Cat Williams have an essay.
It's
in
like
that.
that 8-year-old that be in a stroller and they feet be dangling on the ground, and you be like, "What the hell?
yeah, you mashing up your front of your shoes,
What the
bro,
hell is he
dragging that
doing in
shit
the
on the
damn motherfucking stroller?"
scraping up
Come
the
on,
front of your shoes, dragging it. Man.
Right. But got a gold chain on, up in the stroller wearing a gold chain, dog, with feet dangling off the damn stroller. Come on, bro.
And you know what my boy said this? I just
Please
thought
stop
about
that.
this. My boy just sent me this. He was like, put this on the screen because he live on TikTok. He was like, man, he said, I know what it is. Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant put up 50, 60 balls on your favorite team and y'all didn't like it.
Yeah, E-Dog, I agree with that. E-Dog. Shooting trees should only be used if you have real shooters.
They
Yeah,
gambled
that's true.
money against them and lost.
Here you go. I'm glad that you showed that. Can I explain this to y'all? Can I explain to them, brother?
Yeah, go ahead. You got it. This is what
I'm
we
gonna
do.
tell you. See. That man, the late great Will Chamberlain. I want you to see the date. See the date very carefully. He came in the NBA 19. He could have came in the NBA early in the mid 50s, but they didn't want to play no players back then. So he with the Harlem Globetrotters. So he came in the league in 1959. Him and the late Wes Unseld, they were the only two players in NBA history had won MVP and also Rookie of the Year. So you're looking at one of them.
Damn.
Will Chamberlain won it in 59, and the late great Wes Unseld won it in 69. I just want to put it out there. But I want you to look at that. That's in the twilight of his career, y'all.
Say that again. In his what?
They start showing
Twilight. You know what this is called? You know what this is called, Cochran? This is called a quintuplet.
Yeah.
Man, yeah, you couldn't do that in the 2K game, even if you try that, bro.
Hey, this is why
Not
I'm
even
trying
in
to tell
the.
these youngsters about
You
Jokic.
can't get that stats in the
They said
game.
Jokic is so dominant in rebounds. I ain't never seen him get rebounds. Like, look how many rebounds Wilt had. 32 rebounds. And we got to think about it some too, y'all. This is why they pick and choose, you know, because underrated. This was during underrated time. Hey, underrated, tell them, how long did it take for them to start when Wilt was playing, when they start averaging rebounds, blocks, and assists as a record?
I said towards the end of the 60s. And then when they showed the stat, they didn't show really all the stats. They just pick and choose the stats. So understand at that time, they start showing it. But understand what I'm saying again. If you did that, they did the stats back then. Late great Will Chamberlain, Oscar Robertson, Elgin Baylor, and them, it would be retarded. It would be crazy. It would have been like, even like you got the late great Bill Russell. That's why I told people, look at that stat right there. That's a quintuplet. Will Chamberlain doing this already.
In college.
And this is the twilight. This is the
And not only
man.
that, tell them about. And
Yes.
this is the thing too. But no, this is why we educators, man, because we and everything like that. This man was a world class athlete. It wasn't just basketball.
World-class.
This man was,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? This man did other great sports as
He won
well
a
and played it and did it at a high
High
level.
jumper,
Yeah,
long jump.
He won a 4.4, 4.5.
I ain't even heard stories that the man played volleyball and was a beast
Yo,
at that.
Yeah.
You know he's the first person.
Volleyball.
You know
The
he's
guy
the
raised that net, bro. He blocking everything.
right. He's the first person in sports history. He's a basketball Hall of Fame and a volleyball Hall of Fame.
Well, Hall of
Only
Fame,
person.
yep. Only person. But they're gonna say
Only
Shaq
person.
is the most dominant player ever. Man, Shaq ain't
Shaq
dominant than
most
Wilt
dominant.
Chamberlain. Those are cap. That's cap. And I love Shaq, but Shaq was dominant in his era, but he wasn't no Wilt Chamberlain.
Shaq sold out, bro. They used Shaq to promote him in an era where it was no big man really during that time. Yao Ming gave Shaq fits on both ends of the court. And also, but he just couldn't stay healthy. It was other good centers, but at the time when Patrick Ewing and David Robinson and Hakeem Olajuwon was on their way out and Alonzo Mourning, they slid Shaq in and say, okay, now we can promote Shaq and use him for a good eight years. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's why Kobe was like, man, this nigga, they'll say he the best player, he's dominant, but Kobe was like, nigga, he don't work hard enough. He went to Miami that next year and looked at like a shell of himself. It was Dwayne Wade that kept them afloat. Motherfuckers ain't motherfuckers ain't gonna say that though.
And let me say this. The late great Will Chamberlain, throughout his career, he never fouled out. Never.
Dang.
Never,
Fouled out.
never.
So that means that when you play defense offense, you gotta have this. No, and see, back then in the NBA, back then it was competitive.
Yeah.
So they changed the rule because of Wilt Chamberlain, because he being in the paint. I read that in that on that stream when I did all the NBA rules. But this
Yeah,
is just
man, you get fouled and still lose the fight. Get your ass kicked. Get fouled and get your ass
in the
kicked. Bro.
comments, hey, that is true what you say. If you good, you can play any era. This is my biggest pushback of them
That's not true.
pushing these players in this era, compared to any era in the past. One key word. They play defense in every one of them eras, from a regular season all the way to the end of the season. They don't do that in this era. They don't.
Right.
Only time you start seeing 90s defenses now is in the playoffs, because we've been talking about this the last 4 or 5 years. Now all of a sudden you want to see 90s style defense. Then I always say, I was giving y'all a bone. I was like, hey, now you're going to see how these players really are. Now you can
and you're probably saying how important.
A lot of these dudes wouldn't want to play
important is
basketball in them era, bro. They'd probably choose a different career path, bro. A lot of these niggas would probably be working a 9 to 5, bro. Yeah, but nigga, I ain't playing in that era. Tripping.
So I tell people this all the time. You gonna tell about the people in the 50s and the 60s. I'm talking about they athletic at this time. They could not play right now. It would be embarrassing. It would be embarrassing. I'm talking about get them the athletic, right? Back then. And they play right now with the fundamentals, and they don't have to play those. No. I know. I see what I see. Yep. I know what I know.
Yeah. So 10 years from now, players in the league definitely could not. So if we see in this now, what we see in 10 years from now in the league, if they're doing this to defense,
you know what's going to be. I can tell you what 10 years is going to be after this, brother. You want to hear this? We might as well play and get paid because
I say that to ask the question. You think you think they'll ever go back? You think they'll go back to that's 90s style?
No, yeah. It's getting everything resets itself, bro. In this modern day, in this lifetime.
I mean, they're gonna have to do something.
They're doing it right now in the playoffs. You see how physical they're allowing the game to be already. I said that on one of my videos. They're gonna go back.
But you know what? Underrated. You know what? Underrated. I'm just about to say that. T Price, yeah. To protect him, to protect them records.
That's when the record's going. That's when, because we've been calling this out for a while, though. We've been talking about this for a while. These have been talking about this for a while. Shout out to my boy Know Your Boy, and my boy Ron Time, man. We've been talking about this forever, man. They're like, man, when JB retired, that's when everything gonna start changing. Watch, because they don't want that man record to be broke. But I'm gonna continue to say this: give Kareem back his basketball, man. Y'all hit that like button, man.
Yeah, They're slowly introducing back the zone.
And also put some respect on his career too.
That part.
Kareem.
Stop saying
something gonna have to be done, because it's.
Hey, shout out to Two Raw. That's fine. Shout out to my boy Mike. Yeah, Two Raw said it too, man. We all been knowing this, man. When this man retires, and then this is the thing, though. Like I said, though. It felt so good for watching First Take. You don't even have to hear about them bringing up what they gonna be. Man, they're not in the playoffs. You know what I mean? But the Cavaliers, I didn't like how they ended the season, because you remember they took a lot of the players was resting and everything like that or whatever, and then what happened in the playoffs? So you always want to play the best basketball towards
yeah.
And to my boy Conquering Answer, and you still resting. You resting right now. You got Donovan Mitchell out there by himself.
That's crazy. Thumbs and fingers, and man, listen to the kind of injury, bro. It's ridiculous, man.
It wasn't just Kobe Bryant, and it wasn't just Kobe Bryant. Not example. All the great players back then, if they could walk, they was playing them games, bro. They was playing.
Yeah.
Injuries.
Mobley got an ankle, man.
Patrick Ewing was playing with bad knees throughout the years.
I couldn't believe it was an ankle injury Evan Mobley had, because I see he getting up off the bench and going and dapping up guys when they're coming off a timeout. I'm like, if you can get up off the bench and walk, man, come on, you can get on the court. Steph Curry got a golf ball inside his finger, and he out there playing, bro. And you man, come on, stop it.
Hey, y'all, I'll be back. Y'all hold it down. Y'all hit that like button for me. I don't care what y'all do, but hit that like button, man.
Man, if you can, if you could stand up, get up off the bench, you like your ankle, you could play, man. You could be out there, bro. You got Donovan Mitchell battling by him lonesome, but they needed to win that game anyway. They were up 5 points with 45 seconds to go. That's crazy.
7.
How you lose that game? How do you give that up?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Hey, did y'all hear Paul Pierce, what he said the other day? A lot of people don't believe he walked to work tomorrow. He said the Celtics lose, he was walking to work. He was showing videos today that's him walking to work. That junk had me in tears, and then everybody was
Oh, then he
commenting.
walked to work.
Yeah, he said he's got to walk. He had to walk 20 miles. I don't know how far it is, what he said though, but a lot of people
20 miles. Man, he gonna be late if you don't start to work early, bro.
He sat there and said he was like the Celtics lose. He said he was gonna walk to work barefoot. That's what he said. I don't believe he was barefoot though.
That's rough for him, man. That man think he Mutabaruka out there walking barefoot. He ain't Mutabaruka. That's crazy, bro. But that Celtics is man. Show Jason Tatum waking up. That's why the Kobe Bryant talks just baffle me, because Jason Tatum, what I saw in that last possession, that was a guy who had, like, he don't have a spot on the court, he don't have a go-to move, like he don't have a seconds in the shot clock. Let me find my spot where I know this is where I can get a high percentage shot. Like the Kobe Bryant thing is baffling me on that terms, because he dribbled right into that, dribbled to the base and right into that double team. Like, I don't know where he was going with that. So, like, again, where is that go-to move? Where is that move you practice in the gym 1,000 times? Where you counting it down in the head, 3, 2 before you put up the shot. Like, I don't know about that Kobe Bryant talk.
That's what happens when you don't practice. You already hear about players of this generation not practicing.
Yeah. Your mind and body ain't together.
Yep.
Not at all. And you how long Jason Tatum in this, man? Come on, brother. Honestly, I thought he was gonna do a step back three, because I know, like, to me that's his move to me, like, which is sad within itself. Like, go-to thing is a step back three. So what's up with guys who cherish that 3-point shot as they move? Like, if I'm coach, I was putting that ball in Jaylen Brown's hand, because he's the one who gets to the rim on a regular basis. And I don't know what you think about this, Vaughn. Like, Tatum and Brown, to me, that's the only duo I see that, like, they don't play off each other. I don't ever see, like, they set a pick and roll for each other, or the other is showing an alley hoop for the other one.
Yeah, I can see
Like,
that.
I'd imagine if you watch a Jason Tatum highlight reel, you won't see a lot of Jaylen Brown assists. You know?
Right. To each
Like
other, vice versa.
Yeah. I as a duo, you need that as a duo. Like, whether it's on the defensive side, we on the offense, we play off each other. Like, their duo don't play off each other.
Hey, you just said something very interesting though, bro. Like, you really what you did, and Vaughn, like, we ain't never seen this though. Cause Vaughn, me and Vaughn, a lot of people, we've been saying on this channel, they do play the same position. No, they don't. Well, they both wings, but
yeah, I mean, positionless basketball, right?
To me, I think he's a shooting guard. I think Jaylen Brown can play the 2 or the 3. And I don't look at Tatum as a 4. I look at him as a 3. He can play the 4, but is in this modern day era, but I ain't never seen them play pick and roll basketball with one another. You think you know what I'm saying? That's what it comes down to. Another thing that's missing, real coaching, real point. I never.
Yeah.
Another thing,
Mm.
point guard play. They got rid of the point guards. Look at all these bad possessions. A real point guard will put these guys in a better position to actually
That
get
is
quality
true.
shots.
That
We
is true.
don't
We
have
saw
that.
how much Orlando Magic missed their point guard. Like that is true. Point guard plays important.
But they don't have point guards in this. You only got
Mm.
these guards in this era are shooting guards that happens to play the point guard. Just because you dribbling the ball, initiating offense, don't make you a point guard.
Mm. When did it happen? When did that shift? I don't know, Vaughn, you might have a better. When did that shift, that paradigm shift? Like, did they ask the point guard to just shoot a little bit more, and then he just got happy? He just went crazy, or there was a point guard who was drafted who was just a great shooter too, and then
Steph Curry.
mm.
Steph Curry, that's a good example.
I mean, not
But I was gonna
not
say
saying
also,
that it's Steph
So,
Curry's fault, but that's what
okay.
happened.
So you
Steph
think that's when
Curry
the paradigm shift when
finally
Steph
won the
Curry was
championship.
successful with it? Mm.
Yeah, when him and
All right.
Clay won their first championship, the game started moving towards that shit.
mhm.
Yeah, let the point guard, like, yeah, your point guard have to be
And
shooting,
this is the
taking
thing about it
majority
too.
of the
But
shots.
but the
Hmm.
thing is, you can't force nobody to be what they're not.
Exactly.
Like
And that is not
those
really the
dudes was
essence of the
what they
game
were
too.
in college. Like we saw Steph doing it in college. Like bro, I used to say when we was watching Steph in college, I would say this shit around my homeboys, and they used to look at me crazy. I was like, that nigga's gonna destroy the league. This nigga gonna get to the league and be a star because he's killing the All Americans that you hype up now.
Hmm.
hmm
At
Yeah,
at
at
damn
least like amongst his
what was it?
competition, he's gonna kill. Yeah, you're right.
Davidson.
Yeah, he almost put up my Jayhawk. My Jayhawks was messing around, playing around. And let
Yep.
Steph get hot. That's the year they won the championship, but they won his first. But yeah, I've been seeing Steph.
Oh, so that the team
It's
who
just
who,
like
who beat him? It was the team who won the chip who knocked him out.
Yeah, Kansas.
yeah,
It was one
Kansas.
year it was
Kansas.
Kansas. I forgot who. I mean, Steph had two nice NCAA runs to the damn Sweet
Yeah,
16.
yeah. The year
Like two
before,
of them, killing the killing household names, nigga.
household name. Those are facts. He did it back to
Killing
back
the
years at
household
that.
names
I
of
didn't
the
know he did it
time.
back to back. I know about the last year.
Yeah,
I didn't know he did it back to back. All
and
right.
you're talking to some
Yeah.
college
And
basketball
and
heads.
how
Come
did
on.
why did Minnesota pass up? Wait a minute. So what was the why was he not?
Because
Why was
Johnny
two
Flint
guard?
went to a college with a bigger name.
Mm-hmm. Davidson is
Uh,
it's a small D1 school.
But Steph Curry got pedigree, nigga, and we've been watching Steph Curry since he was a baby,
Mm-hmm. I used to
shooting
see Steph
around
Curry.
on the
I used to
NBA
see
court.
Steph Court, yep, by his dad getting interviewed by the Charlotte Hornets. We
Yeah,
used to see him and his brother be sitting there shooting right when they used to be on TBS. When they played on
hmm.
TBS, they played against, or they played
the
on
pregame shows.
Chicago
If Charlotte
pregame
was playing
shows.
pregame, you would see
Mhm.
Steph and Seth shooting
Talking
around on
Yeah.
the
about
court.
talking about small college. I don't know. This is you T-Price College yet. Who was that first like non-college name that had a player who was like who like they put that college on the map like before Steph Curry? Who was that player that put the college on the map? That who was
I
it?
could give you a great one. CJ McCollum.
McCollum,
He went to
CJ
Lehigh.
McCollum with High Point when they beat Duke. Yep.
He went to Lehigh.
Lehigh.
Yep, went to Lehigh.
Oh,
Yeah,
Lehigh.
you get
Lehigh. My bad. I said High
the
Point.
Lehigh beat
Lehigh.
out
Yeah,
Duke. They beat Duke in the
they
tournament.
beat Duke. Yeah.
Damn.
They, it's,
CJ
that's how
McCollum was
CJ
killing that.
McCollum ended up getting drafted. That's how you make your name in the
Lehigh
NCAA.
been
Was that
around since. What
Kyrie's
did
Duke team
Lehigh
too?
do since?
I mean, they made
Was
it.
that
They made it.
Kyrie's
They
Duke
made it.
team that they beat?
I think so. Cause you remember Kyrie only played like 10 games
But
that
he
year.
came back and played in the tournament game.
He sure did. I forgot about that.
Oh dang, and they lost.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kyrie, you
Yeah,
can't just
Kyrie
come
had
back
missed
and
like
play,
he
man. You
played
gotta
like
play
the
the
first
season,
11
Kyrie. You
games. He
can't
got
just come back and
injured,
just play like that.
and then
Oh, you
he
got
missed the
injured.
rest of the season all the way up
Dang.
until their first tournament game. And yeah, they lost to Lehigh. They lost to CJ McCollum. CJ was toasting them boys.
By that time, CJ McCollum was on fire by that time.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, CJ was well
See,
polished, man. He
Yeah,
had it all.
he
He
just
had a
had a
mid
nice game.
range.
Hell yeah.
He know how to tap the basket. He always been a great free throw shooter.
Mm-hmm.
Dame Leonard was another one. If you want to go small school, you
Yeah,
want to go
Dame
to another
Lillard.
small school, I give you one right now. John
But
Morant,
Weber State,
Murray State.
but
Weber
Dame
State
Lillard,
was on the
who
map
Dame
before
Lillard
Dame
went.
Lillard. I would say Weber State was on the map before Dame Lillard. You just had to be up late enough to watch their games.
Yeah,
Weber State.
Yeah, Weber
Yeah.
State always been a part of the map. You're right about that, but that's I'm just
Yeah,
giving them
you
a
just had to
sample of
stay
a
up late
player.
enough to watch their games. ESPN, you show their games late. Weber State versus
Mhm.
Nevada State.
They conference, yeah.
Hell
It's just
yeah.
so
That's
many.
because of their location, Vaughn, or just
Yeah,
because
just
the
because the
conference
West
they're
Coast,
in.
yeah, it's a West Coast school.
Oh, the
Chicago
location.
It's a West Coast school,
When
yep.
you
And
think about
then
it, like midnight is like what? Well, 10
That's
o'clock
crazy
is like
work, man.
8 o'clock there for me. Or on the
Oh,
East Coast, what? Midnight is
like
9
if it's
o'clock.
midnight, if it's midnight over there in the East Coast, it's 9
It's 9
o'clock here.
Yeah. So you have
And
a
it's
damn,
game
right
that's
that
a
now.
starts at
difference.
9.
That's a lot, right? 3 hours is damn.
Hey,
Yeah.
Cochran, I've been living out here 8 years, and and my older sister and I used to hear her friends say this to their friends, that's from the West Coast. I used to hear the saying all the time from older people to the West Coast people are so spoiled. I'm like, what do they mean by that? So then I've been living out here and everything. Look, football games come on at 11 o'clock.
Yeah, for real. Sometimes 10 o'clock, bro. Like,
No. It come on at 10. It come on at 10 o'clock here. It come on 10 o'clock in the morning out here. 10 o'clock in the morning. 10. Sunday night football come
yeah,
on at 4 by between 4:30, 4:20 and this right out there out here. You know what I mean? And I see, that's why living out here, I lived in Washington State. I've been to Cali. You know what I mean? And I'm currently residing in Oregon. Man, people out here are spoiled rotten, bro.
that Sunday morning, wake up and football up,
Yeah, I
breakfast
remember that's how
football.
it
Yeah,
used to be when I lived out there. Because I
that's
lived in
dope. That
Washington. I
for
remember how
real.
that used to be. There was always something on TV to watch, man.
Mm-hmm. Now, but you can even if you miss the game live, right?
Yep.
They on TNT they show the remit, they show the replay of it at like 12 o'clock in the morning. You see the replay. I'm like, whoa! As soon as how inside the NBA, after every inside the NBA, guess what you're going to see? Both of the games from earlier. Yeah, that's why it's just like, man, compared to seeing it in the man, I'm telling you, people out here are so spoiled and they are so rotten out here because, man, you ain't gonna know until you live out here, man. If you live out here, been out here, then you know what I'm talking about. Poor people out here are spoiled, man, for real. Salute, Tony. Yeah, that's not only that. Yeah, Kobe and Mike and shout out to Ray Ray. Ray Ray was another one. T-Mac. We seen them combo guards, and that's why you see a lot of these guards, like Steph, they've been growing. They've been like he been around the game and all that. They acting like scoring guards was a part of the game. Every era has scoring point guards. Mark Price was a scoring point guard.
Right. Isaiah Thomas.
Isaiah Thomas was another one, and my boy Tim Hardaway.
Tim Hardaway, yeah, man. I watched a game recently with Tim Hardaway. It was New York, Miami. Man, Tim Hardaway was pulling up. Man, he was pulling up from deep. Yo, when Tim Hardaway, man, I was impressed by his play, bro. Tim Hardaway have it all, bro. And they were scared of him, man.
Logo.
They were.
First person I ever seen pull for the logo was Dan Marley. Dan Marley was the first person I seen that pull from half
Like,
court.
can you imagine
Yeah, he's a
the way
shotter.
they shoot
Damian Lillard is
now?
a shotter.
And
He's a
They're
shotter.
giving Dan Marley 15 threes a game, bro.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. We be talking about this. We say this all the time. Like, dude, there's so many great players that they don't even know about.
Man, how you think them dudes feeling right now watching the game, bro?
Chuck
Dan
Person,
Marley
I'll give you a
15
short list.
threes, nigga. Like, this,
I'm gonna give you a
stupid.
I'm gonna give you a short list. I'm gonna give you a short list of mine off the head. That my boy Dana Barrows.
Yeah.
That Dana Barrows shoot 15. That my boy the rifleman Chuck Person, or
Dale
even that
Ellis.
Resi Person, Dale Ellis, Ricky Pierce.
Yeah. With the quick
there's
release.
so many great players.
Tillman.
Lamont Murray, Tracy Murray.
Lamont Murray could shoot the three.
Tracy Murray was another dude. It's that Reggie Miller.
Yeah.
Well, I
Reggie
mean,
Miller,
you
Chris
ain't gotta.
Mullen, Chris Mullen.
Mullen. And look, and a lot of people don't say, hey, I want to see Stephen Wardell Curry go against the Southpaw. Cause I want him to go against Mitch Richmond in a 3-point con. I'm not Rich Richmond. Rich Richmond was another one that could shoot. Let him shoot 10 3 balls a game. There's so many
If
great
I could
players.
pick one to go against Steph, it would be Chris Mullen. No,
me too.
Actually, Craig Hodges.
Craig Hodges.
Yeah, Craig Hodges was another one. And you know what? To these dudes,
Even his coach, Steve Kerr. Even Steve Kerr.
Even them dudes don't be on TikTok. Like, y'all dudes don't
just
even
for a 3-point contest, not like
y'all dudes are so disingenuous. Y'all want to say Craig Hodges was not a great player.
Craig Hodges, yeah.
Y'all wasn't even around in those days. Craig Hodges. Hey, I got another one.
Didn't he win back-to-back 3-point? Didn't he win back-to-back 3-point? Yeah, awesome.
For the longest, he had.
I got another one
for round points. Until Steph broke it.
I got another one. That Trent Tucker shoot 10 3-pointers a game.
Oh my goodness, hell yeah!
People don't even know who Trent Tucker is. There's so many great shooters. I'm just naming. They can mess with Steph if they was able to get, but the game wasn't like that back then.
Yeah,
it wasn't. That Jeff Hornacek shoot 10 3-pointers a game.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That Jazz had some shooters on it.
Every era, man, and another player switched Argonite, Deadly Shrimp. He was nice.
Mullins and Marley, because they were players who had handle that could shoot it.
Yes. Oh, Drazen Petrovic, the late great Drazen
Petrovic, yeah.
And he's another one. Let him shoot 10 3-pointers game. I tell you, I guarantee you be up there.
Shots down, hell yeah.
Yeah, and he played defense too. This is another thing we keep mentioning with these players. It wasn't one side of the ball. You had so many great players back then that they couldn't even make a defensive team, but they were still respected by their peers.
Mm-hmm. You could go later down too. Even dudes like Terry Porter. You could let Terry Porter shoot trees. I mean,
a lot of people forget how cold Terry Porter was.
He didn't take a lot, but when he did take,
he
usually made them.
Yeah, Terry Porter was a good player though. Shout out to Terry.
Yeah, Terry Porter was a good player, man.
Damon Stoudemire.
Ooh, that was
Arizona connection.
I like Damon Stoudemire's game.
Damon was
even Curry father himself, Del Curry. Let Del Curry take trees like that. I mean,
man, it's so many great shooters that's why we keep, like people like
Like
us.
Conquer, if you look at the way Steph shoots, that's Del Curry. That's how his dad shot. His shot.
Yeah, that quick release. That push, quick release.
Steph can go from a handle into the shot with like nothing. That's what makes him dangerous.
Yeah.
He can go from his handle into that shot like it's nothing.
Man, that shot where he shot over I think it's Brooks, where he had the ball above his chest and just like raise up, no bounce, nothing. It was Green, Jalen Green. Dylan Brooks would not have allowed him to take that shot. Dylan Brooks would not have me having that. But man, his release is quick, unexpected. Like I keep saying, like Steph Curry is is the Michael Jordan today in terms of like the draw,
Fundamentals.
the crowd and the draw. Like
Yeah. And
Steph
his
Curry
fundamentals.
is the player, man.
And he's saying the big word. He's saying
Yeah.
the biggest word out of them all. The fundamentals. He has the
Yeah.
Like
fundamentals.
the fun, and not like he's doing Jordan's fundamentals. I'm talking about
Right.
the attention to
the
detail,
basic, right?
the
Yeah.
attention to detail of your fundamentals.
The things that they
Like
teach you
what you do
in camp.
best, make sure you are fundamentally sound at that. Your fundamentals are sound at that.
This is how I knew Steph was getting better though too. Even though he ain't never won a defensive, he ain't never been on the defensive team. He got in that weight room.
Yep.
He got bigger, got stronger.
Got stronger. Yep.
You know, and did not, and then to get strong, get 9 pounds in one day allegedly, kind of thing.
Oh,
like
damn.
somebody else we know.
Yeah,
Yeah, somebody that we know.
yeah.
Somebody we know gained 9 pounds in a basketball game. How's that even possible?
Steph put on that hoodie and jump out that car and went in the office. Yeah.
And I've been saying this, man. Steph is a better player in this generation. You know what the fanboys gonna say? Oh, he don't have the MVPs, and man, all that stuff is biased. These people, and look, these people
Man, the
telling
record
themselves
show it,
they
bro.
show
The
they
fact
show
that
they show
everybody
you
is
the
trying to
hand who
copy
that
his
is.
like his style of play is
And they love
most
stats.
evident is the most evident case for why he is the best player
Yeah.
of this generation.
And he don't even
Right.
go to the free throw line nowhere near as any of the great players I ever had
Right.
either. Let that sink in. You know that man be getting smacked around
Hmm.
everything. But they get, hey, we gonna still put it in their face. And this is another thing too, fanboys. Y'all always want to sit there and recognize stats that's convenient for y'all, but you can't change the fact Steph Curry is 3-1 against your favorite player in the finals to win for all of it, for the gusto. That accounts for something. It
Oh,
does.
for sure.
I
Yeah, it does.
don't
Of course
care.
it does.
I do not care.
For
I do
us who
not
know the
care.
game of basketball, that brings the most weight.
That's-
And yeah, the
Yes.
players will tell you that. To the players,
The
they'll
player-
know.
If you
Copper,
playing
the players-
spades,
those who played will tell you the same thing. Yes.
if he
Yeah.
was playing spades, that's the trump card. He trumps
Yeah, they'll tell you,
everything.
I'll give up my MVPs. I'll give up all of them things for champion for a trip.
But you
Like,
know what's
Yep.
crazy now though? You know what's
For me
crazy
being
now? I heard
able
this
to
dude say
argue
this.
that I got me one.
yeah,
I
just
got-
for
This is
that.
when the disrespect. This is when the disrespect to start getting real, right? This dude gonna sit there and say Steph Curry is better than Kobe Bryant. I'm like, dude, whoa. You was going good, but dude, no.
Yeah,
No. There's no way,
but
shape, form,
that
fashion
mean
that he's better
that-
than the
that is-
Bryant. Because he really is a shooting guard. If y'all think about it, he is not a point guard. Steph is a shooting guard. When has Steph ever led the league in assists? I'll wait.
man, who watch Steph? The youth, man. That man play with the ball out of his hand more than any other star player in the league.
That's
Like,
why he's
Steph
not
ain't
a
giving
point guard to
assists.
me.
Steph ain't
He
giving
didn't lead the
assists.
league in
Like,
Right.
assists at any time. I thought
He ain't never led the league in assists.
he did.
No.
Get it once.
He might. If
And-
I
and-
if I-
and-
if
and
I
you know what's
remember
crazy
right,
about
I
that
might
T
give him
Price?
one.
that
If
is
I
not
think
even
about it,
right.
Vaughn, you might be right. I think he did it one time. I think only once, but then again, Jay Reed did it too. But
Same
they
amount
tried
like
to make him
LeBron.
the best,
Same amount like
best player
LeBron.
of all
Yeah.
time.
Same amount
Yeah,
like
they could do Jay
LeBron.
Reed.
Just once.
Nah, man,
How many times LeBron leading assists
I don't
or
say his
scoring
first name.
title?
I call him
How in
Jay
the hell
Reed.
How in the hell you get the most points in history of the game and you ain't got multiple scoring titles? Like, man, get out of here.
That's why I laugh. That's why I laugh when they say he's better than Kobe. I'd be like, man. And there's a couple homies that from lines in basketball community. They really believe that he is better than Kobe. I never got off the drugs and say that dumb behind
Oh,
stuff.
damn.
'Cause that's just my opinion. And I ain't
True.
calling my brothers out saying they on drugs either. I'm just saying I'm not hallucinating, taking no drug to make me think that Jay Reed is a better player. He's not better than Dr. J. He's not better than Larry Bird. There's so many players I can name that he ain't better than.
Yeah, I don't even know what that mean. Like better than. I don't even
He's not the
know
best small forward ever. He's
what
not.
to.
There's no.
Hmm.
How can a person who cheated the game be have more trades than anybody in NBA history? Have more help from the referees. All your team that you always play for since you've been in the league. This is before you went to Miami. Go look at all the free throws. I'm telling you, Cleveland always every team. LeBron James, Jay Reed. See now you got. Hey, don't say LeBron. Just say Jay Reed, man, on this channel, man. Jay Reed, because you can't trust nobody that got two first names, man. That is
Yeah,
so true,
bro.
man.
Well, that's where it starts for me. If I can sit down for 40
Hmm.
minutes and just line out your flaws, that to me within itself is an issue. Like like
And Steph goes
I
through his
if
mini.
I can sit
Steph
and
got a
watch 10
mini too. That's
minutes
fact.
of you flopping, compilation of 10 minutes of you flopping on the court,
Okay,
like man,
correction.
that
Yeah,
didn't help in your case.
Steph never
And
won
look at
it.
LeBron. Majority of his shots, Jay Reed shots is uncontested. Ain't nobody, man. They daring this man still to shoot like the Spurs did in the finals, man. Cut it out. They still let this man shoot wide open. Ain't nobody contest.
Man,
So how
right?
much
Everybody
respect?
hits a
So
shot
how
every
much
now and then.
respect? How
It's the
much
league. You
respect?
play 82 games.
Man,
Of
these
course, you're
dudes
gonna
don't
hit
even
some
respect this
shots.
guy, man. I know I don't, man. It's Steph Curry's league, bro. Okay, everybody try to be like Steph. Me and Von Ben said that Boston Celtics. I started off the show like this. You is not no, you're no Steph Curry.
I
You
mean,
are no Klay
he
Thompson.
draws the bigger audience, and the game has moved towards the style he plays.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and he draws it because, like I said earlier, he get that MJ effect where he's gonna do something that gonna make you say, "Man, I have to watch this guy the next time he
Right.
play. I gotta make sure I watch him because, man, he's the only player to me that ever give me that feeling since MJ. That wow, like yo, you just see that? Like like
Hey, that's something
every
to think
game
about,
on a
Nate. Let me ask
continuous
my boy
basis.
this. Let me ask my
Like
boy this. My boy Nate said T. Price, J. Reed would not have no rings if he stayed in Cleveland for his entire career. I believe that too. Because the reason why I believe that he won't have no titles, because because he had chances to prove that he could win one. But then they're gonna call that same team that he took to the finals, call them a bunch of trash players. But you look at all the big games in that playoff run, it had majority of them had nothing to do with Jay Reed.
yeah, there's a good argument. Yeah, there's a good argument for that point because they would not have got
Boogie
that
Gibson was
lottery.
shooting
So
threes.
Kyrie Irving wasn't coming there. Derrick Rose would have, Dwayne Wade would have stayed in Miami. Bosh would have stayed in Toronto. Yeah, that's a great point. He probably might not come out of the East. But yeah,
Hey, he better.
that's a great
Only
point.
reason why Miami went to 4 in a row because D Rose got hurt. If D Rose didn't get hurt, the Bull.
And he
Hey,
had the rest stars on his team. He had the next best thing in the
Hey,
East with him.
Vaughn can tell you
Crazy.
this because that's his team. Vaughn can tell you this at that time. Hey, Vaughn, tell him even Chalmers is about the best person that can guard D Rose, but he know that D Rose was that dude. Man,
Yeah.
hey, they didn't have nobody that could stop that. You saw me, y'all remember that when you played him in that series and he
They
dunked
had
on
to
Joel
play
and
when they
Joel
played
Anthony?
when they played
Man.
Chicago. They played like a matchup zone with LeBron at the top.
Mm-hmm.
D Wade and Chalmers were on the wing, so you basically leading Derrick Rose into a trap or a triple team anytime he tries to drive to the basket. And a lot of times he still was successful.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's crazy about that. He was still getting to the rim, getting his shots, scoring on them. You seen the dunk on what was the dude, Joel Anthony?
Yep. I just missed those days, bro. I felt I was like D Rose was coming. I was telling my
D-Rose
boy, I was like,
just
man, we beat
Chicago.
him.
They rushed the process. That's the one thing that pissed me off about Derrick Rose's era. They rushed the process by not allowing the team to build up to get.
They
Derrick
even rushed the
Rose around
process and
Derrick
rushing
Rose.
him back too.
They
Like
put too much. They put too much of the weight on Derrick Rose's shoulder. he's a point guard. Regardless of his athletic ability, he's got the body of a point guard.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, you're right. He's still a point guard.
They better be glad that man struck gold and they struck gold and was glad that. And a lot of people wasn't happy, but in a lot of people's mind, I better be blessed and fortunate that man got injured because that Bulls team was coming because they had nobody to stop D Rose, bro. I'm telling you that man. And I with you, Vaughn. I felt like they rushed. Look at all these teams. Look what good player DiVincenzo is. This man won national championships at Villanova, and this man been passed around so many times in the NBA already. Ain't no way a player like that you need on your team. Every time I see that commercial on TV, I start laughing, man.
DiVincenzo, that Villanova,
that jump be having me in tears, man. That jump funny. Cause look, they still playing. All of them still playing too. That's crazy about it.
Yeah,
at least they showing commercials. Everybody playing.
Expendable. You know, he hasn't been like a all-star caliber player. So
yeah. When you in that lane of like a good draft, a good
of an all-star, but he hasn't made an all-star team.
Yeah, I hope he don't end up in that role that role of like just a complimentary to a trade package. Like hope he don't end up like Daniel Gallinari. That dude, man. Same thing with that dude, bro. Like just a good
was
player.
Nice, when he first started playing with the Nuggets, man, me and my boys was like, man, that dude can play, man. Like that dude, he had a shot, but then again,
Gallinari with a mohawk.
He gave it. I respected Gallinari because he gave it all he can, though. You know what I'm saying? Like players like that, I do respect, but it's unfortunate when you get injuries, man. You just don't become the same player. So look how the Nuggets when they had what's that dude they had Fareed, Kenneth Fareed. They had the energy. Yeah,
Money Mount.
Didn't have my boy Ty Lawson for North Carolina. Them boys was official back then, bro. Like the Nuggets always had a good team. I remember back in the 80s with Alice English and Fat Lever and Dan Issel and Kiki Vandeweghe.
Yeah.
I told you, Cock, when I used to live in Kansas, I used to watch Nuggets basketball on Fox Sports Network. That was back in the 90s.
Wow.
That's where Chauncey Billups from, Denver, Colorado. He went to University of Colorado.
Man. Every time you bring him
Chauncey,
up,
all right. Shout out Chauncey.
And him in high school, bro.
Yeah, my brother, matter of fact, because Kansas and Colorado, the best players of Colorado play against the best players of Kansas.
He could have went straight to the NBA if he wanted to. I think that's what he should have done, actually. But he wanted to go play for Colorado for the state.
Chauncey Billups?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was that good in high school. Like you could tell he was an NBA player when he was in high school. Like Kevin Garnett, guys I've seen in high school, Kevin Garnett, AI, even though we thought just AI was just a hell of an athlete anyway. If he was a track and field athlete, he probably would have won gold medals.
Oh wow.
And especially if AI would have been even more better if he was a gym rat.
Yeah.
That would have been that's the scariest part of it.
If AI was out here, if he would have been in track and field, he probably would have won some gold medals in something.
Yeah, a lot of people forget he was a football player too, quarterback.
He was in high school.
I was watching. I got that video when Kobe was just like, "Hey, my cousin betted me. See how many times you gonna fall on the floor tonight."
Matter of fact, that's who I've been meaning to talk to you about. My boy, Paolo Banchero. His game. I just seen who his game reminds me of. Glenn
Robinson, big dog.
Yes.
Big dog.
Yes.
I can see that.
Like the way he runs the court, everything, his moves, his counters, everything. That's Big Dog Robinson, bro.
Only
Mm.
thing he needed, only thing he needs though, because that's one big dog had though. He had that mid range at his
Yeah,
disposal.
He has it. He has
that
it.
pull
He
up,
has
Yeah,
it. He has
Paulo.
all of that.
that pull
Yeah,
up mid,
Paulo
that,
has
that
Boston,
all
yeah,
of
that
that.
pull up mid range. Big
Boston's
dog had
depth,
that pull up mid range. Oh, wow.
Boston's depth beat Orlando when they beat Orlando. They just had too many bodies.
They put
Yeah.
Snugs, man. They missed their point guard. I believe they missed their point guard. If they had their point
Jalen
guard,
Suggs.
Snugs, who
Yeah,
set it up
they
too,
missed
and plus he
what's his
played defense.
Wagner, the big brother, Mo Wagner. He wasn't there.
Real Mo Wagner. Yeah.
So
Mortice
yeah,
Wagner.
they were missing two key guards in that series, or two key players in that series for Orlando that could have helped them a lot against Boston.
Hey, that's a name right there, Roy Wilson. That's a name right there. Chris Jackson, aka
Man,
Abdul,
Chris
right? That's the
Jackson was
name
different.
right there.
Mamu was different. Hey, I know y'all.
Oof.
Hey,
Yeah, original
Steph,
Steph Curry. Yeah,
Steph was no Mamu,
yeah.
bro. I'm just gonna keep it a buck with you, man.
But you
Yeah,
got
he
to
Steph was
give.
no Mamu.
I
But the
used to get
comparisons,
MJ the
I do get
business,
it.
Can y'all
boy.
hear me? Y'all still hear me?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
can hear you.
Oh, okay, I just want to make sure.
Yes, but Steph,
think
I see the
think about this.
comparisons. I
Look
see the
who
comparisons though.
that's probably who Steph was patterning his game after, because that's who was killing when Steph was younger.
That
Yep.
is true.
Was
Yeah, if
never
if I
know that.
was if I was small and like I'll be watching, cause like I'm not going down and say I get my shot. Man, my mood game was it looked different at that time. Like
Because I
nobody
never forget
wanted
that
nothing
game.
with it, and he
I
was
never forget that
fearless too,
game
bro.
when they was in the NCAA tournament. It was triple threat.
I'm
Triple
about to say,
threat,
go back
man.
to the shit. We talking about Mahmoud Raouf. Go back to the Chris Jackson day. Yeah, high school, the All American game.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
The high
All
school All
right,
American game.
Right.
His time at LSU.
You. Yep.
Yeah, Chris Jackson
When I
was
think
stupid,
about
bro.
when they went against triple threat with Brian Oliver, Kenny Anderson, and Dennis Scott in
Yeah,
the NCAA tournament. Was that the year UNLV won it?
yeah, yep,
Yep. They ended up
yeah.
blowing out Duke and then losing it the next year, undefeated, but he allegedly.
Yeah, that was the year, because it was. I think UNLV beat Georgia Tech, didn't they? UNLV knocked Georgia Tech out. I believe so. I don't know. I can't remember.
They beat Georgia Tech that year
Yeah,
on that run.
but that Georgia Tech team, oh my goodness, Lethal
Oh,
Weapon 3.
yeah, they was nice.
Lethal Weapon
Hey,
3.
let my
was
boy
stupid,
Dennis Scott,
man.
let 3D,
Man, people forget
shoot
Dennis
10
Scott
3-pointers.
had game. I don't know. They turned him into a spot up shooter in the NBA.
Facts. Because he was a
Dennis Scott
McDonald's
can fucking
All-American.
play.
Now people look him up. Dennis Scott used to be able to do it all.
Yeah.
Then they made him a spot up shooter. I ain't like, man, what they doing?
Yeah,
That's
they
the
made him.
Dennis Scott I'm used to seeing.
What that was about. Yeah, that Lethal Weapon 3, they was nice. What's the other guy? Brian? Was it Brian Oliver? That was his name?
Oh, yeah, Brian Oliver. Yeah, Brian Oliver. Yep. Triple threat with Brian Oliver and
that team playing in college basketball today, the way they shoot the
oh
three.
man.
My goodness.
Hey, not even that. Not even that. I give you a good one too. We're gonna go way back on this. That the old UMass team with Edgar Padilla and Luis Travieso
No,
with Marcus Camby.
Kentucky, Rick Pitino's Kentucky teams. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
Rick
Yes.
Pitino's Kentucky teams. Imagine
Oh, yeah,
them
when they
playing
have
today in
Ron
this era of
Mercer.
college basketball.
Oh my gosh, it would have been crazy.
It wouldn't be fair.
It would be unfair. It wouldn't be fair, bro. It would.
It wouldn't be fair.
Those are facts. It wouldn't even be fair. Like all them teams back then, bro. All them good old teams. It's just what's that team? I forgot that year where Kansas went. They went 35-3, and then that team was well built. and everybody thought, man, that's why I say about Kansas. Kansas should be up there with UCLA, up there with the most national championships in history, but they don't.
Yeah.
They only got 4, no, they got what? They got 5 now. 'Cause I remember seeing 3.
I think it's 4 or
Danny.
5. Yeah.
I remember seeing Danny Manning.
Mhm.
I remember the 08. And then the year that Mike Krzyzewski retired, they won it that year.
Yeah.
So you won 3, and it's crazy. Boy
Was it
Williams
3?
didn't win no.
Because I know.
Boy Williams.
Nah.
No. You know we can fact check things nowadays. We got
Yeah,
the
'cause I thought
internet.
what's his name got 2.
Bill Self
Self.
got 2.
Yeah, I thought he
Bill
got
Self
2
got
himself.
2.
Yeah.
Yeah, he won in 08 and 2022.
22. Okay.
Cause you remember, it was Baylor, then it was Kansas. Cause remember we said it on here.
Yeah,
that
Kansas
Kansas
and
had the
then
hard bracket.
first
It was
year
like
Baylor won it the next. Yeah.
it's like whoever's gonna come up this bracket was gonna win it. That's when
Yeah.
UConn won the first championship. Then it went back to back.
Yeah.
Which UConn team you was a fan of? The first run or the second one?
The most recent team?
Yeah, the most recent ones.
The first year.
Oh man, they first one, they was crazy, bro.
With Jordan Hawkins. Shit.
Yes, them boys, man. It was unfair how good the boys was, bro.
Yeah. And they blossomed late.
Mm-hmm.
Which is what was crazy about that. They blossomed late. But once they blossomed, you knew it was gonna be tough beating them because of what they had. You know, if you try to cut off the inside, Jordan Hawkins can light you up on the outside. Yeah, they just had they had everything moving like a well-oiled machine by the NCAA tournament.
Sure, you're right.
But yeah, I thought you was gonna ask me my favorite team, my favorite UConn team all time.
Yeah, favorite one. Yeah,
go back
favorite
to,
one. Go ahead. Hey, I'm gonna take a break,
Tate
right? I gotta make a
George
phone
and
call. Go ahead. Oh, you talking about Tate George? Oh my
Yeah.
god. You talking about our childhood right there? Yeah, that team. Donyell Marshall?
Not the light skin one.
Yeah, but the one that played for the Warriors that had the
3-point shooter.
Yeah, the one that had the records for threes.
Yeah,
it was Donyell
Marshall. Yeah, all them.
They both was Donyell, but they think their name was spelled in a different way, if I ain't mistaken.
Yeah.
Yeah, he played for Toronto, the Raptors.
Both of them played in the NBA too.
Right. No one played on the Raptors.
Yeah, they got upset. I remember when they got upset by it wasn't an upset. Christian Laettner hit the buzzer beater to win the game against UConn. If I had to pick a favorite,
the free throw,
the teams with them, like Tate George, Donyell Marshall, all of them on the team.
And Christian Laettner, his career in the NBA, his college didn't carry over to the league, because I ain't hear his name much in the league.
Christian Laettner just played on bad teams. He was still a good player. He wasn't a bad player. He just played on a bunch of bad teams. Now, when he finally played on a decent team, he made the All-Star game.
Oh wow! Who was that team?
Atlanta Hawks.
Right. This is Dominique Atlanta Hawks.
I don't think Dominique was there at that time. Nah, I think it's like Mutombo. Was Mutombo there? Nah, Mutombo was still in Denver.
Doc.
So I want to say it's like 90, maybe 96, 97. Yeah, maybe Mutombo was there.
Oh.
It's like 96, 97, somewhere around there.
Yeah, Mutombo was there. Smith?
Steve Smith, yeah.
Mm.
Yep. Mookie played a lot.
Yeah. That was the team because Michael came back. That was the year Michael came back
Yeah,
from
Michael
retirement.
came back 95 at the end of 95.
So
Yeah,
yeah,
it's
that
probably
was
like
Mutombo,
96,
the
97,
Mutombo
one of
Steve
them
Smith
seasons he made the
team.
All-Star team.
Yeah.
Yeah, Crystal Layton made the All-Star team. Hell yeah. He wasn't a bad player. He just played on a bunch of bad teams.
Yeah, because I never heard his name in like in playoffs or like somebody saying like Christian Leitner was on that team.
Right.
He killed it. He killed in that series. I never
Mm-hmm.
never heard anything in that. Because
Yeah,
all
that's
I
what I
heard is
said.
a great, great,
The year he
great
played on a
college
decent
player.
team. As a matter of fact, they got beat by the Bulls in the playoffs that year.
Yeah.
That Atlanta team. Yep.
Yeah, that was the year when MJ did
I
the
think it was
wag when he dunked on
97.
Mutombo and the wave with the finger.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was in the
Yeah, it was
playoffs
97. Yeah.
to eliminate. Yeah, that crazy. That is crazy. Mutombo, the last image you get the MJ him dunking on you and shaking and you eliminate from the playoffs, man.
Hmm.
That's the thing with MJ, bro. He not only he beat you, bro. If you ain't strong enough, man, he take your soul, bro. Take your ability. He take your ability to bounce back. Like the next time you see him, you bowing your head and you acting like you don't see him. You know that kind of them ways, Vaughn. Like
I mean, you
you
heard
avoiding
what
that person.
you hear the guys
You
talk
bowing your
about it.
head.
You
bowing your
listen,
head, pretending like you ain't see the person.
I'm just saying, you heard all the younger guys from today's generation mention it at the 75-year anniversary when Michael Jordan walked in the room. You heard all of them say what happened. When Mike walked in the room, everybody got quiet. And at that point, you understood why they look at that man as the GOAT, as the greatest basketball player. Because when he walked in the room, all the talking stopped.
Man, yeah. All the attention, you demanding attention, bro.
Right.
Like,
What did Dwayne Wade say? He said, "You know how it is when you're the coolest person in the room until the coolest person walks in." That's how that shit was. Until the actual coolest person walks in the room. Yeah, that's exactly what that shit was like. Like all the talking stopped.
Shout out to MJ, man. He came through on my island a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
Shout out to MJ, man.
Yeah,
I wish I was there, man. I would have definitely somehow or way or the other make myself know. He might have walked in my restaurant. But one of my homeboy get to meet him.
That's what's up. Shit, I remember I almost had it. I had an opportunity to meet him when I was in high school.
That's dope.
But the fucking incident, the shit with his father happened that summer. He was supposed to come to a restaurant right next door to this apartment complex I lived in for a preseason game. He was going to come to this restaurant and meet like the people at the restaurant. And my girlfriend at the time already worked there, so I already had a way in.
Oh, yeah, right.
Yeah. But that was the same summer where his father got murdered.
That's messed up right there. Oh, that vibe.
Say it again.
How was that vibe? What was the feeling? Yeah, around that time. What was the talk? What was the speculation? What was the
Oh, well, as far as going back, I mean, I remember when the story broke, like his father was missing. And then maybe I think it might be a week or two later, a few days later, they reported his body being found.
When you heard it first, did you did you look at it as like nothing?
When I first heard it, the first thing that came to my mind is Michael Jordan is going to retire.
For real?
Yes.
Huh.
As a Bulls fan, Michael Jordan fan, I'm saying this, bro. I had a feeling he was going to retire. I didn't want him to retire, but I had a feeling he was going to do it, and I wasn't going to be upset about. I mean, I was going to be upset, but I wasn't going to
But you,
blame him
you'll
for it.
understand.
I
You'll
understood
understand.
why.
Mm,
You know what I'm
right.
saying? Like I knew from the jump he was about to retire because he had already threatened it anyway because of the way the media was treating him at the time.
Yeah. I watched the
Let's not get it messed up. The media, the way they are now, where they talk about him, they didn't really favor Michael Jordan back
Nah,
then.
bro, they was ruthless to Mike, bro.
The media
Yo, the
didn't
media
favor
was
Michael Jordan the
ruthless.
way they do LeBron
But that's
now.
how the media was, right? That's why I'm saying, like, what
Yeah.
happened to that? Like, we don't care for your stature or
Like
whatever.
the
We
fake
got something
love,
on you,
the
we
love
coming.
that you see from the media. Like I'm not gonna doubt Stephen A. because Stephen A. is from our generation. You know what I'm
Mm,
saying? So I won't doubt Stephen A.'s respect for MJ, but the rest of the media's love is fake, in my opinion.
got you. Yeah, I feel the same way too. It's like, when you get to a point where you get to a story, but you just don't have, you just cannot, there's no way you could paint it different. You cannot, you just have to give
If you can't
flower,
beat them, join them.
give the floor. Yeah, that's when they give Mike props, or like, they don't got a choice or whatever. But yeah, I totally agree with that. Like, I was surprised that, like, I was looking for, like,
Like you got
feeds
like if
and
you seen them
feeds on top of
interviews,
feeds, or
most of
even
Michael Jordan's
posts.
interviews was either before or after games or with Ahmad Rashad. You didn't see Michael Jordan
Yeah,
do a lot of interviews with other people in the
yeah,
locker
Ahmad was as
room
well.
or with Ahmad Rashad. because
Yeah, he
that's
was
how they
not
used to
fan of the
talk about.
media.
They talked about that man. Any little thing he did that they could criticize, they brought up and tried to make it a story that was nothing. Any little
Yeah,
thing.
Mike, I got brute. That's why I brought up a point. Like, the last time I think I was on, like, I can't imagine. Like, could you imagine, like, a story breakout where someone from another sport make a statement like, MJ, oh yeah, me and him got the same, we got the same, we go to the same person, we get we get our supply from the same person. Could you
Right.
imagine someone saying something like that? Man, every time the mic is in front of Michael, that's all they be talking about. That's all what they be saying. And today, like, you got an athlete that have a scandal or whatever you want to call it, something like that attached to his name, and there is no interviews about that. Like, man, media back in the day, bro, like, every time a mic in front of you, they would have been asking him about those allegations. Like, every
Right.
single time. You would not have get a rest, bro. New York Post will be writing articles, like, this will be writing articles. A journalist in the NBA, Stuart Scott, will be writing article. I mean, it would have been never ending. But the fact that they keep, and what is terrible about all the situation, what he don't realize, like, this ammunition that they're using to prop him up, it's the same ammunition they're gonna use to break him down, bro.
Yep.
I can't wait until
I've been
they got a video, a compilation of a mockery to make a mockery of him. They already have that set up with the dumb things he said, that they kind of correct it for the excuses that they haven't. They have a compilation waiting for him, but for whatever reason he gets protected or whatever. Like, and
hey, but
and
I've been
at
saying
some
this. I've been saying this. Hey, you just been harping on some things that I said. I
rant
remember
on
when
backstage, rant on CD
I got him.
backstage.
I see him.
Yeah.
I see you, Ron. That's why I came outside because I'm giving some sun. The
Mm.
sun, it feel good out here today. Salute, Ron. We're gonna get Ron
Peace
time,
to all
man.
my brethren. Peace to all my brethren.
Hey,
Greetings.
man.
Salute, salute. What's
Hey,
good?
hey, man. Give your thoughts on the game last night and what you feel about the talk about these games though. Everybody that's alive right now. Not nobody that's not home. But go ahead.
I want you to look at my face when I say this, T. Price, and the rest of the world. Fuck Boston. Good body Boston in the building, baby. Fuck Boston. Yo, New York, stand up. Shout out to Wilson and boys, man. New York, stand
Oh
up.
man,
You
well
know me,
said.
you know me, bro. Anybody but Boston. Anybody but Boston. If we can't win it, bro, anybody but Boston as a basketball fan.
That's what I'm talking about.
Hey, yo, I ain't going to front, though. T. Price,
Yes, sir.
somebody better figure them Pacers out real quick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Somebody better figure them
Somebody
Pacers
better nip
out
that
real quick,
confidence
bro.
in the butt, because if that team keeps getting confident, I'm scared of that team.
And honestly, I knew OKC was going dog walk Denver. I just knew it. I said Denver came up there with the veteran mindset. Yo, we got the split. If we go out there, we shoot our best shot in the first quarter. If it ain't going our way, so be it. You feel me? We go back to Denver tied.
Yeah, that's a series that can still, I can still see OKC getting control of that series.
Like, if you think about it, Denver split with them at home and didn't even make their adjustments yet. You feel me?
Yeah.
They played the same style of ball 2 games in a row. One game they got them to win, one game they got them ran out the gym.
Yeah.
It's what coaching comes a part of it.
Yeah, like if they had Mike Malone, I would feel a lot better. And this is no knock to the head coach now, but they said the most that's Rick Adelman's son, ain't it?
Yeah,
That's his son.
He been around the league for a long time, but shifting gears to that type of position is a different animal. You feel me? I remember, like, I was a defensive coordinator for
I love that.
5 years.
Damn.
And then when I transitioned to being the head coach, it was a totally different animal. You feel me?
Yeah.
I was like, dang. I'm like, man, I don't want to do nothing but coach
and
my
you start seeing shit from a whole nother angle.
Right.
Now that you're responsible for so many different other parts other than the one part you was just responsible for, you're seeing.
Yeah.
Like, damn, this is what coach had to deal with. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you gotta give the answers now. You're the one who's giving the answers.
I'm the one everybody coming to ask the questions to. You feel me?
Yeah.
This is why I couldn't be a coach, bro. Because I just know I'm gonna tell a kid like it is, and they're not gonna like it.
Hey, yo, bro.
It ain't gonna work out.
Listen, bro. Don't get it twisted. That's what I do.
I know.
But my parents love me.
I don't want to say that's why I couldn't. I think that's what I feared about being a coach.
Hey,
because
yo,
a lot of people tell me I should coach.
This little kid.
I help out. I lend my my understanding and experience, but I can't be no coach.
Like we I got a team that go play a lot of on the road national games outside of New York. You feel me? And I'm not talking about Pittsburgh and Ohio. Like, you go down to Georgia and all types of shit. You feel me? So, like, the average kid, first-year player shouldn't be coming to sign up for my team. My team been playing together for like 3 or 4 years. And they football players. You feel me? So this one kid, he came up. I'm like, damn, how old are you? He like, oh, I'm 9, but I'm about to turn 10, so that means he got to be on my team. Yeah. And I'm looking at this kid, and I walked him over to the fence. I walked him over to his mom. I said, yo, if you really want to play football, it's a team over here. But let me tell you something. I said, I only got 13 kids out here today. I said, you see all 13? I said, they will hurt your son. I said, there's nothing I can do to teach him to protect himself. You feel me? Like it's just some kids that just don't make the cut with this shit. You feel me?
Yeah.
It's just some kids that don't make the cut. This is a game of violence. And so whereas I enjoy his conversation, he seemed like a great kid. But right now, if you're gonna get them in this sport, this team will make them quit, whether to make them want to progress.
Yeah, true.
You feel me? So if you
That
really
mind
want,
state. Yep.
if you want to take them to get in the game, this ain't the team to throw them into the game with. Because them teams we play and them boys out there in the field, they ain't gonna have no mercy on them. Now, if you want to go get a year experience and come on back and shoot a shot, I give them a shot. But right now, I'm telling you, he's probably gonna end up in somebody's emergency room.
Yeah.
I said he could still come back with me every day. I said, but I wouldn't. Nah. And guess what she agreed to do? Just because I came and presented to her that way, and I kept it real, and his mama knew that too, but she got referred to her by somebody who his kid is in the program at a different level. And she said, yo, coach, could he still come work out with us? I said, absolutely. I said, he could rock the whole season with us. As a matter of fact, he could be my little assistant coach right now. You feel me? Until I feel like he's ready for this type of contact, I got him. And she like, sign him up right now. Can I pay the registration fee? I said, damn, hold on. But she said, I don't give a fuck. I need him to be a part of it. You know what I mean? And I'm like, well, I probably wouldn't even put him in uniform until next year. It's like for this team. He wouldn't get full contact because I'm sitting there like he was an undersized kid as it was. And he just stood there with his glasses, with his hands in his pocket. And I'm asking him, I said, you ever played football before? No. I said, if I told you to go tackle him, would you go do it? That nigga looked at me and shook his head. Hell no. And just by me, I said, damn, I'm not about to, you know what I mean? I said, this kid will get hurt. He don't want to play. You feel me? He's scared to play right now. So that's all I could do is let him be around it. But I can offer you another program that where he probably could go get in and take his bump and end up all right. He's not gonna end up all right with his bumps over here. So I ain't sugarcoating nothing. So you definitely wouldn't have to worry about that. Parents tend to respect brutal honesty, you know what I mean?
Hell yeah.
And the mom, she respected it. She said, I respect that, folks. I said, yo, tell him out. And I ended up talking to Pop. And I said, man, I can't call your friends. So I'm not fucking you, but look at them and look at him.
Right.
Is this the situation you want to put him in playing football? And they're like, damn, he's like, y'all went to nationals last year. Y'all lost the championship by how many points? I said 3. Against a team out of Texas. You feel me?
Yeah, because that
shit we had beat a team out of South Carolina and we beat a team out of Florida and we beat a team out of Maryland just to get to the team from Texas. This the type
what
of
part of Texas? You remember what part they were from? These little kids out here, boy. These little niggas look like.
Listen, all I know is
offensive linemen in middle school, nigga.
I would imagine they had to be from the TCU region because they came down.
Oh yeah, the Heart. Yep, that's around this area. TCU they came down like between that. The Heart is between Waco and Austin.
Yeah, and
they call the Heart of Texas.
They got 11-year-olds looking like uncles.
I'll stretch it all the way out to San Antonio.
Okay. Now you know what? Thank you, brother. I just learned something at 48 years old. That song, so it does have a meaning when it's like the stars are bright and the moon is like
deep in the heart of Texas. Yeah.
Okay.
So, the Heart of Texas is basically like Waco to San Antonio, basically.
Okay. Now
that region of Texas is considered the Heart.
That song has a deeper that part has a deeper meaning to me. You feel me?
Yeah.
Okay, they call
I
that the
mean, that's
heart
what
of Texas.
they pretty much call it. That they have like a moniker, all that shit, HOT. You got big signs, HOT, Heart of Texas, hot. You know what I'm
I tell you what,
saying?
this team, they was
All that shit out here.
game that they actually they was hard. TCU. Looked like the Horned Frogs, uniforms, purple, all that shit.
Yeah, it could have been a team from Waco. That could be possible.
Mm-hmm. Well, they
But I
got
mean,
that
this
little
shit
bit of work.
really it could be from anywhere though. Like,
Right.
like the state is crazy. Like I'm just in Killeen. I'm in Killeen, and we had a few guys come from here to play shit, NBA and NFL. Matter of fact, we got one got a few of them in both leagues right now, and Major League Baseball.
They're going listen, the state of Texas produced some of the best
From the Suns is from this area.
I said, yo, just look at the list of Texas quarterbacks that went to the NFL. You feel me?
Right. Matter of fact, Robert RG3 is from like 10 minutes down the street, nigga.
Matthew Stafford, Johnny Manziel. That you just look at the talent that they come out. Kyler Murray. You feel me? Look at the talent that Vince Young,
Jalen Hurts.
Mm-hmm.
Matter of fact, Shador Sanders is from Dallas. He played high school ball in Dallas.
That's a fact, and that's what Deion called home at, other than Florida.
Yeah.
He called Texas home, other than Florida. Yep, that's a whole fact, yo. His kids raised in Dallas.
Him and Shiloh played in Dallas. They went to high school in Dallas.
Now you think about this. They natural Florida bloodline, but they got raised in Texas. Man,
They were raised in Texas, yes.
Those fucking dogs, bro.
Yeah.
That's all I need to know.
And guess what?
Team.
Listen to this. They were a part of a team that won 4 straight state championships, and Shador was the starting quarterback for number 3 and 4.
That's a fact. They said that's a fact.
Like this is why I'm like, I can't understand how this shit is being done right now.
Man, you know why?
Nigga, Texas quarterbacks are what's carrying the NFL, nigga. Like, what are y'all doing?
Yeah, Pat Mahomes.
Like, you look at the past Super Bowl champ, Pat Mahomes.
I mean, everybody forget his daddy was a pro athlete. His daddy was a star.
His daddy was a baseball player, but I mean,
he
he went to high school in Texas.
No, that's what I'm saying. He's a Texas boy.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just saying, like,
and check this out. Hold on, Ronton. He was a better basketball player in high school.
They say that. They say that. I heard
football in college.
I heard that. I heard he was nice in basketball.
He was. He was a better to me. He was a better basketball player.
And he played baseball.
Yeah, and he played baseball, but he played basketball. And if you see his basketball games, any tape of him playing basketball, you can see where he gets what he does on the football field from.
Hey, yo,
like
you say Patrick Mahomes was a better basketball player?
That's what I heard. They said he was a better high school basketball player. Yeah. They said he was a better basketball
player in high school than he was.
Oh yeah, he can play that basketball. Talking about Patrick Mahomes.
We know how that translates. We know that translates.
Patrick Mahomes he's a hooper.
But the funny part about it, the nigga natural talent is baseball.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna tell you right now, if this nigga would have switched careers and not played football, Jameis Winston would be a starting pitcher in the major league right now, making about $25-30 million a year.
Those
are facts. Jameis Winston, yep.
That nigga had a 101 fastball at Florida State, yo.
Mm-hmm.
He just decided to play football, but that nigga could have. Think about this: the wear and tear he got from the NFL compared to the wear and tear he would have got from the major leagues. Now, who knows if he would have had arm surgery or not? But that nigga was a starting caliber pitcher in the major, like not like top tier.
Yeah, James, you talking about
you see he throwing the ball 100 and
Jameis' story. Let me tell you,
101 miles per hour.
Jameis Winston. Yep.
Even more of him being a baseball player that good. Do you know he wanted to go to the University of Texas so bad? He wrote a letter. Who was the coach of Texas at the time?
Mac Brown.
He wrote him a letter about how much he wanted to come to Texas. And you've seen what he accomplished in college. And Mac Brown passed on him. Not only did Mac Brown pass on him, he passed on Drew Brees. And he passed on Robert Griffin III.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and he let Adrian Peterson get out of state.
Yeah. Well,
Mhm.
Adrian Peterson is
That's
from Dallas. They usually go to Oklahoma anyway.
that's the biggest
The boys up
part of
there.
blemish
I'm
on
just
his
telling you
record.
how it is in Texas.
Well, listen, but I wouldn't have given a fuck
Because he's
what that
from that
nigga was.
region. They usually go to Oklahoma.
Listen,
They
I
don't
would.
like Texas. They don't like UT up there.
Hey, yo, but listen what he said though. Adrian Peterson said his heart was locked on Texas until he told him he had to split time with Cedric Benson.
And that's part of the reason why it's like that, because Texas will do that to you. They'll make you. They don't care who you are. They'll make you sit the bench. The only one they didn't do that to was Ricky Williams, and that's because Ricky Williams was just a quiet dude. He just got on the field and was like, "Yeah, I'm the best," and they had no choice but to play him.
Man, Ricky was different.
Yeah, and what you said about AP, that's part of the reason why the kids from Dallas don't like going to UT, and they go to Oklahoma because of that. Because they would do that to them. They didn't care who you were. You got to ride the bench your first year. Like, come on, dude, this dude is good. Like, what's his name? The only matter of fact, I take that. There was one player they didn't do that to, and that was Chris Sims, which was the worst decision ever.
Oh yeah, I remember Chris Sims played.
Yeah.
The one player they didn't do that to was Chris Sims. Out of all the talent they ever brought to Texas, they have Major Applewhite as the quarterback.
That's a fact.
And they benched him for Chris Sims. That's the only player they didn't do that to.
That's one person.
I was in, like, I ain't the biggest UT fan, but I watched that in amazement. I was like, these dudes are way better players. Yo, like, what are y'all doing?
Listen, I don't give a fuck where Adrian Peterson was from in Texas.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have gave a fuck if I was Matt. But I'd have told Cedric Benson, you to take your ass to the draft or you're going to sit behind this nigga.
Crazy.
That nigga, if there was one player that I thought had remotely, remote chance of playing out of high school in the NFL, it was that fucker there.
Yeah. I completely agree. He was like that in high school.
He had an NFL body in high school, yeah. No, I'm because I know that's not possible. You can't do that in that sport. You feel me?
He was a tight end playing running back. He was basically in the tight end's body playing running back.
You can't do that in that sport. Go from high school to that. The physicality level, it's too heavy. But if there's one person besides maybe a D tag, if there's one person that might be able to do it, it had to be that fucker there.
Yeah, I believe him. I even believe if the NFL didn't screw them over, they could have done it too. The wide receiver from USC, he was nice like that too, coming out of high school.
You talking about Williams?
Williams, yeah. Like, he was just you could see like his body was already looked like it was ready for the NFL. It looked like an NFL receiver.
I think his name was Mike Williams.
Mike Williams, yeah, that was him.
Mike Williams,
just kind of like Adrian Peterson. He looked like his body was already an NFL body his senior year in high school. Like, he looked crazy, and then to do what he did as a freshman against Texas was even crazier.
Good morning.
What's up, G?
Good afternoons around here. You late to the party.
Don't be trying to check. Don't even be trying to check me before I say my hellos and goodbyes, sir.
Afternoon.
I was, good afternoon, Pastor. Salute. But did y'all see Simmons? Y'all see Simmons out of Ole Miss? Have y'all heard about him?
No.
Oh, the guy who was transferring?
No, Simmons. What's his name? He got a 4-year degree, and he's 19 years old, headed to the NFL.
Oh, the football player. Okay.
Football player. He's a quarterback out of Ole Miss.
Talking about Jackson Dart.
No, I think his last name is
No,
Simmons, isn't it?
cornerback.
Oh, cornerback.
Yeah, I forgot
It
where he
just
got drafted to. I know the name.
Mhm,
I remember that name though. I do remember his name now that you mentioned the foot he played football.
mhm,
Yeah,
mhm. He got
I
a
just
4 year.
forgot where he got drafted to.
He already got his 4 year degree. He's only 19 years old. That boy got intelligence out the yin yang.
Yeah, yeah. He started. He probably started them college courses when he was in high school.
He graduated high school at 16.
Yeah, that's what
No,
I'm saying.
17. 16, 17. Like I did. I graduated at 17.
How
Yeah,
you felt about the games last night, GG?
Oh Lord, had me on my knees praying. Oh.
Uh,
I'm like,
You
I
praying for
know we're not.
offense?
No, man. I hope that, you know what? I was with Jalen, but they looking lazy to me, y'all. Something ain't right.
Yep.
Something ain't right. Every playoff, well, not every playoff, but the last one they didn't do it. But every other playoff, they start out like, something done, a switch done flipped. Somebody didn't show up, or somebody didn't get paid. Everybody's mad, walking around pouting. Ain't nobody putting in no effort. What is that?
Earlier, I said it looks like they're depending too much on
On them three
Jalen,
pointers.
on Jalen and Jalen Brown and Jason Tatum to carry the team in the second half when that's not how they usually play. They usually
Right.
go through everybody. Find the
They had four.
matchup for Drew Holiday. Find the matchup for Derek White. All of them are good players. So and they
What
and
about
the second
what
half
about
of these last two games they weren't doing that.
they 43? Was it 43 or 45 three
Thursday, yeah, it was
pointers?
45. Yesterday it was 30.
What is that?
They said them niggas got 93s in 2 games, bro.
Yeah, they missed 30 yesterday.
Yeah, they missed 30 yesterday.
What
and the
is
coach
that?
sat there and said that they wasn't gonna make no changes. That's what they do. Want to shoot threes. Live by the three, you die by it.
You can't be dependent on no three in no playoffs. Not like that. Especially when they ain't dropping. Now, if you dropping it like it's hot, then well, let it roll. But you ain't dropping them. You ain't paying no defense. Everybody frustrated. The coach don't know what he doing. He's stammering and stuff. He don't know. He act like he been hit with a boat or something. His wife didn't come home or something. I don't know what the problem is.
Nah, I don't want to blame the coach. This is the players. This is always on the players. The players
Yeah,
got
Yeah, they're not gelling. They're not gelling.
Listen,
yeah.
this is definitely on all the players. Listen, they was up 20 both games.
Right.
You feel me? So, what we talking about? That's on the players. Mazzulla been playing the same way for 3 years since he got the job.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
This looks intentional. This looks intentional. They know how to win a championship. Ain't like they just learned how to win a championship. Didn't they win one last year?
Y'all been making these runs since y'all first
yeah.
got them.
You've been number 2 all season, and now you just gonna what? Drop it like it's hot?
Yep.
She said, "Drop it like it's hot."
I feel that. I feel that. Like that's why I said earlier, T. Price, y'all been in the league too damn long. Y'all should know how. Like winning a basketball game should be as simple as tying your shoes for you guys at this point. You've been in the league long enough. You won a champ. You figured out how to win a championship as a team last year. So winning should be easy. The winning part should be easy. Playing smart enough to win the game should be the easy part.
Nobody's hurt. All the substantial. Nobody's hurt. Nobody's hurt. What the problem is? Nobody's hurt. That attributes to you winning a championship. So now, what the problem is?
Right.
Huh? You just got bought for $6.1 billion. You got new ownership. He's willing to lay out the red carpet for you. He ain't fired nobody. He ain't changed no leadership. You still got the same coach, the same janitor. They still got the concession stands over there. What is the problem?
It doesn't have inmate Scotia.
What is the problem? What you went to the Met Gala and what you didn't get to wear your dress or your what is that whatever them things is you wear to try to look Scottish and stuff? What the problem is? Hmm?
One of them went to the Met Gala.
Yeah, that might be the problem. Maybe they didn't get their tickets. Now they all upset. They didn't get to go to the gala.
If I'm New
Hmm.
York, New York,
Us.
Stephen A. Smith and Spike Lee cannot show up to basketball games. When they don't show up, they win.
See, but the
Stephen A.
Oh,
problem
that's
already
what
said
is
he's gonna be.
happened.
Stephen A.
what
already
what
said he's
the,
gonna be at the game. So yeah,
right. That's what the
he
problem
said he's
is.
gonna be at the game.
What the problem is they you still acting like you a youngster. You can take all this money and you make a good move. Jalen, I'm with you. I'm down with you. Berkeley, I've been there, done that. Okay, I'm down with you. Jason Tatum, you got shot, but you know what? You acting like a band now. Okay,
Hmm
that estrogen is coming out now.
Hey, where I come from, you have a famous saying like it's either you want to do it or you can't do it. And Boston is building that label like of we can't do it. They got to be careful. They're falling into this trap where they're
Hmm.
like Vaughn say, like you should know how to win these games by now. And if by now you're not showing that, like I gotta take what you're showing me. You're showing me you can't do it. So
Yep.
So they're
This
not
not their first time. Right, that's not their first time playing the Knicks. Didn't you play them all through the season? What, did they change a member? What happened? What happened?
yeah, you don't even have a like that over them. That mental, I've beat you,
Right.
you haven't beat me. You don't even seem like
You don't even have
you
that.
got that over them. Cause
Right.
they got mismatches in the paint. Mitchell and Tongs is killing them. They got no answer for them dudes. Al Harford can't bang as old as he is with them dude, and Pozinga's just too small. So
No, the
they
head
got
ain't in
more
the
issues
game.
than Jalen Brunson. They got more issues
Yeah.
than Jalen Brunson in the fourth
Yeah.
quarter. Because as long as
And
these
that,
games close, it seems like
mhm.
they're freezing up. Like
I forgot about Josh Hart. Yeah, I forgot about they got Josh Hart over there, don't you? At
Yeah,
the
Yep.
Knicks.
used to
Yeah,
play for the Lakers.
yeah,
The same Josh
he
Hart
messing
that Jay
around
Reed
and
got on. The same Jay Reed that got on
right.
stand, got on post game, say he feel good
hmm.
with them players.
That's the same one. You'll catch an itch and go hot in a minute.
He played good
So
last night.
Yeah, Josh Hart.
yeah, yeah, he'll catch an itch and
He's their
he'll pull you through
energizer.
some game. Yeah, he'll pull you through some game.
Yeah, he's their energizer guys. He does the dirty stuff, dirty work. Get offensive rebounds,
Hmm.
steals, knock down a timely shot here and there.
He kind of remind me of what's his name? GP2 on the Warriors. Ain't that his name? GP2.
Gary Payton Jr. the second. Yeah.
Yeah. You can put him in there for a quarter or two. And he can pull you out of a hole.
Hmm
Well, I don't know, but I don't know what's going on with them. What's wrong with them? Uh, what's wrong with
Denver.
them? Hmm?
Yeah.
What you think, Mr. Ron?
They fired their coach. That's what's motherfucker.
Where you come from?
Nah, I think what's happened to Denver is those young guys haven't blossomed as fast as they would want them to. Like Braun.
Hmm.
Now what's his name is starting to come on. He's a little more playing a little more consistent.
Watson is.
Watson, yeah.
Hmm.
Braun, he's here and there. He'll hit a
But
couple threes, but then he'll go 3-4 games and won't hit nothing. Like, come on, Braun. You
this
gotta
is
make
what
these
this
shots
is
with
what I'm
some
thinking. This is what
seriousness.
I'm
Like you
thinking
trying to
though.
make the shot. You like when you shoot, I don't have confidence in you when you shoot.
This is what I'm
Hey,
thinking though.
Princess.
When you're making these decision in sport, wait, what's up? We're going on, princess.
Hey, Princess.
When you're making these decision in sports, like it's some of it have to base off of like past. Okay, like we seen it in terms of like okay, the young guys being able to help a championship contender. Like
Right.
if we're making a decision like that, I'm thinking they're basing it off of like, okay, we seen it happen before, so let's
Yeah,
do this. But that's
that's
never happened
everything.
before.
All
So
sports are like that.
I don't know why they expect young players 2 years in, 3 years in, which Braun and the other dude was. You expect them to carry the load of KCP or Mike or Bruce Brown.
Bruce
I don't
Brown,
know
yeah.
what the Nuggets was expecting. Of course, they're not gonna be ready. But
They're
that
not
is always
ready.
tricky. That's always tricky when you have a championship team and you're trying to integrate young players. I don't care if you're not Kobe Bryant, you're not integrating on that championship team as a young
Well,
fella.
well, that's the
Got
thing.
Well,
to
You
do
even
it.
really,
even Kobe, even
you
Kobe,
really, all
Kobe
of
didn't
it is
get
really a crapshoot, Conquer. Really, honestly,
Mm-hmm.
all of it is a crapshoot because you
Mm,
think about Golden State when they
same
drafted
thing.
Podziemski to replace Clay,
Klay Thompson.
and you thought that was crazy, but now look, Podziemski is he done had some games where he done lit some shit up.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
now you
But
got Buddy Hield.
that's
Like the one thing
Yeah,
about Buddy Hield,
Buddy Hield.
he was
Yeah.
always a talented player. He just seems immature sometimes. Like he don't
Mm-hmm.
think
but
like he's having too much fun playing. You at
but
certain point
Vaughn, yeah, that the
your
thing.
mentality
That's the
got to
thing.
switch to winning games. Like you have to play to win.
Oh
The
yeah,
league took
that's
that
Buddy
away.
Hill. Buddy Hill smiled
Yeah.
too much for me. Buddy Hill is a everybody who plays pickup ball. You know, there's always that
Yeah,
dude on that
like
court
he
who just
plays
laugh
like
for
he
every
plays
single thing,
like he
just
plays the way you
joking.
like to play pickup ball. Like in a
Yeah, like
game.
Mm-hmm.
That's how he plays.
Mm-hmm.
exactly.
That's how his mentality.
That's
He
how I
got the
see Buddy
and
Hill.
one.
There you go.
He
Yeah.
got the and he got the and one attitude.
But back to
I
pods.
wouldn't even say and one, just like 21. Like you're playing
Yeah.
21.
But you
And
know what? The league messed that up because you remember the league used to have a premier development department. They,
Yeah.
they used to have a premier development. Well, ain't nobody developing nobody. They ain't even going to practice no more.
yeah,
Exactly.
I'm talking about the teams that draft like young players who
The
have
young players,
championship window,
yes,
who got championship windows, and like expect
They
the
don't even use them.
players
yeah. But
but
they
if you
had
don't put them, yeah,
they
it's
had
one of the crazy
veterans.
thing. Like we have to win, but we want to develop. You develop by getting minutes on the court, but we want to win game. But when we put you in plenty minutes, we don't really win. So we gotta take you out. So then you don't develop. But
Look, Ant, look at Ant,
it
look at Ant,
doesn't
Mr.
make sense.
Carter. Look at Ant, Mr. Carter. How long Ant been on? Ant, what? Three? This is third, fourth year. What is this?
Yeah,
Fourth or
Okay,
fifth, yeah.
he's still trying to get his way down the tracks. And ain't nobody he gotta watch tape, call somebody on the phone, send a TikToker, snap a chat somebody.
big
They ain't
question,
got
right?
no
It's perfect, right? Perfect question for
That
what
right
I'm
there,
trying to
that
say.
part right
Like
there,
Ant Edwards, it had
like
Golden State
everybody don't
Warriors.
blossom at the same time around
Had
at the
Golden
same
State
age.
Warriors take Ant Edwards? Would Ant Edwards been this far in his projection as a NBA player?
Oh, if
Had he been
if the
drafted?
Warriors had drafted, if
with the Warriors,
they wouldn't have been able
yeah.
to because he went number one. But
It
No,
would be a
no,
total.
no, but
It
Vaughn,
would be
if
a,
no,
you
no,
would have
no.
put Ant Edwards on the
Listen, brother,
East
no, they
and
had
Steph
opportunities
and
to go
Clay
up.
on the same team, oh my God.
yeah, but I'm
Yeah,
saying they got a better development department over at the Warriors. You can say
Right.
what you want to.
I don't think it would
They're
have worked
developing.
out. Man, as a Warrior fan, I don't think that would have worked out for the
I
reason that
Think about it.
Clay,
Think about it.
Clay,
because Steph and Clay don't need the ball in their hands.
No, but
Look
think
at
about
Jimmy.
this.
Look at Jimmy Butler.
no,
He
No,
ain't
y'all,
had
but you know
y'all
who
not.
needed? But you know who needed Van? Draymond
what?
Green.
Hey, yo, y'all gotta think
Draymond
Uh,
about.
Green.
Listen, y'all
hold
gotta think.
on.
No, y'all looking
Hold
at it
Because
all
on.
he's
wrong.
carrying it with Jimmy right
Hold
now.
on.
He's doing that
No,
with
Hold
no.
Jimmy right
on.
Hey,
now.
yo,
Hold
Yeah,
you're
on.
but
looking
Jimmy
at it.
established. If Jimmy
No,
was a rookie coming in, he
hey,
shared
yo,
it with Jimmy.
confidence. You gotta think
Ah,
about this. You gotta think about this. This is Ant fourth year, right?
Right.
yeah.
Mm,
He got drafted. James Wiseman was the second pick. The Golden State Warriors had got picked what? James Wiseman,
Yeah, they picked
hmm
Wiseman. Yeah.
right? Think about their
Yeah,
need. They needed the big man, and
Yeah.
Clay.
yeah. That's why. The,
Listen, and Clay was still in all-star form 4 years ago.
hmm
So it wouldn't
Yeah,
have made no
Mhm.
sense to draft him at the same position.
Yeah,
You
no,
wouldn't have no
that's
yeah,
spot.
what if.
You
That's
wouldn't
why I
have no
said the first
spot.
thing I said is I don't think they
Yeah,
would have drafted him,
yeah.
but if they
Because they didn't have
did,
no
oh
spot
my
for him. They
god,
didn't have no spot for him.
Oh
no,
yeah,
but the word, I don't know if you all heard recent, just yesterday, a report came out. Obviously, because we playing one another now.
yeah,
When that whole situation went down, they weren't pleased with a 15-minute workout. Steve Kerr wasn't pleased with a 15-minute workout that he saw from Ant. And that's when their mind turned from Ant.
boy, he's
Because they always knew he was the best talent
now
in
I
the
will
draft.
because there were some like rumors that they might talk a trade.
Yes, they could have draft. They were talking about drafting off because
They were
Minnesota
talking a trade. There was
weren't
some
too.
trade rumors going around at the time, but yeah, nothing really got serious. Yeah,
Yeah, but the fact that like they run into that situation later down with the Jordan Poole and Clay
yeah,
Thompson was not giving up his position, bro.
Yeah, what happened to Richard Pryor?
And so Jordan Poole had to go to the G League. And even when Jordan, it was Draymond Green who vouched for Jordan Poole, like, what we doing, yo? Play the kid. It's Draymond Green who had also voted for Jordan Poole. So the Steve Kerr I can't even say they're wrong for that because I mean it's hard to integrate players like they needed a center in James Wiseman. That's why they
yeah,
took that kid. And they got off of him fast because we ain't got time to waste. It's a championship window. You can't help
yeah,
us. We ain't
yeah. They
even
needed
we
a
ain't
big
even
man.
going in deep. I,
They
I
needed a
think they
big
give up
man.
too early.
that's what I'm
They
saying.
give up
Like
way too early on him. But that was
the,
them just thinking like we cannot waste time with this championship window we got.
mhm.
LaMelo Ball too. It was
Mhm.
the same thing. Like same reason. Tyrese Halliburton. Like he would have been know that they needed, and now they're trying to incorporate another ball handler point guard next to Steph Curry and Klay Thompson when they did it with Chris Paul. Like y'all could have draw LaMelo Ball and did that. Tyrese Halliburton. Y'all could have had that
Mhm.
player. But they realize it's too late. I know they're trying to do that with Pods. But Pods he's not a point guard per se to like set up his players, set up his other teammates. He's a backup. He's a backup point guard, but tough player though. Love the pick. I can't like ain't nothing wrong about that pick, but I think they should have just traded that. They should have just traded that Wiseman pick and try and get a legit player if they wanted that championship window. Because what was James Wiseman? Why did they believe in James Wiseman that much? How was
I
how
mean,
was
he has
how was
some.
James Wiseman in college?
He played for Memphis, but I don't
Went
even
to
think he
Penny
played
at
the whole
Memphis,
season.
I thought so. Penny,
but the
Penny,
But
Penny.
NCAA
Yeah,
kind of
Penny.
messed him over.
Yeah,
yeah, but
right.
the
The
NCAA
NCAA
fucked him
messed
over.
him over. Yeah,
Yeah, but he was
Right, right,
supposed to be
right.
the consensus number one pick, but Ant was active that year for Georgia.
right.
But the
That's
funny
why
thing
Ant was
is,
one.
they don't his talent. You needed to nurture him as an offensive player, and Steve Kerr needed a center to set a pick to get Steph Curry open and rebound the ball. But the
Yeah,
kid
that's why I
had
said
a
earlier
lot more than
that
that.
maturity process is a crapshoot, man. Like
Yeah,
it made sense. Like real honestly, it did make sense at the time for the Warriors to
definitely.
draft him. I mean, seeing what he was like in high school, what messed him over was the NCAA.
Yep.
What happened
The
there?
NCAA messed over that
It was a whole
kid.
scandal or something around
Yeah, yeah.
What
I,
happened was his family was poor. Like this nigga, like,
yeah,
and when I say
yeah,
poor, I
really.
Oh,
mean
one of those under the table stuff.
yeah, and basically Penny
Yeah.
Hardaway got him their family like put them up in a place.
There you
Oh,
go.
come on for that.
Like Penny
Anybody from the
Hardaway did it
island.
out
No
of
one
he
from
did it
the
with his
island was
money.
getting
He
in a
did it with his
college
own
up
money.
here, bro. We
And
was
he did it
When
taking
they
with his
them.
own money. He didn't do it with the school's money. He
right,
didn't
they
do it
was
with none of
question
the school's money. He did it with his own money.
when they
He
questioned his
can't even
eligibility or
do
something
that.
like that. They was questioning his eligibility and stuff, wasn't they?
Yeah, yeah. So it messed up his eligibility
Mm-hmm.
when they found out that he
Uh-huh.
did that.
Yeah,
Like his family was poor. Like they
really
like
poor
the
for
house they
real.
lived in, like hell no. Like a
They had a
kid
whole
going to college to
news.
play college
They had a
basketball.
That's not the
Mm.
type of shit we want for that kid. But unfortunately, that's
Right.
reality.
Yeah, they had a whole news segment about it. I was living in Memphis at the time.
I ain't
They had a
gonna
whole
lie.
they had a whole news segment about it.
Bro, and
It
the
was
kid
horrible.
intelligent, bro. I think he could speak like 2 or 3 language. Man, the kid is an intelligent kid.
Man, if he would have played that college season, Ant
If he
Edwards
would
would
have
have
been,
been
yeah,
number one.
that right there. Go ahead, my bad,
He would
Ron.
have been number one.
I was gonna say that.
Minnesota would have picked him. If he would have been able to play his college season, Ant wouldn't have went number one. He would have fell
Yep.
right to Golden State.
Yep.
That's how high they was on James Wiseman.
No, but they did the Wiseman. They try to make
Yeah,
him
that
a
was
jump
on that was
shooter.
on the
Try to make him
NCAA.
shoot 3-pointers.
Right.
Yeah.
Change his game. Trying to change his game.
But they do it in the
Imagine if he
post,
could
man.
if he
And
could
it's
play
and it's
at high
crazy.
school
And they
with
tell him,
Penny,
come in,
maybe he
don't shoot
develops
trees.
a nice 3-point shot. But he wasn't able to play.
Yeah.
They killed Kaminga, bro. Even with Steph being hurt, they talk about not playing that kid. Now,
And
what the fuck could
Kaminga,
he
he
have
has
done?
so much ability.
What the fuck could he have done in Golden State that like they just like, bro, we don't care if
He
everybody.
Yeah,
doesn't.
that's what I want to
It's
know,
his
man. I can't
availability.
wait for that 30 for 30
Every
because
time
I
he
don't.
gets hurt, he has a setback.
He get hurt in the
Hold
wrong
on.
time
Injury,
too,
and when he
man.
comes back from injury, he's not playing the way he was before he got hurt.
No, but they said
How long Steph
they
gonna be
said
out?
they said no.
No,
Oh,
no,
no.
he's healthy now. I'm just saying, like
They,
that's just been the pattern of his career.
But listen, but this is
oh,
what they
okay.
were saying. This is what they were saying. They said when they offered him that extension for $100 million, he requested $130 million, and they balked at it. And
Oh,
they said ever since he turned the extension down, he has fell into the dog house. Like it's not even Steve Kerr. They saying this shit came from upper management. Like he better not play. It's a video.
what is going on? What's
Listen,
going on?
it's a video
Politics.
out. Listen, it's a
Politics
video
still
out of
exists in
him
sports,
working
man.
out
Shit.
in the gym after the game.
Mm,
None of the team staff was rebounding or nothing for him. He
I
had his
saw that. I saw that.
like
oh,
they
shit.
said
They
they
cut
said
him off? They cut him off?
yeah, they said the word around the league is like they're told not to even speak to that nigga in practice, bro. Like none of the
What?
upper management, the coach, like he's in the dog house.
Yeah, there's rumors.
What did he
There's
do?
rumors
What did he
already
do?
out there that
What did he do, Mr. Ron?
he's definitely getting traded once the season's over.
Yeah.
Rumors
They
out
gonna
there
trade
about
him.
him. He's
Listen,
definitely
what
What
getting
did he
traded to
do?
Golden State.
What did he do?
They said he wouldn't accept. They offered. He offered. He wouldn't accept the money that.
Oh, just because he would accept the money, they cut him off?
Mm-hmm. And now,
That-
The
listen,
ball boys don't even pay
That
attention to
I'm
him.
thinking about the rumors I've been hearing. That all makes sense, Ron Son.
now think about this, right? So what do they do? You talking about a kid who averaged 20 points a game last year, right? So what do they do? They sit him down. His numbers drop. Now he
Yeah,
goes.
devalue him.
Now
Devalue
they
him.
devalue him. Now he goes into the free agent market.
And they make money.
Listen, but this is the thing though. He's a restricted free agent.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord.
So anything that somebody offer him, Golden State can match. But now that they don't, now that they fuck,
give them draft picks.
now that they don't fuck his numbers up though, he go from a kid that could have got $120 million for 4 years to now a team's gonna be like, yeah, we give you 75, we give you 60, and now Golden State said, well, we'll match that, and now they got his services for 2/3 or less.
Well, half the price. Yeah. Right. They got to buy one, get one free. Okay. That's what they got. Buy one, get one free.
Basically, that's what they did to the young man.
They cut him down half, and then they can still go get somebody else to put on the roster. So you got your buy one, get one free.
Yeah, man. I'm a loyalist, and man, yeah, I don't feel too good about this Warriors team right now. The way how they handling the past couple ever since that 2022 championship team like this, for some reason they believe they have a window. They could win every
confident. Think about
they
it.
should have got rid of Green. Fucking mole.
Listen. Hey yo, this is the same. Listen, this is the same team that blackballed a head coach that gave them the most success they had in 30 years, all because of his religious beliefs.
Mm-hmm.
That's
all
What
because
crazy.
is that?
all because
What is that?
he was against homosexuality, and I think one of the owners allegedly is part of the LBGQT, whatever the hell they call it.
Both of the
Mm-hmm.
owners, yeah, they're partners.
Where is
Both
that
of
in the
them.
CBA though? Where is that in the CBA? Where is that in the contract that you would like to believe what I believe for me to
That's
hire you?
It
Where is
ain't
that
part of
at?
the go
it
along,
ain't
get
it ain't
along
it ain't
shit.
it ain't a fact that it believe, but you against what I am. They
Yeah,
can't say it.
yeah,
You feel me? And Mark Jackson, like, man, I'm not with that.
Yeah.
He got
yeah.
to
My
he
Mm.
got to
job is
learn that.
my
But
job is contingent on what I believe and who I pray
ab-
to. I don't sleep
absolutely,
with you.
absolutely.
Which it was a media person that asked him I believe they asked him a question about
They set him up.
LGBTQ rights. Yeah, they
Yeah,
basically set
yeah.
him up, knowing his beliefs and shit. Like,
And,
come on,
and,
let a person have their beliefs and leave them the fuck alone.
hey, yo, but listen, it ain't
Oh
like
damn! They asked him that question in the media. They asked him that
Yeah,
question.
yeah,
somebody in the
but
media
listen,
asked him something
In
like
the
a question like
public.
that.
listen,
What?
but listen, but it's one thing. It's one thing different though. They forget Mark Jackson is a pastor.
Yeah,
Mm.
at the
He's
time,
in
yeah,
the church, like he's a deacon or something like that. Like he's
Mm.
yeah.
so that's his religious belief. That's Christianity.
But
Yeah,
what does that got to do with
man.
my job? What does that got to do with my job in this basketball in these championships?
Man,
Huh?
It's a part of their
if
system,
the
how
owner, if the
and how
owner,
people who
GG,
pay the money.
is the job part that is troubling you there? What
The
about his
people who pay
freedom
the money are promoting
to
that.
not have
So
to not?
What you
What about
what
his big freedom,
I
right?
got to,
that are
I got to do like they do at the Apollo, rub on the tree trunk or something every time I come to the stadium or something like
basically,
that. What the problem is? Hmm?
yeah, basically, GG, yeah, that's exactly it. That's what they expect you to do.
Yeah.
Man,
You gonna bow one way or another. It's gonna either be this money, your belief, your wife, your children, where you live, where you worship, who you date, what you drink, what you eat. Slavery. Huh? Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong, Mr. Ron.
not at all, but that's just the way it is.
I have no regard.
Why is that acceptable though? Everybody saying that's just the way it is, but everybody complaining about it. That's just the way it is. That's just the way it is. We complaining, but we ain't doing nothing. That's my problem. I'm getting ready to leave here. I don't want to see my grandkids have to go through this. That's my problem.
I agree.
Listen,
I would have sued them. I would have sued them. Huh? You can't fight, so sue them.
listen.
Well, this is the one thing I will say though, in regards to
Ain't that wrongful termination? Ain't that wrongful termination? Huh? Huh?
yeah, that's
I
a
didn't
yeah,
break.
that's a
That's wrongful termination. I didn't break no rules. I didn't take no money out the piggy bank. I was at home on time. But that's
Gigi,
wrongful termination.
Gigi, think about
uh
it, right? Listen, we as a
Mm.
people are so important to this country. The only
Mhm.
way we will get results is if we burn this bitch down.
That's
You feel
it.
me? Like that's
That's
the only
it. That's
that
it. That's
that's the
it.
only unfortunately, that's the only way they're gonna make moves. You feel me? Because they can't eliminate us because we're too vital to the country. You
Mhm.
feel me? So they can't eliminate
Mhm.
us. So that's the
Cause
only
they need our blood. They need our blood. You notice we the one working while they getting paid. They need
listen,
our blood. They need our
listen,
talents.
listen what I heard. This was something that I didn't know. That I just
Mm.
happened to be scrolling across something, and there was Minister Louis Farrakhan. He was speaking about the power of the black people in America. He was saying that we're only about 14% of the country. He said, I think he said the Mexicans and the Puerto Ricans came and overtook. So now we are the legit minority because there's
Mhm.
more of them. But he said, this is how powerful the black people are in the country. He said, if every black person in this country didn't go outside and didn't spend one penny
The country will fall under.
for
We will
24, listen,
collapse.
he said if they just held out for 24 hours, he said, the country would
Mhm.
go bankrupt.
Mhm. Mhm.
He said, if every black person decided not to spend one dime for 24 hours, he said the country would go bankrupt. And I couldn't see that happening, but then he broke it down to why it happens.
Yeah, we spend the most money.
We spend
You
the
know,
listen,
we spend the most
listen,
money,
and we ain't got none.
and we broke. We broke to spend the most money. Why do you think every designer, every car, every shoe has got to be stamped by the black community? Okay, if we ain't stamped it, ain't nobody buying it.
Listen, let me tell you what. And then it was another video, right? Dude was talking about a Rolls Royce Phantom, cost 400, 500,000, right? And he said,
Hmm.
man, he's a money consultant. He said, man, it killed me when I see the black entertainers who really got it. You feel me? They go and they buy a Phantom for $500,000 cash. He said, and I just cringe at it. Like, yo, what are
Yeah,
you doing? He said,
you're not helping us.
he
You're not
said, yo,
helping us.
no, he's saying, yo, you can get that for free. All you got to do is put $5 million into this fund, which is untouchable, that makes 5 to 8% interest guaranteed annually every year.
Your money is calculated in the
He
millions
said you
on
make
a monthly basis.
he said you make $400,000 off your interest. Your principal
Come on
never reaches,
now.
and it's
Come on.
untouchable. He said
Come
you
on
can
now.
go ahead and get the Rolls Royce if you do that. He said, and you pay nothing for it. He said because your
People
principal
don't
$5 million never go anywhere. He said you
But
live
people
off
don't know
that
how to make the
interest.
money work, man. You gotta make
Yeah,
your
he
money
said you
work.
live
yeah,
off the. He said what you do is you live off the interest of your money. You
interest.
never
You
touch
live
your
off the
principal money.
principal keeps calculating. You live off the interest. You got to spend it. You got to buy a house. You don't even. Oh Lord Jesus! What
He's
did they
like,
used
yo,
to
that's
tell us, Mister Ron? He said, save $5 a month, and by the time you get ready to retire, you will be a millionaire. If you just start out with $5 a month. By the time we get ready to retire, whether that be 60, 65, 70, 75, you will be a millionaire. You don't need no SSI, SDI, RDI, none of that. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
that's
That's crazy.
yeah. There's a whole lot to play in between there and
Hmm.
life.
Hmm.
There's life happens in between that and when you're ready to retire. Like
Hmm.
that's not a guarantee.
No,
Like
it's not a guarantee, but
that's
it's better guarantee than going out and buying a car and it's gonna sit there and
preparation. Oh yeah,
depreciate.
yeah.
Yeah.
It sound like you need to get educated on how to even manage money. That's what it sound like. You shouldn't even be out purchasing cars.
We don't even
First
have
thing,
that.
first foremost, it sound like you need money management.
See, we don't have that. We don't have that no more. I come from a generation where when your parents saw that you was gonna hit the lights, they start preparing you for elementary school. You got your what they call the three R's, your reading, writing, arithmetic. That was on point. You gonna count these dollars. You gonna know the interest rates. You gonna know the accounting and all of that. You gonna know how to
Piggyback.
cook a
Everybody had a
meal.
piggyback.
Yes, you want to know how to cook a meal, sustain yourself. I started washing dishes when I was 8 years old, standing on the stool. She said, "No, you're not gonna be lazy. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. The devil's workshop. No, we're not having that." Mm. But we don't have that anymore. We have people with talents, but they don't have the training. They know how to get it through the hoop, fly like an eagle. They can do all of that, but they don't know how to manage their personal life. They don't know that they don't know how to put a quarter together. They paying $500,000 for a woman that's not even real. She got more plastic than the plastic trash bags. Okay, what is that
We
about?
talking about? We talking about what?
Our young
You could
athletes, our
you,
young athletes.
you could buy a woman like what?
Zion, when that report came out, Williamson paid $500,000 for a date with that
No,
girl. Don't play like you didn't hear me, Mr. Carper. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
yeah.
nah,
I get
nah,
what I get
nah.
what Gigi talking about. Just like the young guy. It was. I mean, I just saw like
I
a
thought you
post
saying like
earlier.
they're buying
Where
a woman
what do you call
like you
it?
go
What
in
do
a
you call
store
it?
and you
no,
pick up
no.
a woman like
Oh, they got those.
I'm
They
like
got
what?
those too. They got those too. Ask Mr. Oldham. Okay, they got those
Man,
too.
Gigi,
Okay.
stop it.
Yeah, I get what Gigi's trying to say. Yeah.
We ain't got no kind of mentoring in our community. Our boys, they making millions and broke. Okay. Mm,
That's
what is that?
crazy.
That's
Yeah,
crazy.
that has been that has been an issue. I mean, it's one of those talk. Well, they used to say it a lot in the ghettos of the island and stuff like all the ghetto youth want is money, and they're like, nah,
Money,
man,
money,
that
money.
ain't true. That ain't true. When they get money, it just spike their nasty behavior more. Now instead
It
of
don't
buying
take.
a eight of rum, they could buy the whole bottle. So
Yeah,
no,
no,
in
they buying the whole
no, they could
store.
buy the weapons. No, they're just gonna buy
They
more
buying,
weapons.
yeah,
They're just
they
gonna buy more
buying the
weapons to
whole liquor
support their
store.
thing. So like that is an
Yeah,
illusion that like just put money in people hand in the ghetto hands, and they wouldn't commit crimes and they wouldn't be ignorant. Like nah, man,
and, and
that's
Mr. Conker, you look at it, it's the same thing. The book says ain't nothing new under the sun. That's how they got the refrigerators and the peanut butter. We ain't
mm,
smart, but I'm gonna take what you can do. Okay, I'm gonna benefit off your talent, KFC. Yeah, I know what you're doing, Cadillac man. Yeah, I'm gonna design this like Mr. Mark Brown did, and then I'm gonna fire you for wrongful and it's a wrongful termination, and you better not say nothing. Hmm. It's just call it what it is. That's what it is. Y'all build it, we profit. Same trick.
cap corporations, capitalism to make
Yeah,
you could
it's the
provide
same trick.
corporations
Yeah,
that
it's
can
the
do
same
that.
trick. Yeah, it's the
Who
same trick.
knows?
It
Who
just looks.
knows? Who knows what umbrella these sports team under? Maybe as a sports owner, you can do that. Like who knows what umbrella they under? This is
Well,
capitalism. Like I
yeah,
mean,
I was
Yeah,
gonna say that's just a
who
part of
knows?
contract work though, because
Yeah,
yeah,
regardless if
yeah.
if you finish or they fire you, there you still get paid your money.
Right, right.
That's
But you
just
look at it.
that's why
Look
you
at it
don't
though.
see a
Look how
lot of
much money.
lawsuits when it
Yeah, well, look
comes
how much
to
money.
sports
Look how
leagues.
much money them
Yeah,
Splash Brothers made for the Warriors is number two in as far as profit. Look how much money they done made since the Splash Brothers was created.
yeah,
yeah, make billions. Crazy.
Compared to
They
what
build
he
a new
got paid.
stadium.
Compared to
They build a
what
new
compared
stadium. I'm
they built
hearing
they went
that
to a
area
whole
is
other
like a little
city.
island. I'm hearing there's
Yes,
like a little city in that go to the stadium. Like you hopping on a train to get there, and I'm like,
hmm
it's a whole new thing when you get there. Like it's a little city by itself. I hear that's
he
what they
got
got in the Clippers Intuit Arena too. It's kind of the same thing. So
it,
like, yeah, they made money, man. They moved from
they made
from
they
Oracle.
went from when
Yeah,
they in Oakland, when
yeah,
they
they
in
made money.
Oakland.
They got yeah, yeah,
And then
brand new
now they
stadiums,
over there, yeah, now they over there with
state of
E40
the
and them talking
art.
about
Yeah,
compared to what he got paid. Yeah, he got what, 40 million, 50 million? They got billions.
yeah. They're in
but
San
that's how
Francisco.
it's set up. Steph Curry got Under
Yeah,
Armour from that too. I mean,
yes.
that's how you like. Yeah, if I'm an athlete, that's how I'm looking at it.
That's what you need to look
I'm
at.
using you just as much as you use me. But I understand in
That's
this is
right.
obviously you gonna profit more than I will.
Right.
But I'm gonna be set for
Ain't gonna be
life
yeah, that's what
and
I'm
my
saying. That's what
generation
I'm
and my family
yeah,
after me. But yeah,
right,
you obviously you will profit from me.
right.
I mean, when you look at comparing, it's like yeah, it is ridiculous that
It
like
is
yeah,
ridiculous.
I'm
It's
not getting half
ridiculous.
of that. I should probably getting half of that. But
I'm out here
you
shooting the
know,
shots. I'm out here doing the practices. I'm using my talents, my God given talents, abilities. I ain't doing none of that other stuff, but I'm winning championships. And you finna tell me you gonna make 10 times more? No, I might be behind you, but I ain't gonna be too far. Okay?
well,
No.
and until they got a league of their own, till they got a league of
Yeah.
their own, that's how it's gonna be. They should call it
Yeah.
that, a league of our own.
Hey,
Yeah.
yo,
Whoever,
We're.
let me ask y'all a question. Where y'all think they about to split this Boston team up to? Cause this new ownership already was tripping, having two super maxes on the team. Man, them niggas ain't winning. One of them niggas about to get traded.
oh yeah,
They
for
0 and
sure.
2. They 0 and 2.
Now I'm talking about after this run, they about to, at the end of this year, Boston getting traded. Regardless, whatever happens,
Right.
these niggas getting
Right.
traded. Somebody
Right.
getting.
Porzingis and Brown. I think Porzingis and Brown might be the
I think.
likely.
I,
I'm
You think they're gonna
watching
separate Tatum?
Houston.
You watching?
Ranton.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
watching Houston. I'm watching Houston with that Ranton. Brown
yeah,
and
I,
Brown.
I think
What about that?
because
What about
Ime
Denver? What about
Udoka,
Denver?
Ime
hey, yo,
Udoka and Brown got a
hey, yo,
good relationship.
listen,
What about
I think Porzingis gonna stay. They love him in Boston. I think it's gonna be that goddamn Drew Holiday and Jalen Brown.
Jalen Brown? Yeah.
Two of the blackest
Uh,
motherfuckers in the league. They gonna get them fuck about that.
hey, you know they
Man,
just
don't do
signed
that, man.
that.
Don't do
You
No,
know they
I'm
just
serious.
you know that.
Hey yo,
Yeah. You know
He
they
said two of
just
the
started
blackest.
hey yo, them
that Black
niggas, hey
Wall
yo,
Street. They
Congress,
doing that black.
hey yo,
They doing that Black Wall Street,
Yeah,
y'all.
listen, man, them niggas ain't like black. Them niggas is Pepsi Cola black. Like them
Bro,
niggas is Jungle Bunny black. They gotta get the fuck out
yeah.
of Boston. Don't
Yeah,
like they
That's
don't they,
yeah.
yeah, and then
that's
Jalen Green, yeah, for
listen,
real.
and then
He
Jalen
look
Brown
like somebody I would call Black
Y'all
Boy. Yeah,
crazy,
you would
man.
call him Black Boy.
that's
listen, and then
that's that Michael Blackson. That's that
listen,
Michael
right.
Blackson right
And then listen. And then this fool ass nigga get $360 million. And the first thing he say, he want to bring Black Wall Street to the whitest city in America. I said, oh, they gonna kill that
Uh-huh.
nigga.
And
I said,
Oh,
then he
yeah.
dropped
Okay, yeah. Well,
he
Jalen
dropped
Brown
that.
definitely going for sure. Yeah, Jalen Brown
He's a
Yeah.
black
definitely
one
going
that
for
played
sure.
for
And then
Indiana. Look at
y'all
Neesmith.
heard
Look how
that.
dark
Y'all
Neesmith is.
right. Y'all know he dropped that foundation in Berkeley. That the one for the underprivileged, underserved kid. He opened that foundation in Berkeley on All Star Weekend.
yeah, hey, yo, this motherfucker, they gonna send him right where he from. They gonna send his ass right down to Magic City. Take your ass right to Atlanta. Watch. They gonna
You
send
think
Jalen Brown
so?
to Atlanta. They're gonna send him to Atlanta. They're gonna give up that rookie that they picked this year. They're gonna give and the contracts to make it match. Watch. He going back home.
Okay.
He
Are you
going back
giving them
home.
50 every time? I can't. Yeah, I'll watch those return games to Boston
What is
with Jalen Brown.
that? What is that? 305 million? Was it
Yeah.
305?
Yep, him and Trey Young together down in Boston, in Atlanta, they'll take that.
Mm.
And
They'll
they got
take that.
and they got the 6 man of the year too, right?
Yep. Just think about it. They got the money to make the salaries match, and they got the assets with with the picks that they got.
Mm-hmm.
They could give up that boy that they picked last year at the number 1 spot. They could give him up, and they could give up some other draft picks, and they
Spencer
can make.
Daniels, that's his name.
They
Daniels.
can
Man, I'm getting
him.
rid of Porzingis. If I'm them, I'm getting rid of. He can't stay on the court, bro. I'm,
Dan,
Them boys gonna get paid in the league, man. That's one.
I
That's
don't think Jason gonna move. I really don't think Jason gonna move.
Hey, yo, nah, I'm talking about
nah,
that.
they love Jason. They
What's
love
that
him.
kid from France?
allegedly
What's that kid from France they drafted, bro?
Alex Sarr,
Nah, didn't he go to Washington?
Richard Shea.
Vestiaire.
Yeah,
Richard
he went to
Shea.
Washington. Yeah, he
That's
went to
what I'm talking
Washington.
about.
Sorry, went to Washington.
They're gonna give up Rasheer and they're gonna give up
Vestiaire,
some other
yeah.
draft picks and make the money work with the players.
And where's Sar's brother at? Does he have a
That's
brother
a lot of
in the
money, bro.
league?
That's a lot of contract, bro. That's
Hey,
true.
no, think about it. They got what's the name contract from Cleveland? What's my man name?
DeAndre Hunter.
No, he in Cleveland now. Karis LeVert.
Oh yeah, you talking about Karis LeVert? Yeah,
Yeah, they got his contract, and they got some other contracts they can give up to make that money match with Jalen Brown with them draft picks and that first round draft pick that they had last year. Boston bite on that. They'll bite on that.
Oh, while we talking
Richard,
about
man,
trade,
you
Mr.
gotta give me Dyson Daniels, bro. You gotta give me Dyson Daniels in that.
Either you either gonna want Dyson Daniel. You ain't getting. Listen, you ain't gonna get both of
They
them.
ain't gonna give him up. They ain't
You
gonna give him up,
can't
no,
have
but you
both.
gotta
You can't
ask.
get both.
That's who I
No,
want.
you can't
That's
get
who I'm
both.
asking for first.
Mr. Rod, let me ask you this. So the rumor is that the Lakers is trying to shoot at Giannis, and then the report came out this morning they ain't got no money.
That like this is the
But that's a
thing.
contradiction, right?
Giannis,
They're trying to get Giannis, but the financials came out this morning. They ain't got no money. They ain't got no money.
I'm gonna tell you, nobody in the NBA got no money this year. It's only 3 teams that really got cap space this year. It's like 3 bottom feeder teams that don't
I mean,
nobody
really one, but yeah,
like
you're right.
that don't nobody want to go to. So like none of the good teams got cap space for them. But what they were saying, LA was on this list, and they were saying LA could put a deal together. But like teams, they said the thing about it, the teams that are like that might go get him. Miami, LA.
Miami.
Like,
Yeah.
I think about it. The Clippers, they don't have nothing to give.
Houston could do that too.
Houston is scary, but the Clippers,
What about Memphis? What about Memphis?
no, that Memphis can't even pay Ja Morant. Why you
Who
think
they
they
Oh,
got?
just
Yeah,
shit.
they,
Okay.
why
Okay. I'm sorry.
so you got, and he's already said he want to go to a major market. So you got New
yeah,
York.
they got a decision to make with Ja Morant
So
too.
you
Yeah.
got New York, LA, Chicago. So you got 2 teams in New York, 2 teams in LA, a team in Chicago. Then he said he would take 2 mid-major cities, which is Miami or Houston.
Who we
Now,
talking about? Ja or Giannis?
Giannis. So,
Giannis.
Okay.
so now you look at everybody's situation. The
I
Clippers.
don't want him to. I don't want him to
The
play
Clip-
with Braun. I'm
Well,
sorry.
no, listen, the Clippers, they have less draft capital than us and worse assets. You feel me? Miami, they have no draft capital, or actually no assets that Milwaukee.
Yeah, who you want on
What
Miami?
about what about Orlando? What about Orlando? Orlando.
He didn't want Orlando.
He didn't want Orlando.
He
Okay.
didn't want Orlando. And then you look at it, the New York Knicks, they gave up all their draft capital for Mikal Bridges. You feel
Ain't
me?
nobody got no money. Ain't nobody got no money.
The only team that really got money over
Brooklyn.
over LA is Brooklyn, they said, and they said Houston to give up the most assets. And it's like if
Houston have assets. Yeah, Houston got the.
they said if he wouldn't want to go to Brooklyn because that'd be a worse situation than Milwaukee. Now they got to bring somebody else in, even though they got the money to do it. Now they got to try to bring somebody else in and pair with Giannis and then build the rest of the team up. He don't want to.
I mean,
he's done it already.
But Rantan, you know the team that nobody's talking about, but obviously they wouldn't because they're probably in a good space, but have the assets and the draft picks. OKC.
But he don't want that market.
No, that's not gonna work.
That's a worse market from going from there. We better off staying in Milwaukee.
Man, put it on. You be the one to put it on the market, bro. You be MJ up. Put it on the market, bro.
That's it.
Like you be the one.
If he go to OKC, he gonna knock out a couple of positions. They ain't gonna be able to handle them rotations.
It's not about that, bro. They don't get no nationally televised games, bro. It's only like 4,000 people in Oklahoma City.
What about the Spurs? What about the Spurs?
He didn't list them. He didn't.
I know, but I'm just saying. I know he only listed three teams. I don't want him to play with Braun. I'm sorry.
I don't see Giannis moving though. I don't see him going anywhere though. Like, I don't see Giannis moving.
I'm about to tell you who gonna have the most influence on where Giannis going. It's gonna be Nike. It's gonna be Nike. Yes, it's gonna be Nike. Y'all don't understand y'all don't understand the role that them shoe deals play.
Oh yeah, for sure. Oh yeah, definitely.
Oh yeah, I understand.
For sure.
Nike is gonna push him to New York, LA.
They're gonna push him to their major markets. Their major markets. That's what they're gonna push him to.
Listen, and I'm gonna tell you, they're gonna push for him to go to LA with Luka.
LA, yeah, that's where oh Lord, please,
man, Nike, relax yourself.
Lord Jesus, you hear me on the stream, Lord. I'm praying, I'm pouring out my heart, Lord. Please, don't send me out to play with it, Lord. You gonna break my heart.
Time out. Y'all gotta time out. Y'all gotta understand. If Nike
oh Lord, I got to get out the stream. I'm gonna be sick.
Listen to me. If Nike push him to LA, that means LeBron is out of LA.
I hope so, Lord. Please, from his mouth to your ears, Lord. Please, Jesus.
But yeah, it's no way LeBron would stay on that team. No way that happen.
Time out.
That won't fit.
Listen, time out. If the Lakers, just say Giannis say, okay, you know what? I only want the Lakers or the New York Knicks. You feel me?
Oh Lord,
the thing about Giannis is he don't got the kind of power he wish he had because he still got 2 years left on his contract. You feel me? So he still got 2 more years. He owed whatever team he traded to. He owed him 2 more years. He's not up for a contract yet.
Hold on. Let me interject real quick. The Bucks recently said if Giannis
they got traded him, wasn't it?
they will work with him.
Okay, now listen, that was my next part. That was my next part.
Oh,
Now,
okay.
if Milwaukee is great, like, yo, Giannis, thank you for the service. Where you want to go, big dog? Keep it between us because we still going to try to get the best deal possible. But if you want to go to LA, we're going to tell LA to put the best deal they can give us together, which is going to, listen, which is going to have, it's going to have to include other teams.
How much is Giannis getting paid? How much is it?
Didn't they say? Didn't the Bucks just put out a report that they was going to try to satisfy Giannis' request if he required anything? Didn't they just report that?
Right. Listen, they can't.
Yeah, that what Vaughn just said.
Time out. They can't. They can't do nothing roster wise. Y'all got to understand, Milwaukee is a double A team, and then his co-star is going to be gone all of next year. Dame Lillard not coming back next year, y'all. If it is, it's towards the end of next year. So now we don't have they might get an injury exception, but we don't have no money to bring nobody else over worth running with Giannis. So this would just be another wasted year for Giannis. So because they're a double apron tax team. So they can't make no moves. So now the injury exception will free up a little money for him, but not enough to go get him a star running mate. And then when you look at the free agency market, there are no stars out there this year anyway. Everybody's guaranteed 2026.
Right.
And it's only like 3 or 4 teams that actually got cap money this year.
Everybody
broke, man. How many times I would say these teams with these championship windows
tied up with the extensions and contracts. Yeah.
Right. So now it get down to what other teams are willing to participate and help facilitate this trade. Because if LA, listen, if Rob Pelinka think that there's any inkling that he can get Giannis Antetokounmpo, LeBron is out of there, bro.
Man, this is heavy, man. Heavy to the top, bro.
Listen,
don't do that. Mr. Ron, don't do me like that. I appreciate you. Don't do that, please. Please, Mr. Ron. Don't say it. Don't say it. No. Oh, Lord. Jesus. I'm going to go on fast. I'm going to go on fast.
You want LeBron to stay?
I want him out of there. No, I want him out of there.
I'm trying to tell y'all how this works out. You feel me? Like, the only thing Bron will be able to do is if they did make a move for Giannis, he would opt into his contract to guarantee he play with Giannis. But then,
oh Lord, Jesus, don't say it. Yeah, I feel the shit in my bones.
No. We would just be a team that's 1 year into the luxury tax. We probably would go to second penalty. You feel me? So we would have to win it all with Giannis, Luka, and LeBron. But at the same time,
oh Lord, not in the same sentence.
Listen, at the same time, it sets up Luka because now Luka got his running mate. So now LeBron, like, if he was smart and he really wanted to, would be like, yeah, okay, well, I'll play for 25 next year. I'll free up some space. That way y'all can make some moves and put together a package if this nigga really want to come here.
What is 25 million
going to do to play with Giannis? Giannis and oh my God! But keep adding that.
What is 25 million gonna do for a salary that's expected over 300 million and they broke right now? What are they gonna do?
LeBron love to ride in the middle of the boat. LeBron love to ride in the middle of the boat. When you ride in the middle of the boat, you don't get wet.
I'm about to
you don't get wet from the ocean.
Time out.
Oh Lord, I'm having a migraine. I'm getting a migraine.
I'm about to tell y'all. If LeBron decided to play for that much money, that would free up like 18 million in cap space. With 18 million in cap space, now we can make trades and accept back salaries and maneuver people around and maybe get draft picks we need or that we need for Giannis.
We have to do that Rudy Gobert trade. Remember when Rudy Gobert got traded and shut the whole league down with the trade? They would have to do something like that.
Listen, not if Giannis saying that's the only place I want to go, because now.
No, Giannis, don't say that, Giannis. You didn't hear that. Giannis. Don't you do it, boy.
See, y'all don't pay attention to shit. And if y'all remember, I said this shit a while ago. When Luka got traded to LA, who was the biggest supporter? Giannis was like, yes, all my whole dream is to have 10. players.
He been saying it, Joe. He said he want all his Euro players to be in the big markets. He's been saying that.
That's a fact. Now, what bigger market is New York and LA?
He don't need to go to LA. I know.
Now, when
No.
Giannis, man.
listen,
Come on, Giannis.
Don't do that. Don't do that,
Come
man.
on,
Please.
Giannis. Yeah.
You gonna make me fast, Giannis. You gonna make me call on it. You gonna make me push the button. I'm gonna have to push the
time out.
button on you, Giannis. Don't you do that, boy.
Time out. Time out. Y'all looking at it all wrong. Y'all listen, time out. Y'all got so much hatred for LeBron, y'all don't even realize.
No, I don't hate LeBron. I don't hate LeBron. I don't want him to get caught up in this extra stuff. Okay, it's not about the game. They work the game out, but I don't need him on the camera going to the parties and on his knees. You know, I don't need to see him on the court with somebody like that. You know that ain't right, Mr. Ron. I don't hate LeBron. I just want him to go to the house. I want him to go to the house and let Luka do his thing.
Listen, but
Man,
you got
it doesn't work out, man.
And then you look at Giannis. Giannis ain't no spring chicken. He got about 5 more years, maybe.
Listen to me. If there's a chance of Giannis coming to LA, LeBron won't be there.
Okay, I'm gonna take your word for it.
The Lakers will do everything in their power to get rid of LeBron if Giannis agreed to come there.
No, I'm saying whether or not, man. It's just my preference, though.
Yeah,
it's just my preference, though. But man,
with JJ ready? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding? No,
Giannis wanna get out.
Time out.
After all that talk about playing with one league and wanting the competition.
Time out. Do y'all understand what we're talking about here?
With the Lakers being number 6.
Time out. LA always get the biggest stars in the league.
I'm hearing another. No, I ain't even care about that, bro. I'm hearing another superstar. When the going get tough and gritty, I wanna go out. Not only I wanna go out, I wanna go and man, come on. And it doesn't work, bro. It don't work. We watching it.
Don't that sound a little stack to me? What is it? Chris Paul?
I have no issue with that.
Hold on, time out. Let me tell you something. Besides Anthony Davis, Giannis Antetokounmpo is the best player to pair Luka with. If you can't get Luka AD, the best person to pair Luka with is Giannis Antetokounmpo.
I don't disagree with that. But JJ ready? Ron? Come on,
well, I could say Luka had the best pairing. Luka had Lively, Gafford. He went to the finals. That wasn't bad. I mean,
maybe y'all know. I ain't saying JJ don't know what he's doing, but he don't know what he's doing. Okay.
I have no issue. I have no issue with that. But all I'm saying now, later on, I don't want to hear out of Giannis' mouth about him comparing himself. Yes. I don't want to hear him comparing himself to the greats and him saying about competition and he love it. I don't want to hear that. That's just my issue. Later, I don't care if we want to join.
Conquer them. Yeah. Hold on, time out. You got to understand there's a difference between the shit that LeBron's doing, that he did with Miami and all that, and somebody who's in a no-win situation and I want to compete. I can't compete in Milwaukee because my co-star is hurt all through next year and they don't have the money to build a team.
Man, you're just about to go through this. You 7-8 years, you killing in the league. You just about to go through this little slump, man. Come on.
Listen,
you're just about to go through this.
Listen,
you're gonna put Giannis and Luka.
This is the first time.
Hold on. Let me ask you a question.
First time he's facing some serious adversity in his life in his basketball career, man. Come on.
No, conquer them. That's not true at all. The kid was drafted 14th. The kid, everything that they won in Milwaukee was built off of his back. Now I gotta check. I know what it takes to win a championship. Right? It don't have to be no all-star team, but we have to be able to compete. We got rid of Chris Middleton. Listen, We got rid of Chris Middleton. Dame Lillard is hurt. You feel me? We let Drew Holiday go to Boston. Like, listen, I'm in no position right now. So y'all want me to spend the next 3 years doing absolutely nothing while they try to figure it out. After I done gave y'all 10 years to let y'all figure it out.
But Mr. Marlon, let me ask you this question. Let me ask you this question.
Within that 10 years, yeah. Within that 10 years, though. Within that 10 years, you are MVP, you're a defensive player of the year, you won a chip, and you records, those numbers you've been putting up is absolutely ridiculous for the 7-8 years. So it's been a success. He's been in MVP conversation. This is first time that he was in the playoffs. He was a top seed.
Time out. Think about it, though. Listen, time out. Look at the way that the roster is structured. They can't make no moves.
I don't see him in a Damian Lillard. He hasn't been in a Damian Lillard position yet, man. He hasn't faced in a Damian Lillard position yet. I think he could get out of this. I think he could get out of this, man.
No, this is time out. He was in Dame Lillard position his whole career. He just happened to bring them a championship. Now, what Milwaukee should be doing is thank you, Giannis. Thank you, because we didn't think he was going to be here this long.
Man, I'm not telling you, just listen, I don't care about when he make a decision. You see, it's the aftermath. You see, I am going to be objective later on. When we're talking about the greats and what we went through, and like, obviously, like, some rings wouldn't compare to others. There would be levels to this. This is what it comes down to, bro. Like, okay, then move away and then build up, because I have his book. I read his book, and he seems ambitious, and he seems like the person like on my own kind of attitude, and I don't think he's showing it right now. Like, okay, then go to
think about it, conquer them.
Go to Portland then, Blazers. Bring up Portland, or go to I don't know, man. Go to a young team that is. Go to Magic. I don't know.
Wait, conquer them. Everybody can't play to 40 like LeBron. I'm 31, bro. You want me to go waste 2 or 3 years trying to build a team? I'm just saying that, but let me tell you where we differ at, bro. Right? I get what you're saying. Now, had Milwaukee never won it and got close and he ran, I say, yeah, I agree with you. But he delivered off the same concept that you just told me. He delivered on that shit. Now, guess what? My timeline don't allow me to do that. It don't.
But right now,
you asking him to do that again. You asking him to come in and build something from somebody else's destruction and win championships at the same time. He did that at Milwaukee. So you telling me at 30, I gotta do it again? I don't understand that concept. I mean, maybe they see something I don't see. I don't understand. I just, they work it out. It just seems ridiculous to me.
I hope he don't move, but I don't have an issue with what a player does, what he make of it. But it's man, I think he's just too great of a player to be ducking out this early.
There you go.
But it's when the going get tough. Like, I make a better for you if you feel that your situation. Don't get me wrong. If Giannis feels like he cannot make it where you're at there, I have no go do your thing, brother. I have no issue with that. If he feels that way, I have no issue with that. Like, go and
his coach
go and do your thing.
His coach,
but I can't.
Now listen, think about it. Dame Lillard tore his Achilles, y'all.
Yeah, he just had surgery.
He's not playing next year, so now. If I stay in Milwaukee, I got to stay here and basically wait for Dame to come back and hope Dame come back the way Dame is. Dame 34 years old, y'all. How good y'all think he's going to be after he come back from this Achilles tear? And guess what? Ain't nobody about to trade for this nigga. So basically, you want me to spend the next 2 years waiting for somebody. And first of all, ain't no free agent. Hold on, conquer them. Ain't no free agents coming to Milwaukee. That means
Yeah,
we would
yeah,
have.
yeah. I get that. I get
We
that.
would have.
Yeah, but
Listen.
he's not moving for 2 years, right? So we're talking about 2 years from now, right?
No, they're gonna move. They're trying to move Giannis this summer. You
I
want
thought we
to know?
said he had 2 more years in his contract.
They do, but you want to know why? They can get the most out of him right now if they trade him
Oh,
right
his
now.
value is up. His value is up. His
Now,
value is
why?
up.
Listen, why would I wait to trade him? What if Giannis start playing next year and tear his ACL? Now I'm
Don't
stuck
say
with
that.
this motherfucker. I gotta get rid of him. Once a superstar say he ready to go, I gotta get rid of him. Now it's just a matter: are we going to do this like gentlemen, or are we going to get into some gangster shit? Obviously,
I don't think it's gonna go. I don't think it's gonna go to no gangster stuff. He just got to make a decision where he wants to go.
Listen, not with Milwaukee, because guess what, Giannis? In 9 years you've been here, you brought us a championship, you brought us an MVP. We love you, Giannis. Where you want to go? We know. Hey yo, listen, we know
Man,
the
they
end
got
of the road
Jalen Green, man. Yeah, bro, damn, bro. There goes another market again who just and LA and versus LA, bro. Why all these stars want to go in LA to end their legacy?
Because it's the money that you make afterwards.
When you could make your own legacy, like, man, that's crazy.
Listen, it's about the money that they can make out there. You'd like the money and the lifestyle that you live out there. Like he gonna make so much money. Anybody who go to LA a star, you make so much off court money. It damn near offset the taxes. You make so much if you a superstar. You feel me? Nike, Adidas,
How many? Okay, I got a question on that because you see, that is a dangerous mindset there. How many players came to LA with the money after on their mind who really was champions?
I'm about to get it right now.
That how LeBron James came in with that. See, I want you come to win championship. I want you have championship on your mind. I want the banner to entice you.
Listen, that's
not the money after.
That's the reason why we always get the biggest stars, because it has to equivocate to a championship. We don't try to settle for second-rate stars. We go get
So what's the excuse there? What we got one of the greatest stars there is in the league, and we ain't got but one championship.
Y'all used to go for top coach too. Y'all used to get top coaches too.
Hey, yo, listen.
Yeah, what did Kobe say? Kobe said, I ain't got to recruit nobody to LA. They still want to come to LA.
But think about
Ain't that what Kobe said?
Think about this, right? You talking about a different breed. Kobe is a child of LA. He's a child of LA.
Right.
He's a LA child. He was drafted there. You feel me? So his story.
No, he got traded there, didn't he? Didn't he get traded to LA first because he went to where did he go to?
Listen,
Rontan, you know what's crazy about LA and LA recruiting and the kind of player and LA style? Like, you know what's funny? The league stopped promoting. The league don't have those players no more, man. Like
they don't.
Like the stars are not stars anymore, man. You see how Luka come in and like the stars are not what they used to be anymore.
He got that purple car. Didn't Luka get that purple car with the jump man on it?
Like the stars who come into Lakers now falling, bro. Like the bright lights, like they can't handle the bright lights, bro.
Yeah, you get free parking. You want they getting Luka free parking on his date?
Hold on, time out.
Man, I'll do the same thing too. Hell.
I've been counting them. Think about it. Time out.
I'm listening.
When LeBron won that championship, we tied Boston with 17 championships, right? Of course, we expected to get more than one championship out of 8.
Right.
But guess what?
Oh, for sure.
Guess what? You got us a chip. Guess what? Next up, we know this is the end of your tenure.
Oh yeah, we the DMV now. We picking numbers.
So it's so LeBron James is the only superstar y'all linger on like this long.
Hey yo, you got. I'm gonna tell you why.
You really believe that you could have won another one with LeBron after?
Absolutely. I think I conquered them. When we won in 20, we were supposed to win in 21 too. Anthony Davis got hurt. You forgot that. We was up 2-1.
Yeah, and yeah.
We was
Coming off the COVID thing was a weird kind of thing too. The league was still a bit Lakers had the best team around that time. For real. Y'all had the best team, best roster, I should say. Yeah. Top to bottom. Man, Pelinka was doing work, bro.
That roster was fire. We was going back to back. Until you got hurt. I would put my life on that. We was going back to back.
Yeah, man. You got KCP, Caruso, Maggie, Dwight Howard, Rondo. Come on. Yeah, for sure.
So, listen, we understand the LeBron era is over with. And like,
Please.
Listen, y'all should have known that when we traded for Luka Doncic. You can't.
I thought that's what it was. I thought that was.
You didn't thought it was over before that.
No, listen. I knew it. I knew that LeBron era was at an end. You feel me? I was hoping maybe somebody got injured. Him and AD still scary. We might be able to sneak and do some damage, especially after we went to the Western Conference Finals. You feel me? We might be able to still sneak because that's still a hell of a duo. You feel me? But LeBron didn't want to get the keys to AD. They didn't want to give the keys to AD. And listen, the Lakers thought he was going to get the keys to AD. That's why they offered him the biggest extension in NBA history.
Right.
Oh man.
Right. So now they said, okay, LeBron, you don't want to come up off this bullshit. Guess what? We're gonna go get somebody where you got to come up off this bullshit.
That's why I asked you earlier, Ron. You believe he's gonna do that with Luka? You think he's gonna pass it?
That's what I was just gonna say. You think he's gonna give the keys to Luka and Giannis?
Listen. Y'all don't understand. It's over. He don't have to give shit. They taking the keys from that.
It's over.
Listen, they
Call me. I'm gonna go over there. I'm gonna have me a bottle of champagne while they're packing up the truck. I'm gonna be fire, okay? I want to see
what's his name? Jazzy. Man, they're giving him that Uncle Phil and Jazzy Jazz.
Yeah, call me. We're gonna stream that. We're gonna live stream that, okay? He's gone, y'all.
Y'all tripping. The moment they traded for Luka Doncic,
I'm just playing this one. I'm just playing.
That became Luka Doncic's team. The moment they traded for him.
Why they keep trying to push it out and try to blame him for stuff? Why they keep doing that, Mr. Ron? Why they keep doing that, Mr. Ron? This man is scoring 37, 14, and 9, but it's his fault. Why they do that? Why they do that?
The media is controlled by the LeBron James million. You feel me? Time out. The only two people to go against LeBron James in the media is the two people everybody hates: Skip Bayless and Stephen A. Smith. Right? Now you got all these people who work in the media who putting out these false narratives of Luka. But let me tell you the tell-all story, right? The upper brass and them just went out to dinner. Jeannie Buss, Rob Pelinka.
Yeah.
Luka Doncic, his agent. Guess who was there at that dinner?
Rich Paul?
No.
Luka was there?
It was Luka, and the only other person signed to Luka fucking agent, Jackson fucking Hayes. They didn't even have LeBron.
Jackson Hayes.
Time out.
Jackson Hayes, the center.
Interesting. That's interesting. That part is interesting.
Him and Luka got the same agent, y'all. Now listen, why do you think LeBron came out and said to Slick, "Oh, it ain't my job to see if Luka gonna stay"? Guess what, bitch? Because you already know it's already been laid out for you and Rich Paul. Hey, LeBron, thanks for your services. We done made a couple billion together, but this Luka still now. This Luka.
That's why he mad. That's why he mad, Mr. Ron, because you know his jaws is swole. He mad. He real, man. His jaws is real.
Is it safe to say LeBron and Luka party don't really get along? They're not really.
No, it's not.
We don't know all that. No, we don't know all that. This money.
No, it's not the LeBron. It's not. Time out. It's not the LeBron and Luka parties that got a problem with each other.
No, it was just a question because it's him, because LeBron he's a weird dude, bro.
LA let LeBron know his tenure ended when they traded. And like he said, my guy AD asked for a center and they traded him the next week. I'm not going to say nothing. Now you're trying to throw some slick shots.
Now you're trying to throw shade. Now you're trying to throw some shade.
Because LA done told you, bitch, they done showed you. Hey, bitch, that LeBron era over. Guess what? You and Bronny can pack y'all shit if y'all want to.
I wish they would. They need a moving company. I can call somebody. I know you
So Jackson Hayes' agent definitely had conversation about him not getting minutes in the playoffs.
No, because JJ Redick was there too, but like he might have did.
No, I mean at the dinner. I mean like at the dinner. Listen, you know, in general, like
he probably did, but that spoke volumes, bro. Oh, it's
that is true.
It's a Laker meeting happening. LeBron James ain't present. It's a new sheriff in town, big dog. Thank you for your services.
No, he said he hurt his knee. He can't go nowhere. He couldn't go to the gala, so he couldn't go to the dinner either. Okay, so
So nobody was there from LeBron camp either.
Nobody from LeBron's camp. Why you think?
Okay. So let's just wait and see if they have a dinner like that. Maybe they have a dinner like that with LeBron.
See, Price. Listen, Price. This is what they don't understand.
What's up?
They don't understand that the LeBron era ended when they traded for Luka.
I understand that, Mr. Ron. I promise you I do. I'm banking on that, but it's not moving fast enough for me. I ain't hating. I'm not capping. I appreciate what you did. I thank you for the bubble yum yum. I thank you for the play in or play out or whatever you did. I appreciate it. But please go to the house. That's all I want. I ain't got nothing to say. Just go to the house so we can move on. These players ain't gonna stay young for long. That's all I'm saying. You know,
waiting for everything to come out. You know, I ain't speculating.
Yeah, I just want you to go to the house.
Come on, but Gigi, we already know how this. What man?
Lord,
I'm going back and forth with this because LeBron show you who his hand is all the time, right? Yeah, you heard his press conference, right? Did you hear his last press conference that he had?
Yeah, I ain't got nothing to do with contracts. We don't know what the roster gonna look like. You done shut the door. You done back yourself up in the corner, And the boy got you begging. They done son you. You kneeling on the TV. They done son you.
Hey, yo, Gigi. You know what they told LeBron?
What?
When they drafted Luka, they told LeBron, ain't nobody came and see you, Otis.
I've been trying to tell you that, Mr. Ron. I've been trying to tell you for the last year. Ain't nobody coming to see you, Otis. Not get the step up, Drew. Go on, Uncle Drew. Take your orange man and your wheelchair and go to the house, back to the park.
Now hold on. Oh, shit. As a parting gift, time out. Listen, as a parting gift, because we done made a couple. Listen, because we done time out. Because we done made a couple billion together over these last 8 years. You got to understand. Hold on. This has been LeBron's longest tenure with one team. He's never been with one team longer than he's been with the Lakers, right?
Well, that's an overstate. He didn't check out on time.
No, listen. We done made billions. You done broke. You done broke Kareem record in a Laker uniform. We done made a couple billion. So listen. So we love you, LeBron. So now, what we can do is give you this $30 million. You play for that, fit in with Luka, and we really go try to get you another chip. But you got to let us make some moves and stay flexible because we got to go get the shit Luka need. And the only way we could go get the shit Luka need is if you take a little bit of a pay cut, bro.
He took a pay cut last year, what, $2.4 million? What kind of pay cut is that? That ain't even 10%.
Hold on. Time out.
You give more to the church. You give more to the church than that.
Gigi, you missing it. Time out. Yeah, he only took $2.4 million to get up under that first apron. But guess how much he saved the Lakers by doing that? He saved them $60 million. If he would have took the full max contract, it would have made the Lakers have to pay an extra $60 million. Being that he took the $2.3 million less, it got up under the apron and it saved them $60 million.
But
Man,
they
he
still
really
ain't got
hurt
no money,
Otis.
Mr.
He really
Ron. They
hurt
still
Otis
ain't
with
got no
that
money,
word, bro.
Mr. Ron.
Man,
They still ain't got no money though. He took the pay cut to keep them under the cap, but
No,
they still
no,
broke.
no,
What
no,
is that?
man. Look
see,
at Otis' face, man. He really
no,
hurt Otis, man. He got to tell
listen,
the
time
man.
out, time out, time out, time out. Do y'all know what it is?
Yes.
Listen, time out. Hold on. I gotta pay everybody their salary on the team, right?
Yep.
That come out to $180 million, right?
Yep.
But if I pay you at this max salary, it's gonna cost me an extra 60 on top of this 180. Because we in this thing
Yeah.
doing
You
luxury.
gotta pay the penalty. You gotta pay the penalty.
Right.
Yeah, I understand.
So now really Genie looking at it like, yo, he only took 2.3 million less, but he saved the Lakers organization $60 million by doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, to keep them out of the penalty. I understand that, but they
Right.
still broke.
Hold on, Gigi. So hold on.
Yes, sir. I'm listening. I'm so sorry.
Now think about it. You got your business, right? And this woman tell you, well, listen, if I clock out 2 hours early this week, you ain't gonna owe me the $6,000 overtime. But if I
Right.
take these 2 hours, you're gonna owe me my 2 hours and $6,000 in overtime. I think you're
Right,
gonna
because now you
be
gotta pay me double.
right now. You're gonna
We
be
all know who
extremely
you're
grateful.
taking. We all know what you're
Right.
choosing.
Yo, so you 2 less hours. You feel me? You
uh,
owe me 60 racks because
uh,
if you'd have kept your 2 extra hours, I'd have had to pay you for them, and then on top of that, I would have had to pay the big company 60,000 just for having too much overtime.
yeah. But see, the thing I'm looking at, Mr. Ron, I ain't saying you wrong. I agree with you. You saving me 60 million, but I still, is my bottom line ain't decreasing because I still got to give you what I gotta give you. You
Yeah,
just keep me out of penalty. You just keep me out of penalty.
but at the same time, I don't mind giving you that $50 million because guess what? At the
What?
end of the year with jersey sales and everything, guess what? You just made the Lakers a extra 243 million. And guess what? I got to divide that among 6 siblings. So thank you, LeBron. You a cash.
Right.
If nothing else,
Right.
you a cash
Okay.
out.
I hear you. I hear you.
Mm.
Hey, yo, you got to
But
think about this.
I hear you
Gigi, you got to
because
think about this.
AD and
You
uh,
got to think about this too, Gigi. You got to think about this.
uh,
The
uh,
Laker kids are the majority owners, right? And then you got the minority
right,
owners. The minority owners get their
right,
piece of the pie, but then that piece
right.
that goes to the Lakers, that got to get divided
Uh,
7 ways.
yeah,
So,
Jenny and her family.
right. So if just say Jeannie and her family walked away with
Right.
500 million after the minorities got their cut, you feel me? That
Right.
500 million got to be split 7 ways now.
Yeah.
You feel me?
I
So
understand.
they not like the Clippers, Steve Ballmer, where I just got endless money, and it don't matter about the luxury tax. That the
Right.
Lakers are the Lakers family primary source of income. They don't own no
Right.
oil refineries or got no tech startup groups. They dad was in the real estate.
Right.
And
I'm not
Man,
saying
you
anything
sure?
about that, Mr.
They
Ron.
got
I'm not
some
saying
shell companies overseas,
I'm
the
not
banking
no,
I'm not saying anything about that.
allegedly.
But
Hey
what
yo,
I'm
I gotta
saying
go, yo.
is
That's my time today, bro. I gotta go check my
okay,
daughter.
Mr.
Y'all
Conklin.
be good, yo. Peace.
Respect, Mr. Conklin.
Easy. Keep.
What I'm saying, Mr. Ron, I'm not saying anything about that, but I'm saying her calculations to make profits is a step off because yeah, we got out of the penalty, but now we got to get that gross up. What are we doing to get that gross up? Oh, I got $2 million to work with and go from there. What are we doing? What are we doing? She's not making no money. She's stabilizing the franchise. That's all she's doing is stabilizing the franchise.
hey yo, that's why if you think about it, Gigi, that's why her
Mm,
daddy gave her carte blanche after he
mm,
right? He said, give your brother a shot, but you own the
mm,
rights, right? He did
mm.
that because he prepped Jeannie himself for every aspect of the Los Angeles Lakers, from the Laker girls to ticket sales to off court.
Right,
Listen,
right. Concessions, all of
probably
that. She knows that she's supposed to know all of that.
she listen. They say she is one of the best owners in the league when it comes to business.
Right, right.
What they lucky is Jeannie don't got the money like Steve Ballmer to play with. They lucky she only got that few billion to play with. Because if she had money like Steve Ballmer, bitch, the league would be because that lady know what the fuck she doing.
I'm not questioning that, but I'm questioning the formulas that she's using right now. I'm not discounting none of that. It's good that she kept herself out of the penalties. But see, the thing is, you staying out the penalties to stabilize the franchise, but you got to move forward. You can't just keep sitting there in quicksand, okay, waiting for somebody to do something.
But like Brian Rindhorst said, one thing we know about the Los Angeles Lakers, when they're in championship contention, they will go into the luxury tax.
Right.
They don't mind, but if we know we're not in contention, not about to pay no fucking taxes.
I know that's right. I wouldn't either. So what's the next move? What's the next move then? How you gonna get out of this quicksand? That's all I want to see.
They just showed y'all the next move. The next move name is Luka.
It's Luka. Okay, all right. So Uncle Drew, you going to the house, okay? I'm coming over there with my camera and my champagne. We're gonna have a party, okay?
Now, if she's smart, she trying to keep LeBron. Guess why I'm trying to keep LeBron? Because one, we'll stay.
That's gonna be sales. That's gonna be money. That's gonna be sales. Billions of dollars. Giannis and LeBron and Luka. Oh man, they're gonna break the internet.
Listen, they don't even got to bring Giannis. All they got to say is just LeBron farewell tour.
Oh Lord. That's true. But when will he announce that?
Well, maybe he already had a talk. Say, yo, listen, I'm gonna take this, and this gonna be my last year.
He wasn't at the meeting, right? He wasn't at the meeting.
He keep hitting, man. I don't know how much longer y'all think I got. People say he holding on to Bryce, but I'm like, no, he's not. He already learned his mistake with Bronny. He ain't holding on for Bryce.
You don't think so?
Nah. If anything, Bryce will be the kid that played for the team he owned. Bryce gonna be the first kid, my kid that played for the team that I own. Might be in 3 years from now, but guess what? My son will be available for him to play for whatever team I own. Both of them.
But I ain't saying he's hungry for it. But he known for setting the records. First father to play with both his sons. That kind of situation. Well, first it was a first son. Now it's gonna be that picture that was on Sports Illustrated. Wasn't that a Sports Illustrated pastor? Him and Bryce and Bronny on the cover. I think they're gonna make that happen.
But you know what? He learned from Bronny. He learned from Bronny, man. People wasn't as receptive.
You think so?
He said, man, what he just found out, people wasn't as receptive to that as I thought they'd be. You feel me?
People chew me up about that. So he don't learn this lesson with that shit. You feel me?
He said that, Mr. Ron.
What do you think? Why do you think he had the altercation with Stephen A. Smith? That was an out-of-body experience for LeBron James. You ain't never seen LeBron do no shit like that.
Yeah, because Kevin Gates was at the last game. How come he didn't go over there and say something to Kevin Gates? He was sitting right there on the floor, looking straight in the eyes. He didn't say nothing. He was over there begging, proposing to the referee. What they talking about?
Listen, so it's just a learning experience. Damn, I did that the wrong way. Let me not make that second mistake with my son. My other son. You know what? Everybody in the league hate my son, and my son ain't did shit to nobody.
But he did though. It's because of him. It ain't got nothing to do with Bronny. It's because of all the stuff that he was saying, putting all those stamps out there about his family and about his son. And then his son even said, man, it was getting to me. I don't know what I was doing. And we told him, Mr. Ron, we didn't have this conversation. That boy looked scared.
That's what I'm saying. And LeBron seen that mistake. Oh, that shit didn't end too well for Bronny.
You feel me? Let me take a different route with Bryce. Let me take a different route. Let me be a little bit more laid back in the cut and let Bryce do what he do.
I hope so, because that's not. I mean, we said this, Mr. Ron, before he even shot his first shot in the league. We said that he wasn't ready and he looked scared and he looked like he was going through some challenges.
Hey, yo, you want? And I'm gonna tell you, right? You want to know what made LeBron do that shit? The Stephen A. Smith?
Mm-hmm.
It was the fact
that his wife Savannah probably felt the same way Stephen A. Smith did, Joe.
Oh Lord Jesus.
Motherfucker, you got my baby all in the spotlight. And he just had, you know how mama is about her son. And she's seeing all this negative attention her son did, and she looking back like, yo, my son ain't did nothing to none of y'all. But the only reason why y'all attacking my son is because of who his father is and the shit that his father's saying. LeBron, chill out. They fucking with my baby, bro. And the fact that
Can't hear you, Mr. Ron. Anybody there? Your phone cut out. Hello.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
And that's the reason why that shit touched the nerve with him, because that's the same shit his fucking wife told him.
That's crazy.
We thought this shit was going to be different, but this shit backfired on us. Now this shit affected my baby.
That's crazy.
My baby used to go down to the beach to hoop with his mans, and now he don't even want to do that because all the negative attention he getting behind this shit. We know what you was trying to do, LeBron, but that shit backfired. So guess what? We got to ease up. We ain't gonna do Bryce like that.
I hope not. I hope not.
And that's why that shit hit that nigga the way it did when Stephen A. Smith said it, because that's exactly what Savannah probably told the nigga.
Hey, Cottis, hold on, y'all. Hey, Cottis, to answer your question, you said who's the better player between Vince Carter and Ray Allen? It's Ray Allen.
You know what I mean? So
yeah. So when does it is it this summer? Oh, that the decision to be made whether he's gonna go or stay? Is it this summer?
Nah, he got to, I think, June 2nd to opt in to opt out.
26 or 25?
June 2nd, 25. He can opt out this year. Or he got to opt into his $50 million and lock himself in for next year for $50 million.
What the date is? What's the
deals?
Yeah, what the date is? May what? We got to go on a fast, Pastor. Let's go on a fast. for June the 5th, for the Lord of Crackers time for the Lakers, okay? No, I'm just tired. I mean, we have dropped. I don't like what I'm seeing. That's it. I mean, it got nothing to do with his game. We already know what his game is, what his purpose is, what his target market. How we know he can make the money. But see, but this ain't Lakers. This not Lakers. You making money, but this ain't Lakers. That's all I'm saying. You know, I'm used to seeing the Lakers in the postseason. Yeah, you mean you tell me you only won 2 games in the playoffs in the last 8 years? What am I looking at? Huh?
There's no easy cakewalk in the West like it was in the East. That's what that tells me.
They ain't gonna tell, but you ain't gonna tell me, Kobe, how many playoff games did Kobe go to in 8 years? I know he won more than 2 in 8 years. I mean, I can cray on that. Mm-hmm.
Did you just say crayon, girl? You crazy.
It's just embarrassing. It's embarrassing.
How you used to tell her back in the day.
Yeah. I'm gonna get the big box. You know, I ain't gonna get the little bitty boxes. I only got 2 rolls. I'm gonna have a stack up box, okay? Lord, gee, it's embarrassing. I'm just gonna be honest with you. It's embarrassing. You got a billionaire crying on the doggone court for a foul. Huh?
Okay.
Just I mean, it's not a good look. You know, I'm not used to that. Maybe I'm traumatized. It might be normal, but it's embarrassing.
Man, the Lakers have made themselves
Laughing stock. Laughing stock.
The decision.
Go ahead, Ron.
The decision has been made, y'all. As soon as we got Luka, the decision was made, bro. Now
okay. We're gonna stamp that. We're gonna stamp that, Mr. Ron. We're gonna stamp that, okay? What the day is. Clip it, put it in a clip, and send it to my YouTube, okay? I'm gonna pull it up when it happens.
Now it's a matter of LeBron gonna opt in, and we got to deal with him for 1 more year. Because remember, because of his age and the years he got in the league, and him signing 1, he automatically has a no trade clause.
Oh Lord Jesus.
Mhm.
Well, he
So
he been riding with that for a minute though. He been riding with that no trade for a minute though, right?
we might be dealing with him for one more year, y'all.
We appreciate you. We appreciate you, LaBobby. We do. We appreciate you. Yes, we do. But it's time for us to meet you at the crossroads. No, time's up. Kobe know when to bow out. Bird knew when to bow out. Jordan knew when to bow out. You don't go out like this. This is not how greatness goes out. You go out legendary, okay? You ain't praying like that. You ain't embarrassing your franchise like that. That's all I'm saying,
Hold on,
Mr. Ron. This not G. This not G right here.
hold on. I just want to say one thing to all y'all people that's been saying, "Oh, what was Michael Jordan doing at 40? He wasn't playing at the elite level. And LeBron is playing at elite level, and he's still getting his ass beat." Next
Flop it
point.
all down flop it all down on the floor with your hand all up, seeing that the cameras looking at you. You falling apart mentally. You can't hold your behavior because people are picking at your family. You didn't have to do this. You brought this on yourself. You didn't have to do it, but you did. Okay, with a Lakers uniform on. Okay, we appreciate you. Ride or die. We appreciate you. But go on to the house, man. This is embarrassing. It's embarrassing. Mm-mm, mm-mm. I'm sorry. I'm from
But
Mississippi.
but but then
I'm from Mississippi. I'm from Mississippi, where men carry themselves as men. When you a real man, you know when your time is up, Mr. Ron, and you can't tell me nothing different, Mr. Ron.
right, but
When
Miss
your
G,
time is up, you know when to go out the door, and you're not gonna go out the door with your head held, hanging down. You want to go out with some kind of respect. Why do you have to have this kind of, behavior around what's going on with you in your career?
Hey, yo, you want to know why? I'm gonna tell you why, and I'm gonna speak it from a bigger picture standpoint, right, Miss Gigi? And
Okay,
now
help me out.
I'm switching shoes now. Now I'm in my LeBron James shoes. You feel me?
Hmm.
Man, you crackers done made over 100 billion off my back over these last 20 years. Fuck y'all. I'm going out on terms.
Yeah. But
I,
why does this have to be your terms?
listen,
Why does this have to be your terms? If you're
I
gonna
just,
go out on your terms,
listen, I just hate that his terms is with my team. Gigi.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying, Miss Ron. If you're gonna go out on your terms, you mean your terms is bowing down, begging, having all kind of gray areas with with the moves you making. You got bother dogs, you over
You
at
know,
Bother's house, you
you know
can't
what?
make no free throws, you
You
can't
know
make
what?
no
You know
threes.
what?
Why?
Listen, LeBron. You earned every bit of what you're doing. You feel me?
Yes, sir.
Like you
Yes,
earned
sir.
every bit of power that you got, and I salute you,
Hmm.
LeBron. But I just want you to go take your power and take it to somebody else's team right now. Because
Right.
it's not working anymore.
It's not working no more. It's not working no more. It's not even productive for you. And this is your stuff, partner. This is your stuff.
I wish you could stay in the NBA and make a whole nother $1 billion for another,
Yeah.
but just don't do it with the LA Lakers, Bron.
Don't do it with the Lakers and don't make it look this bad.
You deserve
We know you
you
deserve better than
deserve
this.
you
You
deserve
deserve better than this.
every penny that you get. You deserve you know
Hmm.
what, the NBA can't pay you enough money in yearly salary compared to what you
Right.
deserve.
Right.
But
Yeah, but don't do this. Don't do this
don't do
right
it
here.
to my Lakers.
Please. I think we've had enough. I'm about ready to go get me another prescription, okay?
Listen,
Because I can't stand it no more.
go to New York. James Dolan got more money than Jeannie Buss. Just go to New York and take
Yeah,
it, LeBron.
yeah,
You
yeah.
deserve
Going over there, play some jazz with Utah. Going over there, play some jazz with Utah. Do something. Just do something,
just
please.
don't do it in LA. You feel me?
Yeah, yeah. You know how to change addresses. You've done that before with the decision and stuff. You know how to do a change of address. Let's make that happen, okay?
You
You need some
deserve
help? I'll fill it out for you.
every single penny, every bit of
Lord
respect,
have
every
mercy.
commercial, everything, LeBron. You deserve that
Yeah,
and more.
yeah,
Just go get it
yeah.
somewhere else besides the Lakers because you got us handcuffed right now, pimp.
Yeah, you holding us hostage, man. Please, come on now. Come on now. Eight is the number for new beginnings. New beginnings. Come on now. Come on, let's have a new beginning. Please. Please. Will y'all send that to him? Send it to his Twitter, Snapchat, DM, Instagram. I don't know, whatever kind of social media accounts he's got. Please send him this message. Clip it, cottage, clip it. Okay? Oh, now. It's not respectful. This is not respectful. You want us to respect you, but you keep doing the stuff that makes us, yeah. Come on. That's all I'm saying, Mr. Rod. I'm sorry. It's enough
So,
is enough. Enough is enough. You know?
how my man Elmer Fudd said when he was hunting Bugs Bunny, I done had all.
Mm-hmm.
He said, I done had all the stands and I can't stand no more.
I can't stand no more. I can't stand no more. Uh-huh. Mm-mm. 'Cause it's not. See, the thing about it is, you saying one thing with your mouth that's total contradictory to our expectation. You know, I apologize that the Black Mamba. He made us love championship runs. I apologize for all the greatness that we've seen in the past. With Magic Johnson and Kareem. I apologize that they have groomed us and trained us how to recognize greatness. Okay, I apologize. And what you showing us, it don't match. It don't match. It
Ain't
don't match.
that's it. But
It
like
don't match.
you
They
say,
know.
the
They know when to
Lakers
go to the house. They know when to go to the house. Okay. Mm.
the Lakers have officially turned the page on LeBron James by the
Thank you, Mr. Brown.
and you know what? They didn't even use you. They used your man to do it. They used your man to show you we over you, nigga.
Mm-hmm. You great, man. You got 50K points. You got 108 losses in the playoffs. You're number one in history. Yeah, you got that, man. You got that. You about 82 passes away from having the most turnovers. Yeah, you got that. I give that to you. You're making history at Tottenham. But just go to the house, please. Just go to the house. Mhm. Ain't nobody else played with their son. Ain't nobody else, did all this. Ain't nobody else got no barbie. All the congratulations. Mm. Yeah, my stomach hurt. Grandma used to say, Pastor, well, you done left me again, Pastor. Why y'all always see y'all chat? Get those likes up, comment, share, donate to the channel. But y'all see how they do me? Every time I come up here and we have a conversation, they leave me by myself. Okay. See how they do me? They leave me by myself. They close the door on me every time. Mm. Who we got playing today, y'all? Who we got playing today? Because then Denver and OKC just played, so they 1-1. Boston lost 2 in a row. I don't know what's going on with them. I don't know. They must have changed the uniform or something on Boston. 'Cause they don't even look like themselves. What the problem is? Mm-mm. And then Cleveland, they already talking about flying folks over there. Lord have mercy. They can't even get through the series before the pink slips come out. I don't know. We might need to do an investigation on what's going on with all these decisions. Mm, like Usher, all these confessions. We might need to try to do that, you guys. Who else we got playing? Who else we got playing? Oh, the Warriors, the Timberwolves. Mm, I don't know. And we talking about the Warriors. I don't know what kind of formulas Mr. Curry is gonna put together. I thought I saw that Curry's gonna be back in game 4. Then he's gonna rest in 3. He'll be back in game 4. So we got to see what that sustainability package looks like. You know what his bench really looks like. Even though they have won without Curry, what was it, a couple of games ago, if I'm not mistaken, with that thumb. So we're gonna see what Mr. Curry gonna do. Draymond going, take his y'all must say that y'all taking medication. Mm-mm. So I don't know. There's not too many teams that's playing consistent outside of was it Halliburton and the Knicks. They're staying consistent. So I don't know. Halliburton might come out. May come. He might be what is it? The Black Horse. He might be the Black Horse. That stallion. Cause look like the top two teams right now is I don't know if they're tired, confused, overwhelmed. I mean, they're playing teams that they played before, so we'll see what happens. The numbers is looking good. I don't have my numbers in front of me, but the numbers are looking good. Pastor, are you listening to me? You need to come on your stream, sir. We know you need to take a break, and you've probably been here a few hours, but you need to come take control of your stream. But yeah, the numbers are looking pretty good. I don't like them 45 3-pointers. What is it? So I thought I heard somebody comment that it was 90 or almost 90 attempts at threes. Mm-mm. Those are shots. That's not made shots or missed shots. That's total count.
What you
Lord
talking
have
about?
mercy.
Ron Time fell out.
Yeah, his phone, he fell out. And why you leave me by myself?
Hey, I'm doing other things. It ain't just me. I let everybody else talk. And shoot, why? Hey, don't come in here question me. This is my platform. If you didn't want to
Or
talk,
you
go. Ain't nobody
been,
coming to see you, Otis.
Cottage, listen how he talking to me, and I've been here on his stream while he been doing other things. Talking about don't be
I
questioning what
got
he
other
do.
stuff I've been doing. That's why I let y'all cook, and I haven't said anything. I've been letting y'all cook. I mean, you can't take the heat. It's like being in hush room by yourself. You by yourself. Shoot, any other time you be talking, it's
Yeah,
like the hush room. You
yeah.
understand?
Man, please, I can handle it. I'm just telling you, this is the
All
second
right, then
time
I
you
can
done
go.
did
I can go
that.
back and finish what I was doing. Then I'll be back.
Look, answer me this: who plays tonight? Who's playing tonight?
There's only one game that play tonight.
Who is that?
I want you to guess. All the teams that play, who haven't played yet? Who
Okay,
haven't played
wait
the
a
game?
minute, wait a 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 minute. See, the Warriors just played. Denver just played. Boston just
Warriors play
played.
Monday. So who plays?
Yeah,
No, the
I
Warriors what?
don't
They play
know.
Tuesday. They play
They played
Tuesday.
Denver. They
And
played.
remember, all these
Yeah.
games is every other day now.
So have we seen Cleveland this week?
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
they down
Because they
2-0.
talking about. Yeah,
They
they
play.
talking about fine. Yeah, they
It's
talking about
Minnesota
fine.
and it's going to be Golden State and Minnesota play game 2 tonight.
Oh Lord Jesus! What channel is gonna be on the TNT? The TikTok, the Twitter. I might watch that. I'm kind of
They
interested.
come on at 5:30 our time in the West.
Okay, I might watch that. I'm gonna make some nice Mississippi spaghetti. Not no Italian spaghetti. I'm make it like Mississippi style.
But I don't know when
What
y'all
do you
been on
think?
track
What do
today,
you
boy.
think?
Y'all been
What do you think?
on one today, boy. Y'all been
What?
on one. Shout out to everybody that came through today, man. I'm just sitting here taking care of doing some personal business. You know what I'm saying?
What you think about the playoffs so far? I haven't heard your opinion. Then you can let me go if you ready to shut it
Yeah,
down. But
I think
I
my
haven't.
opinion. I ain't gonna get smart with you. Tell you, I gave you my opinion when I started the stream, but since you want me to say, um,
Yes, please.
the playoffs have been good so far. Because this is
Mm-hmm.
the thing, it's back to '90s basketball, right? Like,
Mm-hmm.
it's literally like the early from the '90s and early 2000s, in my opinion. Now,
Mm-hmm.
now, when it comes to players that are bigger, stronger, faster, high IQ, and everything like that, that's cap. We all
Mm-hmm.
know that's pure cap a lot.
You
Mm-hmm.
know what I'm saying? So,
Mm-hmm.
but I know Cleveland's in trouble, and I know Boston's in trouble too. Look
Mm-hmm.
at the East though. Both of the East are 2-0, and both of the West is 1-1. Let that sink
Mm-hmm.
in. You'll think it'd be
Let that
2-0
sink in.
West before you think about it in the East.
Let that sink
And the
in.
Pacers,
You done rolled the
Pacers
whole
been good.
season.
And the Pacers been playing good basketball. And mind you, we know injuries are part of the game. I don't, I
Right.
don't, I don't, I don't, I don't knock on teams. You know what I'm saying? That's what the knock was about Boston. You know, because they won last year, they went against hurt player. But then again, I said it this year. I was like, if they want to really solidify themselves, you know,
Mm-hmm.
as a champion, they'll go through
Mm-hmm.
it and do it again. Cause you remember, let's take me back,
Uh-oh.
take me back, dear Lord,
Uh-oh.
to a place where I first received you. Take me
Lord have
back,
mercy.
take
Lord have
me
mercy.
back. It's like that's what it's like though, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And when I look at when this is when I realized Cleveland was toast when what's that boy's name, when Garden sat out again and Evan Mobley, when Evan Mobley
Yeah.
didn't play and DeAndre Hunter didn't play,
Right.
you just and another thing about these teams compared to other teams in the past though too, they just think just because you win a championship, you think you could just turn it up whenever you want to. You
Mm-hmm.
y'all ain't built like that.
Mm-mm.
No
Not
teams is
yet.
built like that. You
Not
know,
yet.
and as far as OKC and Denver, you could just see that
Mm-hmm.
OKC is way more the superior team, even though they do got Jokic and they like, oh my gosh, look what he's doing. Oh my god, you know, it's always these extra theatrical stuff. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Jokic can ball, but they acting like Jokic go against a dominant big man every single night of the week, even in the playoffs.
Right.
No, he does not. You know, like
They
one
better
or two.
they better
That's
recognize
what
that
gets
defense
on
that's
my nerves about that.
SGA. Yeah, they better recognize that defense is smothering Denver. They got to get it together. They still got them a few glitches, but this defense that they play, that Denver's playing against, it ain't no joke. It ain't no joke. They still they block parties. Give me that. Huh?
Man,
Mm-mm.
it's crazy to
Mm-mm.
me, but the Patriots is playing good ball though. I know a lot
They're
of people
playing
thought
pretty
they
good.
uh,
Mm-hmm.
but they've been playing good towards the end of the season. Look at all the teams that's been playing good, all except Cleveland. Even
Mm-hmm.
Cleveland. Cleveland was struggling towards the end of the season. They a lot of their
Right.
players sat out games and stuff, and that's the
Right.
difference between the players back then. Mostly the time the players rested back then, like on the last game of the season or something. They don't do it nowadays. They want to do it. Then they want to blame Popovich. Well, Popovich started the load management. Yes, he did start the load management, but if you look at the ages, Duncan, Parker and Ginobili, they was older at that age. They wasn't doing it
Mm-hmm.
while they was in how they want to bring up the goalposts. Now we hear all these things now, prime years and
Yeah,
it's all this new
yeah.
stuff.
These excuses they don't hold water. It still doesn't change the facts. We're not talking about excuses and moving the goalposts and what you said and what they did and who what come. It still doesn't change the fact that this is not proper. No, you don't qualify. Denied. Denied. You don't qualify. I'm sorry, Pastor. We're not taking no more members. We're not taking any more members. You know, you
Well,
trying to
like
get in the
I
country,
said, I
huh?
love these. I like the playoffs this year,
Yeah,
and
it's slowed
the
down.
only
The
reason
game
why
is
I like
slowed
it is
down.
because we've been saying it the last three ever since like the 2000 like I say like around the 20ish, 2020, wherein
Hmm.
you start seeing physical style defenses. Now they want to bring back the 90s rules. So now I'm like, shoot, you bringing it back in the playoffs, bring it back all season long. Then you
Let it
really
be.
see how
Yeah,
these teams are really built. Then how you see how
right,
these players are built.
right.
And another thing
Yeah.
too, IQ is
Uh-huh.
overrated. These
Mm-hmm.
superstars who they say they are superstars, they are really
Mm-hmm.
not superstars. That word
They
superstar
changed.
word gets thrown out.
They
You can
changed it.
tell
They
like
changed the
point
qualification, Pastor. They changed the qualification, Pastor. Everybody's a superstar. Superstar. They hit 3 pointers. Okay.
point guard play, having a legit point guard. having
Yeah,
a legit point
positionless.
guard,
Yeah,
that
positionless.
is missing. Having a coach that really can coach and put you in a better position to succeed. That's a
Yeah,
long art because we know that
yeah,
player empowerment, the players got more power than the coach. Because we
yeah. The
seen it.
players.
Look,
Yeah.
we seen it with the Lakers. Look,
Mm-hmm.
Jay Reed didn't want to listen to Darvin Ham, but he completely backs up everything that JJ Redick has ever said. Let that make some sense.
Mm-hmm. See what I get? See what I got you? See what I got you? You on a ticker talker, the X or something talking about you ain't going to no gala. You already getting ready to go to Cancun, partner. And see what I got you?
Hey, did
Mm-hmm.
you hear before shout out to Sports Fitness Rest? You know what he said? He
What?
said Jay Reed low managed on the sports Met Gala been doing
Oh,
having a
I
few.
see that bitch. I
Hey,
saw that.
man,
I saw that.
I
It's too
was
much
I, I was
drama.
I was in tears about that. But the teams that are playing, I got to
Mm-hmm.
give it to the New York Knicks, man,
They
because
rolling a little
they
bit.
not only
Mm-hmm.
that, Jalen Brunson ain't even played his best basketball yet. You know, I don't think
Right.
I'm with Ron. Ty. Only thing I don't like Jalen Brunson, he does dribble the air out the basketball. Name a player that don't
Yeah.
dribble out the air out the basketball. That because there's no point guards. These
And that's because that IQ is not to the point where you can do that 1-2 pop. You don't got that 1-2 pop. You got to do a 1-2-3-4-5. You ain't got that stepping. You don't got that on your brain. You try to figure it out when you get the ball. You should have had it already figured out, partner. You should have had it already figured out. That's how they reading you. Because they know you got at least your cadence is at least four dribbles, five dribbles. And then you gonna veer to the left, veer to the right, and then you gonna try to shoot a three. You know? They reading your game. You should have that 1-2 pop. They should be scared for you to have that ball in your hand anywhere on the floor.
It ain't just him that's doing it. You look at all these players. Look at Jay Reed. Jay Reed, he's definitely
Oh
notorious at
Lord.
that. With dribble,
Oh
dribble, dribble,
Lord.
dribble, dribble, dribble,
Dribble,
dribble,
dribble,
dribble,
dribble.
dribble, dribble, dribble,
Dribble,
dribble,
dribble.
and then
Dribble,
pass you at
dribble.
the last second. You don't make the shot.
Yeah.
He looks at you
Then
and
it's your
frowns
fault.
and
Yeah,
say like,
it's your fault. It's your fault. You
you
don't
know,
dribble a ball for 20 seconds, and now you giving them 4 seconds to make a decision. And you ain't even set them
sometimes
up
it
to
be
make a
less
shot.
than that.
Yeah,
Sometimes
you
it
ain't
be
even
less
set them up to make the shot. You way half. You still at the half court, man, trying to get down to the court. Okay, what is that?
this season right here, Justin. And even though, and like I said, this was the first time I heard First Take did not mention Jay Reed at all, and they ain't mentioned a
Mm-hmm.
segment. And in pure honesty, they don't need to. They don't need to
Mm-mm.
because it's been what I've been learning this playoffs is the teams that are deeper that play
Mm-hmm.
10 players that play 10 deep, they still around.
Mm-hmm. the,
You
the
know,
teams that go to practice, those teams that go to practice, and they build camaraderie with their team members. They
and
ain't
they
got to
keep the
worry about
same
getting a pink
players,
slip.
and they keep the same players.
They ain't got to, yeah, they
And
ain't
they
got to
keep
worry about changing their address at midnight. They ain't
Well,
got
so many.
to answer
Look
the
at all these
phone.
players now. Look at all these players now. When these players retire in this era, man, how many different jerseys they gonna have?
Yeah, what is it gonna be man?
Okay,
Rainbow.
I gotta say this. This is my last words too. Cause my boy just texted me this too. He just messaged me. He's just like, you got to put this out there. I'm gonna say it too. I'm gonna say it right here, and then
I
I'm
sent
gonna
you
give
some
my final.
information too. I
And
sent you some
then,
information too about the
and,
trades.
oh man, I already know about that. But
Okay,
anyway,
okay.
um, um, what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, Jay Reed won a championship everywhere that he went, man. I'm like, yeah, he did. That is very true. We get all that, but look how much the team changes every time he does win a championship compared to players that that won a championship. Like he's the only player that I've seen that you win a championship and your team is totally different. Instead of bringing everybody back, he doesn't do that, and then he always wants and then he want to give out the cop out and be like, well, our team don't have everybody else been together for a while. They got team chemistry. You never have team chemistry because you got different teammates every year. Sometimes you
Yeah.
got. I remember there was a time with the Lakers, man. It was just like he was in Cleveland. He had two.
man, he had 5 different players before the All-Star. After the All-Star break, it happened the same
Come
way
on,
it did.
man.
This is the thing with him. The longer he plays, the longer he's exposing himself. So y'all can miss me with this longevity stats and y'all want to talk about Michael Jordan. Well, Michael Jordan, he wasn't even making the playoffs. Your boys, you know how many times y'all favorite player didn't make the playoffs since he been a Laker? Y'all said it was so much easier. Y'all, if he was so dominant, like y'all said, how come he couldn't win the 8 straight finals, Western Conference Finals in the West? West is a different animal. And then that's another thing. The only time the East was every week in any era ever in the NBA, you can look this up, is when LeBron was in the East. That was the only time the Eastern Conference was weak. The only time. The
Lord
only
have
time
mercy.
in NBA history that the East was weak.
Lord have mercy.
I'll say it one more time. The only time the Eastern Conference was a weaker conference was the time when Jay Reed made it them 8 straight finals. And those are facts.
Oh,
But then
Lord.
again, you know how they fans are. They want every record known to man, and at the same time, give Kareem back his basketball. And anyway,
Please.
and then my last thought is we're gonna talk about game tonight. The Warriors and the T-Wolves.
Warriors and the
I
T
picked
Wolves.
the T-Wolves to win, even way before. I'm not switch my pick. You know, even though I picked the Celtics, God knows I didn't want to pick them. You know what I'm saying? But I picked them, and as of right now, the Knicks is doing their thing. But it's crazy though. The New York Knicks could get their revenge too, because
Sure
Matt Moses
can.
thinking that New York Knicks might make it to the NBA Finals. Hey, that would be dope. But at the
It sure
same time,
will be, Joe. We have to
it'll
salute
be
you,
a
Mr.
rematch.
Will. We have to salute you, Mr.
It's gonna
Will.
be a rematch. It's gonna be a rematch if they end up playing the Pacers, because the Pacers knocked them out last year.
Oh, Lord.
And you remember they had a
That
lot of
was
hurt.
fire, though. That was fire.
I know people been dissing the Pacers. Some of they been beating depleted teams, and
Mhm.
it's not their fault that these players are hurt. But I totally get
No.
it. I totally get it. But I'm not gonna sit here and act like that team is not playing great basketball right now. Actually, they've been
Yeah,
hot.
they did.
They
Yeah.
have been hot the second half of the
Yeah.
season. And
Yeah.
look how they played Cleveland. And another thing too, they won the season match. They won the season series against Cleveland this season though too. But they say that doesn't matter in a lot of cases, because I see teams that had beat them in the regular season, and then in the playoffs they lose. But it seemed like Indiana got their number, and you notice after every mate, Indiana is pushing. Indianapolis is going to be off the chain.
Right. And the thing about it is, too.
And they're a good home team too. And they'll
Right.
be
That's why I
playing
was just.
at home the
That's what I was
last
just
couple
going to
of weeks.
say. You can see the difference between their vibration and the other team, because they peaking right now. They didn't peak at the end of the season. They peaking right now in the playoffs. If they can sustain this, we may have to question our analysis because they playing pretty good ball. I like what Halliburton and what's his name, Siakam. Yeah.
Pascal Siakam, yeah, and you
Yes,
got
Siakam.
Gonzaga. They
Yeah.
got and the one thing about Indiana, they are loaded. Look at their bench that come out the
Look at
bench.
that bench.
They
Yeah,
got
that's what I'm
TJ
saying.
McConnell, who I think is one of the best. Point guards off the bench. He know how to run the team. He know how to get them in their spots. And one thing about Indiana, even after a made basket, they run it. And then
Right.
Obi Toppin, look at Obi Toppin. He used to play
Oh,
for
we
the Knicks.
talking. Yeah.
He used to play for the Knights. He found a role now with them. Look at Neesmith. Neesmith used to play for the Celtics. Got drafted by the Boston Celtics. And look what he's
Right.
doing against his old team.
Right. And what's his name? The one that you was talking about? Obi Toppin. Yeah, Obi Toppin. If he's a man, you can put a few dollars on that right there. Because he's sustainable. He may not be all that offense and flashy stuff, but he'll disturb some people. He can disturb some people.
And then this is the thing. Look at all these young players going all of these different teams so quickly. Look, let me give you another great example. Look at DiVincenzo. Look at how many teams he's been on in his NBA career, and he's a national
Yeah.
champion at Villanova.
Mm-hmm.
And look at let me give you another example of teams giving up on players too quickly. Look at Bridges. Bridges Phoenix Suns. Bridges has yet to miss an NBA game in his career, and he plays a lot of minutes.
That's
Let me
interesting.
give you another great example. Right? Look at Larry Marketing.
Marketing, yeah.
Remember, he was with the Bulls. He didn't pay, and then as soon as he went to Cleveland, he was with Cleveland first, right? I think he was with Cleveland first, and then he went to the Bulls. I can't remember which one it is, but then he goes to another team. He balls out. That's why I don't understand what Utah is doing. Like, dang, like, what is y'all playing for? They got some good pieces there, but at the same time, I don't know. But anyway, y'all, I'm about to get up out of it. I've been down. I've
Get
been
up out of here.
5 hours.
Y'all be good. Y'all be good. Hit that like button, comment, donate. We
Don't do anything.
appreciate you.
Hit that like
Old
button.
Head Podcast. Yeah, it's free. It don't cost you nothing.
Donate. It don't cost you
Mm-hmm.
nothing to hit the like button. I be seeing
It
all these
don't
people
cost
that be hitting be viewing these views and stuff like that, but then y'all want to hit the like button. That's fine, but one day my time gonna come. I'm not worried about it.
Yeah, we just having conversations, trying to figure out the ins and outs of all this, stuff that's
It's
going on
madness.
with the news. Yeah,
I
madness,
love it.
nightmare.
And my last final words, Jay Reed, man, you home, man. You might as well call
Hmm.
Kareem. Like, you know what, Kareem? I'm giving
Yeah,
back the basketball bat.
yeah,
I'm out.
special delivery.
And give it to him when he's alive, too. I'm out, y'all. Y'all be good, man. I'll holler at y'all in the morning. Peace. Been a great show. Shout out to my boy Time Out, Mr. Mons for coming through. Shout out for Vaughn for coming through. Who else was in here? Shout out to Conquinell. Shout out to my boy Ron. Shout out to Gigi. And if I missed anybody else, did I miss? Oh, shout out to SY. S Young was in here earlier too. Shout out to S Young for coming through. Yeah, all you gotta do is hit the like button, man. I'm about to get up out of here, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. I'm gonna enjoy the rest of my off day and get ready for this game about 5:30. And like I always say, make the best team wins, right? All right. Like, share, subscribe. I'm out of here. Just hit the like button. It's free, man. Peace out. Get Korea.